Every Picture Tells a Fury. Federal Bureau of Magic Cozy Mystery, Book 8. Written by Annabelle Chase. Narrated by Jessica Hazard. Chapter 1. The sun hadn't quite breached the horizon as I made my way to Davenport Park to meet my assistant Neville for a training session. I parked in my usual spot and dragged myself along the path beside the Susquehanna River. I should have made a cup of coffee before I left the barn, but I was still figuring out how to use all my new appliances and didn't want to keep Neville waiting. The whole reason he agreed to meet me so early was because I had a furniture delivery scheduled for 9 and needed to get home. The park was still blanketed in semi-darkness when I heard a shuffling sound behind me. I paused mid-step and listened. Blades of grass rustled as a gentle breeze blew past. When the hairs on the back of my neck pricked, I knew I sensed more than the wind. I needed some kind of demon early warning system, like tornado chasers use for detecting developing tornadoes. Neville was a gadget-making wizard, the cue to my bond. I made a mental note to make the suggestion. The shuffling sound started again, and inwardly, I groaned. It was too early to fight demons in the wild. I whipped around to confront my would-be attacker. "I haven't had my caffeine yet, so you picked the wrong time to mess with me." I squinted at the short silhouette behind me. "Grandma? Eden?" Sure enough, my grandmother peered at me over the top of her phone. I heaved a sigh. "Are you stalking me?" Grandma grimaced. "And here I thought your mother was the narcissist in the family. I'm doing a little critters challenge. The park is the best place to pick up water critters because of the river." "What about the bay?" I waved a hand toward the Chesapeake Bay behind her. "Too many early morning joggers. The park is better." "It's a little early for games, don't you think? Or are you that addicted?" "You think I'm setting an alarm or something? I'm awake before the sun comes up, toots. I might as well keep busy." She eyed me closely. "I would think you, of all people, would support me keeping busy with harmless activities." That was true. Grandma's idle hands were indeed the devil's playthings. "The question is, what are you doing here before sunrise? A little morning glory?" "I'm meeting Neville," I said. She frowned. "That pudgy wizard. I know you have your father's looks, Eden, but you can do better than that." I rolled my eyes. "For work, Grandma, not for a romantic roll in the grass." "Thank nix for that. I know you set the bar low with that Tanner Hughes, but at least he was a good-looking kid." "You only disliked Tanner because he was human." "Exactly. Like I said, low bar." I resisted the urge to reveal that I knew about the hex they'd placed on Tanner back in high school, the one that made him cheat with sassy persimmons and ultimately caused our breakup. I'd learned this nugget from Aunt Thora and had been sitting on it, unwilling to open that Pandora's box until I was ready to handle the inevitable fallout. "Neville and I are going to be doing training exercises here, so you might want to take your game elsewhere." "Are you worried I'll get in the way? Or that I'll take down any demons faster than you can manage it?" She lifted her chin, challenging me. "I know you're very powerful, Grandma. We don't need a demonstration." Grandma, along with my mother and Aunt Thora, are witches who lean more toward the evil end of the scale. I somehow escaped being a member of their coven, but only because I was saddled with tougher DNA. "What's the matter, Fury? Afraid of getting schooled by an old crone like me?" My own grandmother was goading me. What a terrific start to the day. "I just need to get through this exercise so Neville and I can tick the box and say it's done." As an agent for the Federal Bureau of Magic, I'm required to complete all the training exercises listed in the manual, which Neville faithfully follows. Grandma surprised me by tucking away her phone. "What if I observe in silence?" I laughed. "You wouldn't know how to be quiet if you were hexed with a mute spell." "Come on, Eden. Humor an old woman. I never get to see you doing what you love." "It isn't what I love, remember? If I'd wanted to be an FBM agent, I would have trained with them instead of the FBI." I'd avoided using my powers for most of my life, until the moment when I accidentally revealed myself as a supernatural, and the FBI sent me packing to take over the FBM office in my hometown of Cheddar, a place I'd longed to escape, along with my fury traits. You get to be a hero and catch villains like you wanted. Who cares whether they're human or supernatural? The sound of barking dogs drew my attention to the top of the hill. I need to get moving. I have an appointment later and I can't be late. I started forward and realized Grandma was trailing behind me. I said no, Grandma. Please respect that.
And I'm your elder. Respect that.
I turned with a huff and veered away from the river to where Neville awaited me. It was then that I realized the barking dogs were with him. Really, Neville? A dog entourage? I regarded my assistant with a critical eye. I'm a little shaky on the logic. Why did I have to leave Princess Buttercup at home if you were bringing an entire kennel with you? Neville cast an adoring look at the three mixed breeds. You seem to forget that Princess Buttercup is not actually a Great Dane. A hellhound would frighten my trio to their vulnerable cores. I think watching me pummel you with fury powers might have a similar effect. I'm fostering, and I can't leave them home alone or they'll wreak havoc on my furniture. He glanced over my shoulder. It seems you brought your own entourage. I knew without looking that my grandmother had disregarded my request. She's not with me, she's an interloper. Feel free to exterminate. I heard that, Grandma called. At least she was maintaining a reasonable distance. Since when are you interested in fostering animals anyway? That was Chief Fox's domain. Chief of Police Sawyer Fox had increased his popularity tenfold when he started patrolling with rescues available for adoption. It didn't hurt that he looked as hot in a uniform as Magic Mike looked in a G-string. It's the best of both worlds, Neville said. I have adequate bait to lure in members of the opposite sex, and the dogs receive the care they need until they find their forever homes. Everyone's a winner. I shook my head with a rueful smile. You're using these dogs as chick magnets? You make it sound like I'm a canine-hoarding Lothario. If the leash fits. Neville's gaze lowered. I thought it was a splendid idea. The dogs certainly seem happy with the arrangement. I'm providing walks. And back scratches. I looked at the dogs now sprawled in the grass as the first beams of sunlight reached us. I guess you have a point. Don't you think one dog at a time makes more sense, though? That was my intention. But these three are siblings that didn't want to be separated. I scrutinized the trio. They're siblings? With their different colors and features, they didn't appear related. The first looked like a boxer mix. The middle one resembled a hairless cat. And the third one looked like Hervé Vilches. They were found together as part of the same litter. I didn't request a blood test to confirm. Any takers? Not yet, Neville said. I need to parade them around more. I meant for you. He cleared his throat. As I said, I need to parade them around more. Well then, let's get this training show on the road so you can wander around town and land yourself some lady eye. Grandma cackled as she resumed her game.
An eye is about as much as he's going to get.
She knows I can hear her, right? Neville asked.
She doesn't care,
Grandma called. I shrugged. She doesn't care. I raised my voice. She said she intends to be a silent observer. She wants to watch her granddaughter in action. Neville tried to disguise his discomfort. I see. Then I suppose we should get on with it.
Sounds like me on my wedding night.
Grandma released a wicked cackle that startled the dogs, and they began to howl in unison. There, Neville said, motioning with his palms flat. That's how you're talking to them? I asked over the din.
Zip it,
Grandma snapped, and the dogs fell silent. I planted my feet hip-width apart, and wiggled my fingers at Neville. "Magic me, bro." Neville lifted his wand and made a circle of orange light in the air.
"You're not opening any portals, are you?"
Grandma asked.
"I don't think you can handle the wrong end of a portal, Eden."
"I can assure you it's not a portal," Neville said, his eyes still on the circle. The orange light began to flicker and morphed into the shape of a winged creature. Grandma nearly dropped her phone.
"You summoned an Icarus demon? Have you lost your mind?"
"Grandma, he hasn't summoned anything. It's an illusion, but thanks for the identification." Now that I knew it was an Icarus demon, I could defeat it. "No fair," Neville complained. "I wanted you to use my app." "I would have figured it out," I said. Eventually. I assessed the fake fiery demon and tried to remember its weaknesses. Before I could do anything, a stream of water doused the Icarus demon and the shape dissipated.
"You have to use water magic,"
Grandma said.
"It doesn't take a genius to figure that out."
I turned to glare at her. "Grandma, you said you were going to be a silent observer."
"I know, but you were too slow. The demon would have attacked half the town before you reacted."
I sealed my mouth closed to prevent a torrent of curses from passing my lips. "Mrs. Pritchard, as Agent Fury mentioned mere moments ago, the demon was only an illusion. I've developed a demon app that I'd like her to test, so if you wouldn't mind keeping your magic to yourself, I would appreciate it." Neville had been tinkering with a phone app that identified demons and their vulnerabilities. He thought an app might help in the heat of battle if I couldn't remember what I'd learned. Although I'd been an excellent student, I tended to block out supernatural knowledge thanks to years of effort.
"Some agent,"
Grandma scoffed.
"More like deer in headlights."
I closed my eyes and counted to 5 in my head. "Let's try again." "As you wish, O wondrous one." I cringed. There was no way Grandma would let that pass without comment.
"You're humping the wrong leg there, Neville," Grandma said. "She's not into you. She told me that on the way here."
"Sorry," I mouthed to Neville. My assistant was going to demand a raise after this morning. As Neville raised his wand, the ground opened up beneath my feet, and I pitched forward. I clutched the toughest-looking weeds I could reach and held on for dear life as my legs dangled helplessly. A sense of sadness threatened to overwhelm me, causing my body to feel heavier. "Great balls of fury, Neville!" The weeds broke, and I clawed at the earth to keep from getting sucked into the void. "It wasn't me!" He shot an accusatory look at my grandmother.
"Oh, come on," she said. "You're a fury, not a fur baby. It's only a pit of despair. You should be able to climb out with one hand tied behind your back."
I was too annoyed to focus. All I wanted to do right now was manipulate a low-hanging branch to knock Grandma in here with me. I couldn't rely on my strength because there was nothing that could anchor me while I pulled up my bottom half. I decided to try what I called the Willy Wonka approach and think positive. I filled my thoughts with happy memories to counteract the bleak magic at work. No surprise that my first image was Chief Fox. I pictured us on his couch cuddled together as we watched a movie. Nothing too salacious, just a brief moment in time that made me deliriously happy. I felt the weight begin to lift, so I tried another memory. I conjured the memory of when I first brought Princess Buttercup home with me. The hellhound couldn't control her acidic saliva, and I'd burned through several outfits. Still, the memory was among my happiest. I thought I was rising out of the hole when, in fact, the ground beneath me was reforming. A couple more happy thoughts, and I was back on solid ground. "Well done, Agent Fury," Neville said. Relief flickered behind his glasses. "She's my grandmother," I said, dusting off my front. As I'm sure you can imagine, I have plenty of experience with pits of despair. Grandma missed the barb because she was too intent on her phone.
"Yes!"
She launched a triumphant fist into the air.
"I've been trying to catch this one forever. It's great for battles, and I want to trounce that freckle-faced runt from pre-K.
Grandma, please, can we just work without interruptions? I tried to focus on Neville. The moment the wizard raised his arm to release the magic target, the dogs began to howl.
Trixie, hush,
he said firmly.
I don't think it was a bright idea to bring dogs to a training exercise, Grandma said.
I don't think it's such a brilliant idea for an elderly relative to tag along uninvited. Yet here we are. I stifled a laugh. Neville rarely got his wand out of whack.
This is such a snooze. You might as well do those corporate trust exercises where you fall backward and he catches you. We're the murder hornets or the land sharks.
She shook her head.
You chose the wrong profession, Eden. You'd get more excitement as a librarian.
She continued to tap her phone as she walked away, muttering to herself. Neville waited until she was out of earshot to ask his burning question. There aren't really land sharks, are there? Chapter 2. I made it home from training in time to shower and dress before my furniture arrived. Foster, the owner of Treasure Trove, had coordinated the delivery and showed up in person to tell the handlers where each piece belonged. He'd been instrumental in helping me pull together the barn's decor so that it felt like home. My mother had desperately wanted to insert herself in the design process, but I'd successfully kept her at arm's length until everything was completed, by promising that she could come to my housewarming party. Of course, I didn't promise to actually host one. I think you've made some excellent choices here, Foster said as he surveyed the barn that was now officially my home. That would be a first. I had to admit, though, I was pleased with my new, old furniture. Foster had the best antiques in town, and I felt fortunate to be able to buy every piece I wanted without a bidding war. For the main living area, I'd purchased a rustic whitewashed console table with a sliding barn-style door, a square coffee table with a walnut top and whitewashed legs, and a set of brown leather sofas. I really think you need a statement piece for that far wall, Foster said, gesturing to the empty space between two large windows. It's crying out for artwork. I'll get Olivia and Ryan right on that. My niece and nephew would be thrilled to provide an oversized canvas of their popsicle stick and finger painting talents. You should check out my friend Nari's gallery. She's a gifted artist, and I'll bet she has something that matches your style perfectly. A barn chic painting? Does that mean naked cows with strategically placed fruit? Foster chuckled. Her gallery is downtown. She has a monthly exhibit with wine and cheese. You should check her schedule for the next event. I perked up. Free wine and cheese? How have I missed this? Moyer turns up on occasion. I try to make it each month because it's a great opportunity to meet new clients. I stared at the blank wall. You really think she'll have something appropriate? I would bet money on it. I don't think her artwork is for everyone, but based on your purchases, I can almost guarantee her style will appeal to you. I pounded a fist on the console table. Sold. My phone burst into song and I cringed when I recognized the screeching music from Psycho. Do you need to answer that? No, it's my mother. I inclined my head toward the main house. She's only a couple 100 feet away. If it's important, she'll show up on my doorstep. The thought jolted me into action. The last thing I wanted was my mother invading my personal space. The barn was meant to represent freedom from more than just my mother's attic. I typed a quick text that I was occupied with the furniture delivery to keep her at bay. I had no doubt she'd been ogling the delivery men from the window when they cut through the yard. Your mother has wonderful taste as well, although it's a bit different from yours, Foster said. You don't have to be polite. I know her taste is more of the sacrificial circle variety. Nonsense. Beatrice has keen artistic sensibilities. Moyer as well. Must run in the family. He winked. My phone started screeching again, and I quickly silenced it. Apparently, my text response wasn't good enough for Beatrice Fury. I'd like to see another throw pillow for this sofa, he said. Something in a teal, perhaps, to give it that pop of color. I'd vote for teal. A metallic object swooped toward the barn and banged into the window. What's that? Foster asked, alarmed. My eyes widened. I think it's a drone. I walked over and tilted the glass so that the drone had enough room to enter. I see you, Eden Joy Fury, my mother's voice said. Your furniture has already been delivered. Now you get over here this instant. The drone turned and zipped outside to return to the Death Star from whence it came. Foster gaped at me. Perhaps you should have considered moving a little further than the backyard. I tried that once. Didn't work. I'd lived in San Francisco when I worked for the FBI. I would have stayed had it not been for the unfortunate incident where I inadvertently siphoned vampire powers and bit my partner Fergus. Thankfully, he lived. It was only my career that died. I suppose I should be going now. I have no interest in incurring your mother's wrath. Wise man. He knew the evil my witch of a mother was capable of when pushed to her limit. I grabbed his shoulder in mock desperation. Take me with you. Foster smiled. I have my own family to avoid. Thank you very much. I'll leave you to deal with yours. He left the barn and I waited a few minutes before venturing to the house, just to bring my mother's agitation to a fever pitch. It was childish, I realized, but hey, I was her child after all. My mother greeted me at the back door, which in itself was odd. She wore a slightly unhinged smile that suggested a problem. What's the emergency? Did you accidentally schedule 2 dates for the same day? That wouldn't be an emergency, Eden, darling. That would be an opportunity. I can't open the jar of pickles. I need a set of ugly man hands to do the job. I rolled my eyes. You've got to be kidding. She continued to linger by the door. Oh, and your cousin Helena is here. Aha. Now I understood. Helena is Aunt Thora's granddaughter, a temporal demon with a history of broken relationships and an empty bank account. Last I heard, she was living in Denver. Although we spent time together as children, we didn't keep in touch. Then again, I hadn't been good about keeping in touch with anybody when I left chipping Cheddar. I'd intended to distance myself physically and emotionally from anyone in the supernatural world, as well as from Tanner and Sassy. I followed my mother into the kitchen, where Helena stood at the island with a glass of mud-colored liquid in her hand. Her auburn hair was styled in a pixie cut and both ears were lined with tiny hoops. Although she was only 2 years older than me, she looked closer to 40. There she is, the golden child. Helena clapped me on the shoulder. With a few exceptions, we weren't big huggers in my family. Oh, please, you're not going to start with that, are you? Helena had always been envious that I'd arguably won the genetic lottery. Furies were rare and dangerous, and coveted among supernatural families, and yet I'd still managed to disappoint mine by rejecting my identity. Helena smiled. I couldn't believe when I heard you were back in chipping Cheddar. I thought we'd never see you again. That was the plan. Life's funny that way. How are your parents? They're still in Florida, right? Yep. Mom's taking a pottery class and Dad's doing archery. I don't think it's such a smart move to let someone with failing eyesight wield a bow and arrow, but what do I know? She brought the glass to her lips and swilled the liquid. What is that? I asked. Kombucha. I swear these humans are getting better and better at concocting potions. Looks like you're drinking seaweed, Grandma said from her place at the table. I wouldn't serve it to my worst enemy. I cut a glance at her. You'd serve a heart and liver on a platter to your worst enemy, so I'm pretty sure kombucha would make the menu. Elena laughed. Nothing's changed here, I see. My mother thrust a jar of pickles into my hands. I thought the pickles were a ruse. I twisted off the lid and handed the jar back to her. My mother gave Helena a knowing look. See? Man hands. How long are you staying in town? I asked. Haven't decided. I figured I'd spend a little quality time with the family until I decide next steps.
In other words, she lost another job,
Grandma said. Now, Esther, you know the job market is challenging right now. Aunt Thora shot her granddaughter a sympathetic look. Your family should always be a soft place to fall. More like a brick patio. That's right, my mother said. When Eden got fired, we welcomed her back here. I bristled. I didn't get fired, Mom. I changed divisions. My mother ignored me. Helena's going to take the guest room for now. I balked. Wait, Helena can have the guest room, but I had to sleep on a mattress in the attic? Helena snorted. Like I said, nothing's changed here. Helena is a guest, my mother said, as though that explained it. I was a guest. No, you weren't. You grew up here. My mother opened the refrigerator and scoured the shelves. We need to think about dinner now that we have a guest. How about honey-baked ham and sweet potatoes? Can't. I'm doing keto, Elena said.
I thought you were vegan,
Grandma said. That was last year. Aunt Thora nudged my mother out of the way. I'll take care of dinner, Beatrice. Elena is my granddaughter, after all.
We haven't even had lunch yet. Do we need to worry about dinner?
Grandma asked. We do if it takes time to prepare, Aunt Thora said. You would know that if you ever bothered to cook, my mother added. Grandma narrowed her eyes.
I'm an old woman, Beatrice. I shouldn't have to spend my remaining days taking care of everybody else. I've earned a rest.
Aunt Thora cooks all the time, I said.
Because she enjoys it,
Grandma shot back.
I'd rather drink kombucha for a month than cook dinner for one night.
My mother used a tiny fork to pull pickles out of the jar and place them on a platter. This reminds me, I'm supposed to go out with Jay from the market tonight. Don't stay home on my account, Helena said. I can keep myself occupied. My mother contemplated the platter. If I knew which of these pickles was the most accurate, it might make my decision easier. If it's the gherkin, I vote for staying home, Elena said. My mother clicked her French tips on the island. Eden, why don't you make yourself invisible and fly over to the market for a peep? Elena's mouth formed an O. You can do that? I can, but I won't, I said, and then added for good measure. Ever. You would think she'd want to help us after we've supported her through all her ups and downs. That wretched cheating boyfriend, her failure with the FBI. My blood began to simmer. I think you need to quit now before you say something you'll regret. My mother blew a raspberry. Oh, Eden, you're so sensitive. I leveled her with a look. Seriously. Keep it up and I will move far away the moment I give birth and you will never meet your grandchild. Aunt Thora's head snapped to attention. You're pregnant? No, it was a future threat, I said.
Those aren't as effective,
Grandma said.
You need a more immediate threat, like you'll do a spell that makes her hair resistant to dye.
My mother waved a dismissive hand. Grandma's right. The likelihood of Eden having a baby is far too remote to inspire action. First of all, she'd need to be having sex in order to produce a child, and we all know that isn't happening. I opened your jar. Now I'm going home. I huffed and turned to leave. I'd love to see what you've done with the barn, Helena said. Want to give me a tour? Sure. My mother gave a squeak of indignation. Oh, fine. Elena gets a tour, but the rest of us have to peer in through the windows like peeping Toms. You know you don't actually have to do that, I said. I opened the door and called for Princess Buttercup. The hellhound charged through the open doorway, nearly knocking Helena over in the process. Elena laughed and steadied herself. That's some dog. She closed the door behind us and we crossed the yard together. What's his name? Or maybe hers? I feigned innocence. Princess Buttercup? Okay, play it cool, but I know you're involved with someone. I sensed it the moment you mentioned a child. I cut her a sideways glance. You're psychic now? We temporal demons have a sixth sense. Don't you remember the time I found your missing doll? The one that smelled like chemical blueberries? Blueberry Poppet. And you only found her because you're the one that took her. Elena threw her head back and laughed. Oh yeah, forgot that minor detail. You were going to add her to your cauldron for a spell that you said you copied from your grandmother. The image of Elena poised beside her child-sized cauldron with Blueberry Poppet hanging from a rope over the bubbling liquid was forever seared in my mind. And you saved her. She patted my back. Typical Eden, already playing the role of hero. I unlocked the barn door and pushed it aside. Home sweet home. You lock your door? I looked at her askance. Have you met my family? It's not like they can't get in without a key if they really want to. Don't remind me. My cousin stopped to admire the high ceilings of the barn. Wow, who knew the place where pigs once congregated could look like a showroom? Thanks, I think. I showed off the living area before sauntering into the kitchen. I still loved everything about this space and was determined to do it justice by learning how to actually cook. Elena's fingertips skimmed the top of the gleaming countertop. I'm insanely envious right now. I extended my arms in a V. Then let me remind you, Dad to the right and Mom to the left. Helena contemplated this additional information. Fair point. How's that going anyway? Your dad's still with Sally, right? Oh yeah. Those two are together for eternity, a match made in otherworld. Which is the demon dimension where Stanley Fury, the vengeance demon, met Sally, the glamorous vampire. Your dad doesn't meddle the way the witches do, though. No, he has his own special way of annoying me. I'd like to see Olivia and Ryan while I'm here. I've met her, but he wasn't born yet the last time I visited. I have no doubt my mother will be planning a family dinner. Always a joyride. I forced a smile. Want to see upstairs? The shower is my favorite part. Is this how you lure unlucky sailors to their doom? I groaned. Don't start. I get enough harassment from everybody else. Stay on my good side. There's more vacancy there. As we climbed the stairs to my room, she pointed to the blank wall. You need a painting there. Or maybe a set of giant horns. I know a guy. A guy who can get me a set of giant horns? No thanks. We entered the master bedroom and I waved a hand. This is where no magic of any kind is happening. She dropped onto the edge of my bed and bounced. I doubt that. You must be using some of your powers now that you're with the FBM. Only when absolutely necessary. Otherwise, I still try to avoid using them, unless it's for training purposes. Can I see your cool new look? I hesitated. I assume you mean my fury traits? Well, I wasn't talking about your acid-washed jeans. I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror. I don't feel like going full fury right now, Helena. She rose to her feet and began examining the items on my dresser. Why not? Why not? Because I'm the same Eden you remember from childhood, Helena. Only taller and with slightly bigger boobs. Come on, she urged. Just one freaky trait. The wings. Pretty please. She batted her thick eyelashes. Fine, if only to shut you up. I inhaled deeply and unfurled a set of enormous black wings as I exhaled. Helena gulped. Wow, even the wings I wore for Halloween didn't look that good. Hard to compete with natural ones. She reached out to touch the feathers. How often do you fly? As little as possible.
Sweet Haggerty! Fury traits are wasted on you.
I wholeheartedly agree. I returned to my normal human look.
Now that I've seen your sexy wings, you might as well share a little more. Who's the guy?
I smiled. Nice try.
Come on, Eden, spill it. You can't tell me you've been spending night after night in the attic since you've been home.
I pulled my phone from my pocket. Oh, you just reminded me of something. I typed in art gallery and Nari to find the schedule for the monthly event. Tonight? Are you serious? Helena perked up.
What's tonight? More importantly, does it involve booze?
I glanced up at her. Booze and art, as a matter of fact. My cousin's bright pink lips curved into a smile.
Awesome! Can I borrow a dress?
Chapter 3. Helena and I walked along the sidewalk to the art gallery, which my internet search revealed was called simply Nari's.
Which walk do you think I should enter with if I want to make an impression?
Helena asked. She demonstrated a strut, a saunter, and a hip shake. Depends on the impression you're trying to make. If you want to draw the attention of a physical therapist or a yoga instructor, I'd go with the hip shake. It makes your hip flexors look tight. Helena glared at me over her shoulder as she yanked open the door to the gallery, and the sound of pop music poured out of the building. When Foster had mentioned wine and cheese, I'd assumed it would be a stodgy affair, but this seemed more like a party with paintings. The energy in the gallery was as upbeat as the music. Dozens of people were clustered around the room. Some were chatting amongst themselves, while others were admiring the artwork on the walls. I spotted Chief Fox in the mix, and my heart jumped. I'd warned him in advance that my cousin would be with me and to keep the conversation above board. As much as I loved Helena, she'd throw me under the broomstick in a heartbeat if it meant saving her own skin. She was family, after all.
I'm going to hit up the bar and mingle, Helena said. Want anything?
Not yet, thanks. I'm going to stay here.
Find me if you get bored.
She made a beeline for a small group closest to the bar. Chief Fox broke into a broad smile when he realized I'd been abandoned, and I casually made my way over to him. Your hand looks lonely, he said, and passed over a glass of red wine. You know me too well. I brought the glass to my lips and sipped. Nari sure likes cheese, he said. I've never seen so many options outside of the cheese festival or a shop. This is chipping cheddar. We bleed cheese the way Eagles fans bleed green. I scanned the gallery for the cheese trays and spotted at least 3 servers circulating the room. There's a waiter heading straight for us, so if we don't move, we're right in his trajectory. What do you think of this painting behind us? The chief asked. I turned to examine it more closely. For my wall? Sure, why not? It's got the colors you like, plus you'd be supporting a local business. He was right. The painting was beautiful, and the colors were exactly right for the barn. You never cease to amaze me, Sawyer Fox. What? Just because I grew up near cornfields doesn't mean I can't appreciate art that isn't a homemade wreath. I like homemade wreaths too, but not for a statement wall. He leaned over and whispered, just out of curiosity, are those meant to be actual owls or owl shifters? I laughed. I'm pretty sure they're just owls. Chief Fox's worldview expanded when he saw me die and come back to life. There was no way around the truth, though, not after he witnessed such a monumental event. There are certain things you can't lie your way out of, and resurrection is one of them. Mayor Wilhelmina Whitehead swooped toward us with a waiter in tow. Good evening, you two. Mayor, it's nice to see you, I said to the statuesque woman. If I didn't know for a fact that she was human, I could have easily mistaken her for an Amazon. I didn't expect such a great turnout this evening, the mayor said. I come every month and tend to see the same faces. I'm here for a purpose. I have a wall that apparently needs an oversized canvas that only Nari can supply. The mayor shifted to Chief Fox. And you? Does the station require a splash of beauty? Well, I figured a nice painting might do unless Eden wouldn't mind stopping by on a regular basis and standing in front of the wall. The mayor smiled at me. If she's in that dress, the station might find itself inundated with people turning themselves in. The objects are on the wall, I reminded them. But I appreciate the compliment. Do you have your eye on any painting in particular? Mayor Whitehead asked. I haven't made it around the gallery yet, but I like this one. I inclined my head to the nearest painting. Don't be hasty, the mayor advised. Tour the gallery before you make a decision. You never know what else will speak to you. It's art, not a slotted spoon. The server arrived with a selection of cheeses, and I deliberated for a full 60 seconds before taking chunks of cheddar and manchego. The mayor frowned. Oh, there's Jason Swift. I should probably duck for cover before he tries to schmooze me. Have a good night, Mayor, I said. As soon as she was out of earshot, I swatted the chief's arm. You're not supposed to flirt with me in front of people. He couldn't resist a grin. What? I was being charming. Be charming when we're alone. If you flirt like that in front of Elena, she'll know it's you. What's me? She guessed that I'm involved with someone and wants to know more. She'll have to catch us first. He looped his arm through mine and steered me through the crowd. Let's do as the mayor suggested and look at all the paintings before you decide. Wouldn't want you to settle. The moment my gaze fell upon the next painting, I knew it was the one. It seemed to call to me. The color palette, the imagery, everything about it cried out for my living room wall. Chief Fox snapped his fingers in front of my face. Earth to Eden. That one. I pointed to the painting and the chief turned to study it. It's called The Rescue, he said. Seems appropriate. A nymph rode a beautiful Pegasus above a wild ocean. Their bodies so entwined that the wings seemed to belong to both of them. The blues and greens of the turbulent waves and the white of the Pegasus were ideal for the color scheme in the barn. The longer I looked at the picture, the more my chest filled with longing. I don't need to see any others, I said. The painting has chosen you, has it? A petite woman with stick-straight dark hair and deep brown eyes appeared beside us. I'm Nari. Welcome to my gallery. Nari, it's great to meet you. I'm Eden Fury. And you're the chief of police, she said with a friendly smile. I've seen you around, but we haven't officially met. Sawyer Fox. He shook her hand. What did you mean when you said the painting has chosen her? It was an instant connection. Yes? Nari asked me. Like meeting your soulmate. My gaze flicked nervously to the chief at the mention of a soulmate. Yes, I guess so. I felt immediately drawn to it. And you're in the market for a painting? She pressed. Yes, that's why I'm here. Then the stars are in alignment. How wonderful! Her eyes sparkled with excitement. I love when this happens. It isn't every day, so I like to savor the moment. This isn't typical? I asked. People buying my paintings is typical, but forging an instant bond... She shook her head. That is something else entirely. I feel like it was meant for my wall, I said, staring at the painting. Like the spot has been waiting for this exact painting. Nari smiled. As I said, a soulmate connection. I hope I can afford it, I said. I just bought a truckload of furniture from Foster. The painting chooses wisely, Nari said. If you could not afford it, it would not have called to you. Well, that was good news. The ocean looks almost three-dimensional, I said. Like, if I touched it, the waves would feel wet. Nari seemed pleased by my comment. Thank you. I use only the best materials and let the muse guide me. I'll let you continue to look around. It was lovely to meet you. You too. As I observed the artwork, I wondered whether Nari used more than paint to produce her pieces. They seemed to have a magical quality to them, although I sensed that Nari herself was a kitsune, so she wasn't directly responsible for any magic. Chief Fox nudged me. Terrific. Jason Swift just spotted me. What's the problem with Swift, other than the fact that he's an opportunistic scumbag? Swift is the type of lawyer that made other lawyers want to take a shower and get the stink off after meeting with him. I had a run-in with him earlier today over a parking ticket. The chief shook his head. He's got the holler tail. I squinted at him. He's got a tail? I cut a quick glance at the lawyer as he threaded his way through the crowd with a slimy smile. I always thought he was human. Chief Fox chuckled. Not an actual tail, it means he's in a terrible mood. Since when? Is this Iowa speak? Apparently so. I thought it was universal. I leaned closer, but not so close as to arouse unwanted attention. Talk to me in Iowan, I said in a sultry voice. His laugh was low and sexy. Ever hear of puppy chow? I wrinkled my nose. Even you can't make dog food sound sexy. It isn't dog food, it's dessert. I'll believe it when you make it. I'd be happy to. He touched my elbow. I'm going to the bar. Why don't I swap yours for a fresh one? I polished off the last gulp and handed him the empty glass. Be right back, he said with a wink. Eden, I didn't expect to see you here this evening. I turned to see my stepmother, Sally. As usual, the vampire was impeccably dressed in a black pantsuit with a wide belt and black heels. A gold choker wrapped around her elegant neck, and her hair and makeup were flawless. I'm buying a painting for the barn. I pointed to The Rescue. Sally brightened. How marvelous! Oh, Eden, that's a wonderful choice. How much is it? My father bellowed, appearing beside Sally. I hadn't even realized he was here. Art wasn't exactly his thing. I'm not sure exactly, but I can afford it. How do you know if you don't know the price? He demanded. Because the painting said so? I'd clearly enjoyed a little too much wine if that was my answer. My father's brow furrowed, but he refrained from comment. I saw Elena over there. I didn't know she was in town. She arrived unexpectedly today. I don't like her hair, my father said. It's too short. I'm sure she'll be gutted to hear your opinion, I replied glibly. She looks adorable, Sally said. Although I do prefer longer hair on a woman. It's more feminine. The only one Helena needs to please is herself, I said. If she's happy with her own reflection, then it doesn't matter what anyone else thinks. That's obviously your mindset, my father said. Sally nudged him. Stanley, mind your tongue. Eden looks ravishing this evening. She's a troublemaker, that one. Mark my words. Her presence here means collateral damage. My father cast a suspicious glance across the room at Helena, where my cousin was balancing a full flute of champagne on her nose for an adoring crowd. For a temporal demon, she's always been unusually social. It's one of the reasons she lands on her feet more often than not. People tend to like her enough to give her a chance. Those outside of chipping cheddar, anyway. Dad, be nice. Elena's never done anything to you. No, but she did plenty to you when you were kids. Don't you remember that time she caused hallucinations at your birthday party? Those parents thought we'd drugged their kids. I remembered it well, in fact, including my own hallucination. We were both young and she wasn't in control of her abilities then. My father offered a derisive snort. If you think that was an accident, I've got a bridge to sell you. No thanks. I'm maxed out on bridges. You've been selling them to me since I was about 10. If this were a board game, I'd control all the ports. Try to relax and enjoy yourself, Stanley. If there's an issue, Eden can handle herself. Sally took a dainty sip of wine. The elegant vampire was so different from my mother that it was hard to understand how my father could have fallen in love with both of them. That's right. Federal agent, remember? I tapped an imaginary badge on my chest. Sally, what a delightful surprise. A man in a white shirt and magenta tie leaned over to kiss my stepmom on the cheek. I didn't know you'd be here. Stanley, Eden, this is Colin Andrew. He owns Majestic Cheese around the corner. Oh, right, Colin Andrews, my father said, nodding. You've mentioned those cakes made out of cheese. It's Andrew, Colin said, emphasizing the W. No S at the end. My father grimaced. 2 first names? Uh-oh. I felt a Stanley Fury rant coming on. Andrew is my surname, not a first name, Colin said evenly. Wrong answer, Colin. My father shook his head in disgust. Whatever happened to good old-fashioned Andrews, huh? Why do people feel the need to be fancy special snowflakes? What do you have against the letter S anyway? My name begins with an S, and so does my wife's. It's a perfectly respectable letter. Sally stroked his arm in an effort to soothe the savage beast. Now, Stanley, remember what the doctor said about letting yourself get worked up. Colin wasn't interested in my father's heart condition. He'd been maligned, and he clearly wasn't going down without a fight. I'll have you know, Mr. Fury, that Andrew without an S is among the surnames of the earliest settlers in this fine country. Anthony Andrew was recorded in Virginia in the year 1623. The name, without an S, dates back to the year 1237. You can find it in the ancient charters of Buckinghamshire. That's a county in England, I said. I know what it is, my father said crossly, his face now red with anger and indignation. I need air. He stomped off toward the exit, with Sally close behind him. I smiled apologetically at Colin. You'll have to excuse my dad. He doesn't leave the house much. Colin took the moment in stride. No worries. I'm here most months, and once in a while there's a patron to contend with who enjoyed a little too much free booze. Nari appreciates it when her friends play bouncer, so she doesn't have to be cross with anyone. She's far too amiable. Oh, you're friends with Nari? We went to art school together. Nice. Chief Fox returned with a full glass for me and Nari by his side. I'm glad you're back, I said. Any chance I can claim the rescue now? I don't want to miss out. Consider it yours, Nari said. Well done, Colin added. You have a good eye. Nari turned to admire her painting. I hope it brings you as much joy as I had creating it. Come by tomorrow morning at 10, and I'll have it wrapped and ready for you. That's perfect. Chief Fox was scheduled to come by for lunch tomorrow, so at least he'd be able to help me with it. I didn't trust myself not to hang it crooked. My phone vibrated in my purse. Excuse me 1 second, I said, stepping away from the group. I assumed it would be Sally to tell me that they were headed home, but Clara's name flashed on the screen. Clara? Yes, who else? I pressed the phone to my ear. She sounded like she was calling from Mars. Why do you sound so faint? I'm eavesdropping. I need you to get over here now. Something supernatural is about to happen. Where's here? You're the psychic, remember? I don't know where you are. Empath, she corrected me. And I'm in the basement of Barely Buzzed Books. Dare I ask? Just get over here now, she hissed. I'm at an art gallery thingamajig. I'm wearing a dress. An incredibly sexy dress, the chief whispered in my ear, prompting a pleasant shiver down my spine. I hadn't realized he was right behind me. "I'll be there in a minute, okay?"
"Lake Chautauqua,"
Clara said, her version of swearing. And then, silence. My gut twisted and I clicked off the phone. "I'm sorry. I need to go." The chief plucked the wine glass from my hand. "We're still on for tomorrow, right?" "Absolutely. Secret lunch at my place." I brushed my hand against his, wishing it could be my lips. "Be safe," he murmured. "That's the plan," I called over my shoulder, except it wasn't my safety I was worried about. Chapter 4. Once I left the gallery, I whipped off my heels and prepared to run at supernatural speed to the bookstore. I'd barely unstrapped the first shoe when I realized Helena was beside me. "You're heading out already?" "Oh, sorry. I should have told you. There's an emergency. I need to go." "Go where?" I lowered my voice. There might be a work issue I need to deal with. Helena's eyes glimmered in the streetlight. "I'll come with you." Not a good idea. I sprinted to the bookstore without a backward glance. The interior was dark and there was no sign of life. Knowing Clara was in the basement, I figured I'd try the front door anyway. "This is your emergency?" I whirled around to see Elena behind me. It was Grandma all over again. "I told you not to come." "I was bored, but it's too early to go home. I don't want to listen to your mother wax poetic about some guy she met in the supermarket checkout line." I gave her a wry smile. "Welcome to my world." "No, I want you to welcome me to this world." She jabbed a thumb toward the bookstore. "Come on, you know I'm good in a fight." Elena was definitely scrappy, and I had no idea what I was walking into. For all I knew, it could be an ambush. Fine, but follow my lead. No sudden moves. I clicked open the front door and crept through the darkness to the staircase that led to the basement. Helena did as she was told and stayed right behind me. I didn't dare call Clara's name, not without knowing what was going on. I peered around the corner, but there was no sign of my friend. I knew that she'd been investigating the Puritan Club for an article she was writing for the newspaper, the Buttermilk Bugle. The club included descendants of the town founders, and I'd recently learned that they held secret meetings in this basement. It was the only thing that made sense. A clattering sound echoed in the quiet, and I darted forward to listen outside a closed door. Chanting. There was chanting. Uh-oh. Slowly, I twisted the knob and peeked inside. A group of people in black cloaks stood in a circle outlined by burning candles. In the middle of the circle sat Clara, bound and gagged. "You've got to be kidding me," I whispered. "What?" Helena asked quietly. She shifted me aside for a sneak peek. "Is that Clara?" I nodded mutely, debating my options. I couldn't go charging in there as Agent Fury, supernatural extraordinaire. What if they were only human dabblers? I suddenly wished I'd brought the chief instead of my demon cousin. The Latin words started rolling off their tongues fast and furiously. Okay, they were either trying to summon a demon or conjugate verbs. My money was on the demon. The good news was that meant I could intervene. I'd just have to walk a fine line between scaring them to death and stopping a demon resurrection. "Let's get in there." Helena urged me forward. I held up a hand to stop her. Not yet, my eyes told her. The chanting ceased and there was what could only be described as an awkward silence. "Who's got the knife?" a muffled voice asked. "Not me," someone replied. "Merciful Hecate, it's amateur hour," Elena breathed. Unsurprising, but glad to have confirmation. "Greer had it last." A glint of silver flashed in the candlelight. "That's a butter knife, moron." "Fiddlesticks, I grabbed the wrong one," a female voice said. The silver disappeared, stowed back in the deep recesses of the cloak. Clara's derisive snort was evident, despite the gag. It was time to intervene before someone developed unexpected competence. Before I could make my move, Elena shoved me into the room and I stumbled over my feet. "I'd think twice before continuing with whatever you're doing," Helena said. Not quite the entrance I was hoping for. "I know who you are and what you're up to. Sort of. Leave Clara out of this."
"Quick, finish the ritual,"
a man barked. "Don't move," I demanded. Cloaks rustled, and the next thing I knew, Clara cried out as a gash formed on her arm. Blood streamed down her skin and seeped into the lines of the floor. Inside the circle. I swore loudly. "There's no need for language like that, young lady," a woman said. This time I recognized the voice of Yolanda Lloyd. "The Puritan Club has standards, you know." "Good thing I'm not a member," I said. The floor trembled. Whatever they were summoning, the blood seemed to have done the trick. I rushed forward and yanked Clara out of the circle before pulling down her gag.
"You need to get out of here, now."
"Do you want me to call Neville?" she asked, her eyes round as a cloud of black dust began to swirl inside the circle. "No, I can handle this." I motioned to Helena. "Untie her so she can go." I faced the circle as Clara fled the basement to safety. "I'm going to strongly recommend that you adjourn your meeting now." Hoods came down, revealing their identities. Not that I was in any doubt. Oliver Sewell cast an aggrieved glance in my direction. "You can't be serious. I haven't had my wish granted yet." "And I haven't put in all this work only to walk away at the last minute," Patrick Smallwood agreed. I blew air from my nostrils. My mouth closed in irritation. "What have you summoned? A genie?" They ignored me, turning back to watch the cloud of dust solidify into a muscular figure with curved horns and orange glowing eyes. The demon looked like he'd been carved from a lump of coal. In fact, Helena nudged me. "Hey, he reminds me of the Balrog from The Lord of the Rings." Presumably, this group had been having a monthly rendezvous with this demon and weren't bothered by his terrifying appearance. He was smaller than the Balrog, so that was a plus for me. The main issue right now was identification, so that I knew how to kill it. "Do you know what it is?" I whispered to my cousin. "Not a clue, but I'm digging those horns. Hey, they look good on your wall." The Puritan Club members joined hands and began chanting again. Orange light streamed from the Balrog to each of their faces. The chanting halted as their mouths and eyes opened wide, and their bodies went rigid. "Humans are so stupid," Helena muttered. "You should just let them suffer." Kind of goes against my job description. The creature was sucking out each member's essence little by little. That was the price they paid for their wishes. $10 said they had no idea this was happening every month. They'd probably thought the ritual itself was enough to have their wishes granted. "Aren't you going to kill it?" Helena asked. "I need to know what it is first." The last thing I needed was to stab it in the heart and find out it multiplied. I held up my phone and snapped a photo of the demon, uploading it straight to Neville's app. Helena grunted. "You're taking pictures? Do you post them on Facebook or something?" I groaned at the results. "Too blurry?" "Try portrait mode," Helena said. I took another photo, following her suggestion. I uploaded it and watched impatiently for the results. "Oh, it is some kind of genie." Unfortunately for the Puritan Club, it wasn't the kindly version from Aladdin that owed wishes to whomever rubbed its lamp. This kind would eventually kill them after enough meetings, reducing them to mere husks, just as I suspected. According to the app, beheading the demon was the only surefire way to kill it and get their life forces restored. "What am I supposed to use? A butter knife?" I mumbled. I tucked my phone into my purse as the demon continued to draw power from his victim's life forces. I had to stop the demon before it drained them dry. At least if I could distract the genie and break the connection, it would buy me time. Elena, you're up. My cousin perked up. What do you want me to do? Use your mojo on the demon to break the connection. Can you make it hallucinate? She smiled broadly. Can a fox trot? I frowned at her. That sounds like a dad joke. Yeah, it does. Sorry. She stepped forward, her focus on the demon and her hands undulating. As the demon fell under her spell, the orange light dissipated. The members of the circle seemed to snap out of their trances at the same time. They blinked at each other, unsure what just happened. Fly, you fools, I said. I knew their identities. I'd save their lives now and deal with their behavior later. Come on, Elena yelled. Everybody out, now. Yolanda seemed torn between following orders and her monthly facelift. Greer nudged the older woman away from the circle. Once the basement was clear of Helena and the Puritans, the demon seemed to return to the current reality. It snarled at me with blazing orange eyes. My gaze swept the basement and landed on a tri-colored ceremonial shield that adorned the wall. That'll do. I ran to the wall and ripped the shield from its place, beside the Union Jack flag. I hefted the shield in my hands. The metal was light and thin, exactly what I wanted. I wrapped an arm around the edge and launched the shield like a frisbee, and watched it slice through the circle and right through the demon's neck. Its head tilted forward at an unnatural angle, and its body caved in on itself, before the entire entity disappeared in a cloud of black dust. I waited for another minute to make certain that the demon was truly gone. Then I trudged upstairs to find Elena outside, and Patrick Smallwood still inside, waiting for me on the crushed velvet settee. Agent Fury, he said. Mr. Smallwood. I stopped walking when I reached the settee and folded my arms. You'll be pleased to know that I've restored what the demon stole from you. It didn't steal anything, Patrick said. We gave willingly. I arched an eyebrow. Do you know what the bargain was? What you were exchanging for your embarrassment of riches? His eyes dragged over me. I thought you were the cybercrimes division of the FBI. Does it matter? He ruffled his thinning hair. I suppose not. Listen, we had no intention of harming the Riley girl. You don't consider it harmful to bind and gag people and cut them against their will? I clucked my tongue. Mr. Smallwood, such an upstanding member of the community. You disappoint me. We only meant to draw blood for the ritual, nothing more. Whose blood do you normally use to summon your ugly friend? He averted his gaze. It depends. We tend to take turns. Fresh and young yields the best results, though we rarely have that to offer. We saw the reporter as a gift horse. And what did you think would happen? You'd frighten her into silence? Clara's made of sturdier stuff than that. He ran a hand along the settee cushion. Hadn't really gotten that far. We saw an opportunity and we seized it, much like our ancestors. There'll be no more opportunities, Mr. Smallwood. The demon's dead. He sat in stunned silence for a moment. I see, he finally said. I'd advise you not to summon another one. I don't care how wrinkled your skin becomes. There's Botox for that. He wore a vague smile. That's Joan and Yolanda's wish, not mine. Do you know where the demon came from? According to the book, another dimension. That's right, a place called Otherworld. Trust me, you don't want to be opening windows there. You'd never know what else might climb through. Plenty of hitchhiker demons. You're not the only ones willing to seize an opportunity, you see. He met my gaze. You seem to know a lot about it. Between you and me, I'm authorized to make your life miserable, but I'd rather not. That's kind of you. It isn't kindness, Mr. Smallwood. It's preservation. Most people in this town don't know anything about the supernatural world, and I'd like to keep it that way. You can understand that, can't you? He nodded. Some of our ancestors knew. That's how we made the discovery. So the Puritan Club hasn't been performing rituals for generations? Not that I know of. Oliver Sewell found the book in his family's attic along with other oddities. He draped a casual arm along the back of the settee. Smallwood was the kind of man who exuded confidence, even under the current circumstances. A man of privilege accustomed to sitting at the top of the social and financial pyramid without fear of consequences for his actions, however ill-advised. I knew far too many men like him, one of many reasons that Sawyer Fox was a breath of fresh air in chipping Cheddar. And he brought the book to a club meeting? He nodded. We all like to show off our antiquities, and this was a new find. When we stumbled upon the information about a wish demon, it seemed like an exciting adventure. It's only exciting if you look forward to a slow death. Next time, take up skydiving or have an affair. Leave the demons alone. He rubbed his hands over his thighs. What would have really happened? Trust me, you don't want to know the details. He rose to his feet. Thank you for intervening. Truth be told, I've felt that we were in over our heads for a while now. I just didn't know how to get out. There can be an addictive quality to magic, especially for the uninformed. Are you going to report us to the authorities? He asked. It would be very bad for us, even worse for our families. I haven't decided how to handle this, given the nature of it. There's someone I'd like to speak to first. I fully intend to apologize to Ms. Riley. We were simply caught up in the moment. That's a start. He started for the door and turned back to me. Will we lose our gains now that we've been restored, as you say? I'm not sure. I guess you'll find out soon enough. He nodded and exited the bookstore. Helena lingered in front of the window where the scent of marijuana wafted through the air. Grandma will smell that on you before you step inside the house. She'll be asleep, Helena said. I'll shower before bed. How did you manage to... Forget it. Thanks for your help back there. We ambled along the sidewalk toward home. It was fun. I hope there's more of that while I'm in town. I might decide to stay longer. Be careful what you wish for. A lesson the Puritan Club had to learn the hard way. Who are you calling at this hour? She asked, as I pulled out my phone. No one. I want to give my assistant feedback on his app before I forget. I clicked all 5 stars and smiled as I hit submit. Chapter 5. It was challenging to roll out of bed the next morning so that I could shower and drive to the art gallery to collect my painting. I needed to meet Nari on time because Raphael was due at the barn at 11. It didn't take much to convince him to give me a cooking lesson in my new kitchen. My family had planned an outing this afternoon that thankfully didn't include me, so I'd arranged to make a nice lunch for the chief to celebrate my new home, and a master chef was the ideal teacher. The art gallery was starkly different in the light of day and without a crowd of people. It was a nice opportunity to fully admire the paintings without the distraction of wine, cheese, and the rantings of a vengeance demon. Nari stood in front of a fresh canvas in a black smock. She turned to greet me as I entered. Welcome back, Eden. Your painting is wrapped and ready to go. Unfortunately, my credit card machine is misbehaving, so I can't take your money at the moment. Would you rather I come back? I don't need to take the painting before I've paid. Don't be silly. I know you're good for it. She set down her brush and crossed the room to meet me. The system glitches sometimes. I think it's because of the new technology where you sign with your finger. I'm not convinced how hygienic that is. Anyway, I'm sure it'll be up and running later today. Just swing by the next time you run an errand. I'll be here all day. She offered a reassuring smile. I glanced at the artwork, carefully wrapped and leaning against the counter. If you're sure. I didn't want to miss the chance for the chief to help me hang it. Who knew when my family would be out of the way again? It wasn't often that the entire house was clear of nosy relatives. Absolutely. Take, enjoy, feel your bliss. I glanced over her shoulder at the new painting she'd started. Hard at work already? Nari followed my gaze to the fresh canvas. Yes, the muse struck this morning thanks to a new set of paints. Unfortunately, so did a hangover. She laughed. I squinted at the darker color palette on the canvas and noticed a faint sparkle. I love the texture. How do you manage that? She crooked a finger. I'll show you. I walked with her to the canvas where I noticed a tray of vivid paint colors. Each one seemed to shimmer with energy under the artificial lights. The liquid is lumpy? There are enchanted gems crushed and mixed in with the paint, she said. I haven't worked with this particular kind yet, but I use magic-infused paint for most of my work. Now that she mentioned it, I could feel the magic emanating from the canvas. It didn't speak to me the way the rescue did, but the intensity was there. Do you make the paint yourself? Oh, no, she said with a laugh. My magic consists solely of creating art. I buy all my paint from a local mage, Kirby Germain. He's a creative genius. Do you know him? Can't say that I do. It occurred to me that Olivia might like a magical paint set. My niece had an artistic flair. She'd probably go nuts for paint like this. Is it safe for children? You'd have to ask Kirby, but I don't see why not. She smiled. As long as they don't eat it, of course. Do you know what this will be yet? There were no obvious images on the canvas, only streaks of color. Nari pressed her lips together. I think so, but I don't like to say beforehand in case the muse pulls me in another direction. It's like spoiling the ending of a book. Speaking of being pulled in another direction, I needed to get back to the barn to prepare for my cooking lesson. I need to get going, but I'll stop by later so I can pay you. Promise. No problem. See you soon. She lifted her paintbrush and turned her focus back to the canvas. I carried my painting to the car, careful to push the door with my shoulder and hold it until the rest of my body had eased outside. It was slightly awkward because of the painting's size, but I managed. I arrived home and set the painting by the door. Excited to see my new purchase, I retrieved a pair of scissors from the kitchen so I could remove the wrapping and admire the rescue. As I opened the scissors to slice through the paper, Alice materialized beside me, startling me. A little warning, please. I don't need to lose a finger. I'm so sorry, dear. I thought you were accustomed to my comings and goings. In the main house, sure, but I'm still getting used to the barn. She angled her head. What's this? It's rather large. It's a painting for the big wall. I picked it up this morning from Nari's art gallery. I cut away the paper and removed the wrapping. The ghost drank in the picture of the nymph on the Pegasus, escaping the turbulent waves below. My goodness, it's lovely, isn't it? Thank you. I think so. Alice glanced around with a satisfied smile. I can't believe what you've achieved. To think all of our livestock once occupied this space. She shook her head. The modern world is an amazing place. Shouldn't you be haunting the main house? Her expression clouded over. It isn't the same without you. What are you talking about? You've been here for over a century. I'm a blip in time. Everyone's gone out today. I didn't feel like watching anything on television. Ah, the truth comes out. Don't worry, they'll be back before dinner. And Chief Fox will be long gone. Why does everyone need to accompany Esther to a little critters tournament? Would you want Grandma wandering the streets of Baltimore without a chaperone? Alice bit her lip. I suppose it is dangerous for the other residents. I'm sure my mother will use the opportunity to meet both eligible and ineligible men. And Aunt Thora and Helena will shop. A win for everyone. Alice drifted over to the window and gazed toward the second floor of the main house. Something is amiss with that cousin of yours. Helena? Something's always amiss with her. Alice played idly with the ruffles on her sleeves. She's acting strangely. She's a temporal demon, Alice. She's as strange as demons come. She seems distracted, and she talks to herself. I laughed and rose to my feet. If you think that qualifies as strange, then you're living with the wrong family. I returned the scissors to the drawer just as the doorbell rang. Princess Buttercup jumped up from her sleeping position to bark. I wiped my hands on the kitchen towel and headed for the door. "It's Raphael," Alice said. "I know it's Raphael. I invited him." I slid aside the door. "Welcome to my humble abode." The warlock crossed the threshold and set down a plain black case before hurrying to his favorite space, the kitchen. I didn't even bother to offer a tour of the rest of the house. I knew he had no interest. "How are Julie and Meg?" His werewolf wife and daughter were probably the only universally adored members of our family. "They're well, thank you. Meg is practicing her driving today, so Julie is in the back seat biting her tongue." "Wow, I'm amazed she's willing to sit in the back. How can she grab the wheel from there?" Julie's mothering techniques bordered on smothering. Raphael smirked. "I'll be impressed if they both come home without claw marks." His critical gaze swept across the kitchen. "So this is your workspace, eh?" "You don't like it?" "It's form over function, my dear Eden." He sighed. "I suppose it will have to do. You really should consider cleaning it more often." "I haven't even used it yet." His brow creased. "I see." He walked over to the sink and washed his hands like he was about to perform brain surgery on an onion. "Where are your knives?" I pointed to the wooden block on the counter next to the oven. "Those are the good ones." He regarded the options with trepidation. "Yes, I'm glad I thought to bring my own." The warlock walked to the entryway to retrieve his black case and carried it to the island. He unlocked it to reveal a gleaming set of kitchen tools, including an array of knives. Each one looked sharper than the last. "I could have used a set like this last night," I said, thinking of the Puritan Club demon. "You were cooking?" "De-demoning." "Ah." He located the chopping board and placed it beside the knives. "Just out of curiosity, what's wrong with my knives?" "Nothing. They're fine for an amateur like yourself." "Are we making something that requires master chef utensils? Because that already sounds too hard." Raphael gave me a hard look. "You can do this, Eden. My blood is in your veins. If you wish to rise to the challenge, I believe you are more than capable of creating the perfect Indian-style lamb and eggplant pizza." He paused. "Who is this for again?" "No one," I said quickly, unwilling to reveal that lunch was intended for the chief. "I just want to learn how to use my new kitchen. Now that I'm out of the attic, I'd like to entertain more often." He nodded. "An excellent idea. Your new home is a wonderful space for entertaining. Did you buy the ingredients I gave you?" "Yes, they're in the fridge. I was relieved to see no Eye of Newt on the list." I opened the door and collected the requested ingredients, placing them on the island. He shot me a withering look. "I do not actually cook with ingredients for a witch's brew." I held up my hands. "Hey, I don't know what you're serving over at those coven luncheons." Raphael returned his gaze to the chopping board. "I do not cater to random coven meetings. I am far too busy with my own establishment for such banal work." I leaned my elbows on the island. "Do you practice magic regularly?" He placed a yellow onion on the board. "I wouldn't say regularly. What prompted that question?" "I don't know. There was an incident last night with some humans trying to harness forces they don't understand." "You realize that I'm a warlock, therefore I actually do understand." He held up the knife. "This is the weapon of choice for defeating an onion." "I'll still cry, even if I win." I didn't so much as cry as endure burning eyes to the point of blindness, which isn't the ideal result when you're wielding a sharp blade. I suspect you haven't learned how to use the knife properly. The cooks in your house are more interested in stabbing each other than slicing. No argument here. I watched as Raphael demonstrated the right way to chop an onion. Speaking of stabbing each other, did you hear Helena's in town? Anton told me. Has she caused any trouble yet? Oh, come on, she's not a kid anymore. Raphael gave me the death stare that was so well practiced in my family. Helena doesn't know how to breathe without blowing her demonic powers on anyone in the fallout zone. Come on, we were all young and stupid once upon a time. Some of us more so than others. Except Helena's a grown woman, even older than you. Has she told you why she's here? Not specifically. Does it matter? He shrugged. Keep her away from my restaurant. I have no interest in saging the doorways. I laughed. You can't be serious. What do you think will happen? He looked at me. Have you forgotten the time she made me believe I was jumping forward and back in time in a span of 10 minutes? I vomited for the rest of the night. It was an accident. Her powers were tricky for her back then. She's a pro now. She helped me dispatch a demon just last night, in fact. The cousins that slay together stay together. He grinned at his own joke. We need to chop 2 garlic cloves. Would you like to do the honors? I gave the cloves my full attention and started to chop. No, Raphael said, tugging the ends of his hair in exasperation. Chop them as though you've accidentally slaughtered someone and need to dismember the body beyond recognition. Right, not Master Chef. Dexter Chef. I chopped the garlic and awaited the next set of instructions. We need to approach the eggplant similarly. Small slices, no greater than 1 centimeter. I blinked at the eggplant. How big is a centimeter? He groaned. What do they teach in school these days? To be fair, Raphael, I've been out of school for many years. My brain only holds the information it needs. He clucked his tongue. And yet you are all that stands between this town and the portal to Otherworld. Dormant portal, I reminded him. The portal had been dormant for centuries, but there was always a chance the door could blow open, allowing demons to swarm the idyllic town of Chipping Cheddar. It was my job to keep a close eye on it. I expect I will see Chief Fox at Chop House soon. What? Why would you say that? I silently chastised myself for my overreaction. Because he'll be attending the next Supernatural Council meeting. I think it's an excellent idea to include him. Even though he's human? I was curious to test the waters with Raphael. The chief is an asset. Besides, anyone with such a strong affinity for dogs has to have a little bit of supernatural in him. That's what Julie and Meg think. I smiled at the thought. He is like a canine Pied Piper. But I've spent enough time with him to say with certainty that he's all human. Raphael motioned to the chopping board. Enough chit-chat. Focus on each swipe of the knife. Feel the movement of the blade. I think you might have operated a guillotine in a former life. Raphael tapped the island. Focus. Pretend that your life depends on getting this right. He snapped his fingers. Pretend the eggplant is a demon. I'd rather pretend the eggplant is my mother. He bit back a smile. Your imagination is your own, Eden. The kitchen is a no-judgment zone. I've seen the way you work in a kitchen, Raphael. It's pretty much a judgment-only zone. He shoved me aside with his hip and chopped the eggplant with rapid movements. There. Well done. My hands moved back to my hips. Look at that. 1 lesson, and I'm practically a pro. He shook his head ruefully. Turn on the oven, or do I need to do that for you as well? I hit the start button and bowed with a flourish. Achievement unlocked. Chapter 6. I was relieved that I managed to get rid of Raphael and enough time to freshen up before the chief's arrival. I'd warned Alice to keep out today. I hadn't been concerned with her pop-ins before, but now I had the chief to consider. Neither one of us wanted an audience for our blossoming relationship. "Something smells good," he said upon arrival. He looked exceptionally handsome in a pastel blue shirt and tight jeans that accentuated the whole package. "You can let me know if it tastes as good as it smells when we eat." I clapped my hands excitedly. "Which do you want to do first, lunch or the grand tour?" He gave me a long look that made my insides quiver. "How grand are we talking?" "We can do the abbreviated tour, depending on how hungry you are." Desire flickered in his eyes. "I'm always hungry. Why don't we eat first? That way we don't need to rush." "Sounds good to me." I walked to the kitchen. "I know this end of the house isn't as exciting for you as it was for Raphael." "I like a good kitchen. Where do you think I make puppy chow?" I laughed. "Go ahead and sit. Lunch is ready." The table was already set. All I needed to do was serve the pizza. "You decided not to bring Achilles?" The pug was the chief's constant companion. "I thought I'd wait." He searched the barn for the hellhound. "I wasn't sure whether Princess Buttercup had settled into her new digs." "Oh, yeah, she loves it here." "Where's she now?" "With my dad and Sally. He lured her over with the promise of brisket." I set the pizza on the table. I had to admit I was pretty impressed with the outcome. The chief whistled. "Wow, Eden. I thought we'd be having hamburger helper. This looks amazing." "Thanks. Would you like a beer?" "I think I have to. It seems like the perfect accompaniment." I went to grab 2 beers from the fridge. "You can help yourself. I'm not fancy." By the time I returned to the table with the beer, he was halfway through his first piece. "This is delicious. Did you use magic?" "The only magic I used was the help of Raphael." "The chop house chef, right?" "And the proud owner. He's been obsessed with all things culinary since I was born. Legend has it that he requested a paring knife for his 10th birthday." He chuckled. "I like it when someone's passionate about their work. It always shows." I cocked an eyebrow. "You can taste my passion?" "To be fair, it's probably his, but thinking about yours is better." That's how I feel about my new artwork. You can sense Nari's energy when you look at it. It's like I can feel all the emotions she experienced while painting it. That gave me an idea. I should invite Clara over to see if the sensation is even stronger for her. "Because she's an empath?" "That's right. Clara's abilities kick in when she touches something or someone. The feelings can be overwhelming, and she shied away from intimate relationships as a result. The closest she came to a boyfriend was Quinn Redmond, an FBM agent who came to Chipping Cheddar as part of my training. Unfortunately, his job required him to leave town, and broke Clara's fragile heart in the process." "How's Clara doing? She was the one with the emergency last night, wasn't she?" I swallowed a mouthful of pizza and took a second to enjoy the burst of flavors. "I was going to get to that. I thought I'd let you enjoy your food before I tell you what happened." He cut a quick glance at me. "That sounds ominous." He ate another section of the pizza and swigged his beer. "Lay it on me, Agent Fury." I relayed everything that happened in the bookstore basement. "Clara's fine, though, just shaken up." He set down his beer with a heavy hand. "Why on earth would they mess with forces they don't understand?" "Greed, mostly." "They're supposed to be pillars of the community. What were they thinking?" "Probably that they were in danger of losing something that they desperately wanted to cling to. The prestige of a family, a youthful face. They were willing to go the extra mile." "Going the extra mile makes it sound like a good thing." He bit off another piece. "Summoning demons isn't like driving to 5 stores until you find the exact toy on your kid's birthday list. That's going the extra mile." I sucked down a mouthful of beer. "That's so sweet. Would you really do that?" "Well, I wouldn't want to spoil them, but as long as it was within reason, sure." I felt my cheeks grow warm from the beer, as well as the mention of the chief's imaginary children, especially in light of the whole pregnancy conversation with my family. We'd only recently started dating, and our relationship was still a secret from most of the town. I couldn't even contemplate children, real or imagined. I'll need to deal with the Puritan Club, I said, switching back to the original topic before my embarrassment became evident. They're obviously aware of the supernatural world to some degree, but I doubt they know more than the bare minimum. It all started with an old book they found. Sounds like the start of a good book. He wiped a crumb from his dimpled chin. Are you going to have their memories wiped? I don't think so, although it would stop them from trying to summon a different demon. And they'd forget what they saw you do. Honestly, they didn't see me do anything too crazy. I didn't bust out my wings or my Medusa hair or anything. And they wouldn't understand what Helena did to the demon just from observing it. His brow furrowed. It sounds like they tried to sacrifice Clara. According to Patrick Smallwood, they only intended to cut her and use her blood for the summoning. No death or dismemberment. And you believe him? I do. He swilled his beer. Well, you don't strike me as naive, so if you're willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, then so am I. Still, it's not like they should get away with what they did to Clara. If you want to have a private chat with them, I won't stop you. I fiddled with the edge of my plate. I've also been wondering whether we should talk to the mayor. You mean get her on the same page as me? That might be the smart play. He leaned back against the chair with a contemplative expression. I trust her, but how far do we go? The council? What about when a new mayor is elected? Those are good questions, and I'm not sure I have answers right now. It occurred to me after last night that she might be an ally. Well, yeah. The Puritan Club might take a cue from the mayor, whereas they won't be very interested in what you have to say. Except Mayor Whitehead isn't from a Puritan family. I think they'd fall in line if they heard from one of their own. Not that I think that's okay. I understand. Is there anybody like that? A supernatural from a founding family or someone they respect enough to heed? I'll have to think about it. Maybe have Clara do some digging once she was over her initial shock from the incident. The chief leaned back against his chair. No, you know what? That's a load of crap. They're human. They fall under my domain. I'll handle them. I smiled. Has anyone ever told you how sexy you are when you talk tough? Just my babysitter when I was 7, and thinking about it now, it seems inappropriate. I laughed. I shall leave the Puritan Club in your capable hands. We polished off the pizza, and I was pleased with the satisfied expression on the chief's face. That was seriously amazing. Thank you. You're welcome. My head was slightly buzzing from the beer. He pushed back his chair. I'm ready for that tour now. It's not the largest home in the world, but it works for me. I guided him into the main living area. Now don't do that, he chastised me. This place is great. Don't minimize it. He pressed me against the wall. And I'd like to taste your passion now, if that's okay. I suppose I can tolerate it for a minute. His lips met mine, and I felt the spark between us ignite. The kiss intensified as our bodies melded together. You were going to show me upstairs, weren't you? He rasped. I took his hand and led him up the steps to the next level. I bypassed the bathroom and the guest bedroom to show him the master bedroom. So this is where I'll stay for sleepovers? He teased. The thought of the chief staying overnight where we could be caught by my family sent tendrils of fear curling throughout my body. I don't think so. He seemed to sense the change in energy because he squeezed my hand. There's no rush, Eden. I was only joking. I know, it's just... I couldn't tell him how bad my family really was. Not yet. The relationship was so new, and I didn't want to give him a reason to bolt. My family has a habit of interfering in my relationships. If they see you here... I know the drill. He tugged me closer and snaked his arms around my waist. Thank you for taking the risk and inviting me over today. I kissed him lightly on the lips. I was excited for you to see the finished product. I disentangled myself and pulled him further into the master bedroom. And here's where I talk to you at night before I fall asleep. I like picturing you in here when we talk. He grinned. What are you wearing during our conversations? Usually shorts and a t-shirt. I'm too lazy for pajamas. He arched an eyebrow. Why not be too lazy for clothes in general? I smiled and slid my arms around him. I'll take it under advisement. Maybe you could practice now. He lowered his lips to mine. Ahem. I pulled back to see Alice hovering in the doorway. I glared at the ghost over his shoulder. I don't think we need the extra set of eyes, thank you very much. Chief Fox craned his neck. I assume you're talking to the ghost. The ghost has a name, Alice said. Alice, I reminded him. He dipped his head slightly. Nice to meet you, Alice. Don't mind me, Alice said. Carry on with your date. I only wanted you to know I was here. I released my hold on the chief's firm body. Now that I know you're here, I don't think there'll be any more carrying on today. That's disappointing, he said. For you and me both, I sighed. Would you mind helping me hang the painting I bought while you're here? Straight to chores after lunch. You run a tight ship, Captain, he said. And he's got tight. I silenced Alice with a penetrating look. If I don't hang it now, it'll probably end up propped against the wall for months. Do you have a ladder and a toolbox? I'll get them. As we headed downstairs, my heart rate returned to normal. Well, almost normal. I seemed to have an elevated heart rate whenever the chief was within range. I retrieved the ladder and the toolbox and set them up in front of the target wall. Couldn't you just fly up here with the painting? He asked from the top of the ladder. I like to limit use of my powers, I said. Household chores don't tend to qualify. He hammered hooks into the wall. Because you don't like the reminders that you're a fury? That, and because I don't want more powers. The more often I use my abilities, the more traits the gods will give me. Huh. He climbed down to get the painting. You'll need to tell me if it's lined up. I took a few steps backward for a broader view. The view of his backside wasn't so bad either. A little to the left, Alice said. Alice says a little to the left. You're a Wentworth, right? The chief turned as though he might be able to see her. Can you peer into the ether when you're not on a ladder? I asked. He chuckled. Fair enough. He turned back to the wall and focused on the painting. Why isn't this place riddled with Wentworth ghosts? This was your family's old farm, right? That's right, and I don't know. Alice isn't sure why she's still here either. Tell him I don't mind, Alice said. I putter around town and have my routine. It's a perfectly pleasant way to spend the afterlife. She likes it here. She also doesn't have the same sense of time that we do. Neither does your cousin from the sound of it, the chief said. Yeah, Helena's skills are pretty interesting. No drugs required and the trip is free. Still crooked, Alice said. She's not, I insisted, feeling flustered. Why does everyone keep saying that? The painting, Alice said. An idea occurred to me. Come down, Sawyer. What's wrong? He asked. Nothing, you'll see. I should have thought of this sooner. He climbed down the ladder. Have you decided to use your ability to fly after all? No. I've decided to use hers. I motioned to Alice. Go ahead and fix it, Alice. You know you want to. The ghost drifted over and adjusted the painting so the top line was even. She hovered in the air for a moment, admiring her contribution. Chief Fox gaped at the wall. How? She has a smidgen of poltergeist abilities. I held my thumb and index finger a few millimeters apart. It's how I watch TV, Alice added. Not that he could hear her. She returned her attention to the painting and gave it a final nudge before floating back to ground level. "It's perfect, Alice. Thanks." Chief Fox snaked an arm around my waist. "I can see why you wanted it. Looks tailor-made for this space, doesn't it?" I sighed contentedly and enjoyed the moment. My new house was starting to feel like home. I imagined Princess Buttercup curled up on her dog bed in the corner, as curled up as a hellhound her size could be, and the man I adored by my side. Cozy evenings in front of the fireplace, Sunday breakfast in bed, and to think I'd believed my life was over when I was forced back to chipping cheddar. Although it wasn't entirely rainbows and unicorns thanks to my family, overall the transition was better than I'd feared. I'd reconnected with family members I liked, and of course, with Clara. I'd made new friends and embarked on a whole new career path that gave me focus and direction. I'd never admit it to my family, but part of me was glad that I'd bitten Fergus. Well, sort of. "I probably shouldn't stay much longer," the chief said, breaking me out of my reverie. "I can't hide like Alice if any of your family drops by unannounced." "True. We don't want to push our luck. I just really wanted you to see everything finished." He pulled me close and placed a lingering kiss on my willing lips. "Thank you for inviting me. It means a lot that you'd share your safe space with me." I looped my arms around his neck and kissed him again, not quite ready to stop. "I'd like to share all my safe spaces with you." "Incoming!" Alice's panicked voice rang out, and I jumped backward. To his credit, the chief didn't bat an eye, despite not hearing Alice's freak-out voice. He smoothed the front of his shirt and put on his authoritative face as an impatient knock permeated the silence. "Eden, open up," Helena called. I pushed aside the door and greeted my cousin with a cheerful smile. "Hey, you're back earlier than I expected." "Your grandmother got into an argument during a little critters raid, and we thought it best to hightail it out of Baltimore before the police were called in." Grandma caused trouble in the city. What a shock. Perfect timing. Chief Fox and I were just finishing a meeting. Elena frowned. "You hold meetings at home?" "We needed to go over last night's incident," I explained. "Don't you have an FBM office that everyone thinks is an FBI outpost?" she asked. "Yes, but it's best to meet off the record. People see me go in, and all of a sudden they think there's a child pornographer in town." The chief laughed ruefully. "You know how people can be." Her brow lifted. "Oh yeah, got it." "We can't meet at the station either because we might be overheard. Sean Guthrie is his deputy and—" Elena grimaced. "Ugh, that soulless ginger is on the police force? When did that colossal mistake happen?" Now, he's not that bad," Chief Fox said good-naturedly. "Only because he's never cornered you at a party in the woods and offered you $5 to cop a feel," Elena said. "To be fair, he was about 16 at the time," I added. "I bet he'd offer you $10 now." Elena laughed. "That wouldn't even account for inflation." "Of the economy or your boobs?" I queried. Elena offered the chief an engaging smile. "You look a little red in the cheeks, Chief. Not used to girl talk, I take it?" "He's a professional," I said. "He doesn't want to listen to us rag on his deputy." "I appreciate the update, Agent Fury. We'll talk later, okay?" He clapped me on the shoulder and exited the barn, sliding the door closed behind him. Elena whistled. "Merciful Hecate, that dimple! He can butter my biscuit any day. Chipping Cheddar sure lucked out when the old chief died." "He's really good at his job." She snorted. "Yeah, that's what I meant. I bet your mother leaves a trail of saliva whenever he walks past." I didn't want to think about my mom objectifying the chief. There were certain thoughts that needed to be banned permanently. "How much does he know about the supernatural world?" she asked. "The whole thing is new to him, so he's still learning." She eyed me closely. I guess he doesn't know the particulars about your family. Can't imagine he'd voluntarily traipse through the yard of a vengeance demon and a coven of evil witches. To be honest, they've been on their best behavior since I've been home. Kind of. Elena's hands drew to her hips. How many times have your mom and Aunt Esther killed each other since you've been back? That's irrelevant. It's not like they're out murdering other people. Elena snickered. Remember that time Aunt Esther killed my gran right before your sleepover party and buried her in the backyard? She slapped her thigh. Holy hellhound, that was the most amazing night. I cringed at the memory. You do realize that I try to suppress a lot of that, right? The timing had been unfortunate. The fight broke out between the two older witches before the party started, and Aunt Thora ended up buried in the back garden. I'd been so focused on the impending party that I'd been unaware of the disagreement, or the fact that my great-aunt had gone missing. Elena hadn't noticed either. After we'd finished watching Pet Sematary, one of the girls suggested that we raise the dead outside under the full moon. Of course, we had no idea there was an actual dead witch about to rise. When Aunt Thora clawed her way out of the earth, I thought 5 girls were about to die of cardiac arrest right in front of me. Elena, on the other hand, laughed until she was blue in the face. General pandemonium followed, and it took a full hour to get the others to stop screaming. It was like playing whack-a-mole with girls' mouths. Once they were sufficiently calm, my mother and Grandma did a spell that wiped their memory of the event. These were human girls, so we couldn't risk letting the incident imprint on their memories. The last thing they remembered was watching the movie and falling asleep. After that night, I shied away from having friends at my house, just because I never knew what might happen. Clara became the one constant in my life, and eventually Tanner, although that relationship had its own unfortunate conclusion, thanks to the machinations of my family. Chief Fox is better off not knowing anything about my family, I said firmly. I have to be careful, too. The Federal Bureau of Magic wouldn't take kindly to their illicit activities. Even Anton. I trailed off. I didn't feel like rehashing the situation. It was too disheartening. I thought he worked for an ad agency or something. He's still doing vengeance work as a side hustle to pay for the remodeling on his house. Elena nodded approvingly. I have the utmost respect for a good side hustle. You should consider one. No need to let your talents go to waste. I thought about the events of last night and released a deep sigh. They definitely don't go to waste, but I sure wish they would. Chapter 7. I hurried to the main house with Helena to distract my family from the sight of Chief Fox walking back to his car. At least he'd been smart enough to park on a street outside the cul-de-sac. Still, if one of the neighbors caught sight of him, they'd be wondering what kind of trouble we were in. The witches were gathered in the kitchen with cups of tea when we entered the house. "Hello, Eden. Would you like a cup?" Aunt Thora asked. "Only if there's tea left in the pot. I need to run an errand shortly." Aunt Thora paused at the island on her way to the counter. "Why are these lemons green?" she asked, aghast.
"Because they're limes,"
Grandma said from her place at the table. My great-aunt stared at the offending fruit. "Why do we have limes?" "For margaritas, of course," my mother said, sashaying to the pantry. "That reminds me I need to check for the rest of the ingredients. We have a special guest, and that means special drinks." "All this for Helena?" I asked. "What? I'm worth it," Helena said. "And Jacques," my mother added, her response slightly muffled from the pantry. I froze. "Who's Jacques?" Grandma glanced up from her phone.
"Your mother has a date coming."
I balked. "You invited a date to a family dinner?" "He's one of us," my mother said, as though that excused it. "And we were originally supposed to go out tonight, but I would have had to cancel, and he's traveling the rest of the week. You know what that means? I asked. Everyone needs to be on their best behavior.
Except your mother, Grandma said. It's a date, remember? If she's on her best behavior, there won't be a second one.
Aunt Thora handed me a cup of tea on a saucer. Would you like a slice of lemon with it, dear? I knew better than to say no thank you. Yes, please. She smiled and used a tiny skewer to place the lemon on my saucer. Baltimore was an adventure. You should have come. Unfortunately, I had work to do. Yeah, she was in a meeting when I got there, Helena said, biting into a slice of lemon loaf. A meeting? My mother emerged from the pantry. What kind of meeting? No big deal, I said. I couldn't silence Helena with a swift kick without raising questions. That chief of police is something else, Helena continued. I tried to maintain a neutral expression, knowing perfectly well I was about to be placed under the microscope. My mother eyed me closely. Why was Chief Fox at your place for a meeting? It's official business, Mom. I can't disclose it.
Since when is the FBM in cahoots with the human police force? Grandma asked.
I drew a calming breath. First, we're not in cahoots. We had to discuss an incident. Second, it's not the police force. It's just Chief Fox. You should know that the Supernatural Council agreed to allow him to attend our meetings. We're thinking about involving the mayor as well. Silence followed my announcement.
I don't think that's such a hot idea, Grandma said.
I sipped my tea. Well, it isn't really up to you. The older witch regarded me coolly.
Everything in this town is up to me. I don't need a title for that.
Oh, believe me, you have a title. I knew I was risking a retaliatory hex with this attitude, but I was feeling feisty. Grandma observed me quietly for a moment before looking back at her phone. It didn't necessarily mean I'd escaped her wrath. Sometimes she bided her time. Little did she know that the bone I had to pick with her was far bigger than this petty squabble. I'm heading into town in a minute, I said. Does anybody need anything? I planned to drop by the gallery and see whether Nari's credit card machine was up and running. I hated owing anyone money. That painting would haunt me until I'd settled up with the artist. Yes, as a matter of fact, my mother said. You can pick up a few odds and ends for the dinner menu tonight. I'll give you a list. Terrific. I didn't mind running errands for anyone else, but my mother would undoubtedly find fault with some of my purchases. I'd buy the wrong brand of mustard or pick up sour cream and onion rather than the onion and chive. If the possibility for complaint existed, Beatrice Fury would be sure to make it a reality. I held out my hand for the paper that was sure to ruin my afternoon. I guess you need all this by a certain time. Naturally. Make sure you're back by 4:30. We have everything we need to start the main meal, but I'll need a little time for the rest, so no dilly-dallying. I saluted her before fleeing the house. My stomach only unclenched once I was safely behind the wheel of my car. Everyone seemed to buy my story about Chief Fox, which meant that lunch had been a complete success. I drove out of the cul-de-sac to downtown and parked right outside the art gallery. If I could run in and out in 5 minutes, I'd still have time to complete my mother's task list without the risk of missing her 4:30 deadline. Otherwise, I'd pay for my infraction throughout dinner and into dessert. I hated when that happened, particularly in front of company. Suddenly, I was 9 years old again, withering beneath my mother's glare, and wondering what form of retribution awaited me. I opened the door to the gallery, my thoughts on the chief. More specifically, thoughts of what might have happened had Alice not interrupted. Although I didn't want to ban the ghost from the barn, I also didn't want her to interfere with my romantic life. It was limited enough already. There was no sign of Nari or anyone else in the gallery. there was a half-filled cup of coffee on the counter and a partially opened package. The canvas was still on the easel near the far wall, just as it had been this morning. As I moved closer, I noticed a trail of red paint across the floor. Uh-oh, that was going to stain. Nari? The gallery was eerily silent. The artist had probably run off in search of paint cleaner. The hardwood floor was in pristine condition, and a stain like that would ruin the entire look. Hello? I continued to the back office to find the door ajar, so I poked my head inside. Nari? There was no one in the room. A jacket hung over the back of the chair, and I tried to recall whether she'd been wearing the jacket this morning. No jacket. I lingered in the gallery for a few more minutes to see whether Nari returned from a quick errand. Clearly, it wasn't a coffee run. Something about the spilled paint beckoned me back to the spot. The tray appeared to have fallen on the floor, but only the red had splashed out. She'd made a bit more progress on the picture. There were more streaks of color, mostly dark hues of blue and gray, like a brewing storm. Standing here, I suddenly began to feel uneasy. I pulled out my phone and called the number to the art gallery to see if it forwarded to Nari's phone. Voicemail. I hung up and examined the area around the canvas. A sense of dread washed over me. I had no idea whether there was actually an issue, but I'd learned to trust my gut. I decided to err on the side of caution and called Chief Fox. If I was mistaken, then there'd be an embarrassing laugh and all would be well. I could live with embarrassment. I was a fury after all. I had a lifetime of practice. He arrived 5 minutes later, still looking as appealing as he had during lunch. You miss me that much, Agent Fury? I came by to pay Nari, but she isn't here. I motioned to the gallery. There's spilled paint and... You know how I had a strong feeling about the rescue? Well, I have a strong feeling now, except this one isn't good. The chief observed me in silence for a moment. Nari knew you were coming in? Yes, although we left the time open. She didn't know when the system would be working again. She was here somewhat recently. The cup is half full and it wasn't there this morning. The chief walked over to the counter and placed both hands around the mug. Still a little warm. His gaze landed on something else. Her phone is here. Okay, now it seemed even less plausible that she'd left of her own accord. It must be on mute because I called but didn't hear it ring. She probably keeps it silenced when she paints. That was likely. Nari seemed the type who liked to be in the zone. I find it impossible to believe she'd spill paint and then walk away without cleaning it up. That deep red will stain the hardwood, and these are original to the building. Chipping Cheddar residents are obsessive about historic details. If you have original wood flooring, you take good care of it. The chief frowned. Are we sure it's paint? It looks thick. I sucked in a breath. Some agent I was. It hadn't even occurred to me that the substance was anything other than paint. He strode over and kneeled next to the red liquid. It's paint. My shoulders relaxed. It didn't mean Nari was safe, but at least we knew her blood hadn't been spilled. After seeing Clara in jeopardy last night, my mind was jumping to all sorts of horrific possibilities. The chief contemplated the scene. Let me have a look around. I'll look with you. We don't know if this is human or supernatural. It might fall under my jurisdiction. Don't get ahead of yourself. We don't know yet if there's a case at all. Maybe she ran to the store for a cleaning agent. That was my first thought, but my gut is screaming at me. There was different energy in the gallery from the night before. An uncomfortable vibe. The chief nodded. Okay, I trust your gut too. We'll look around and then scroll through her phone to see if there's anything helpful. I shadowed him around the gallery, but there was nothing to indicate what might have happened to Nari. Do you want me to find out her address? I asked.
No need.
He pointed to the ceiling. How do you know she lives upstairs?
There's a second door in her office that I bet leads to her private apartment on the second floor. Either way, we should check it out.
It made sense. Cops first. I made a sweeping gesture toward the office. The adjoining door was unlocked and we crept up the staircase, where we reached another door at the top. He twisted the knob, and the door gave way.
This is Chief Fox. Is anybody here?
I hope she's okay, I whispered. She's so nice. Worry gnawed at the pit of my stomach as we entered the apartment. There was no sign of Nari or a struggle. Just all the usual evidence of an artist more concerned with her muse than her mess. A sink filled with dirty dishes. An empty pot on the stovetop. Clothes strewn across the bedroom floor. She's a kitsune, I said, standing helplessly in the doorway of the bedroom. It's possible she shifted for a run through the woods. Chief Fox joined me.
But you don't think so?
I shook my head. No, I don't.
I'll put out an alert and have Deputy Guthrie hang around here in case she comes back. In the meantime, let's divide and conquer.
I'll talk to Colin Andrew, I said. I met him last night. He owns Majestic Cheese. They went to art school together.
Good thinking. He might know something. Anyone else at the exhibit last night that might be helpful? I met a nice lady named Kaylee Hannigan.
Not a lady. A vampire. He squinted at me in a way that made his green eyes even sexier. If that was possible.
Seriously?
Yep. She's friends with my stepmom. They're in the same bridge club. He exhaled.
I guess she's yours then.
If we're dividing and conquering, then that's probably for the best.
Jason Swift,
he said. Are you sure you want to speak to him? He might sue you for wrongful conversation. The chief chuckled.
With his forked tongue, I'm sure he could convince a judge that was a real crime.
On second thought, I don't think we need to speak to everyone who is here. Not until it's necessary.
I'm happy to skip Swift for now.
I don't think we need Kaylee either, unless she has a solid connection to Nari. A name flashed in my mind. Nari mentioned the mage that provides her paint. Kirby Russian. No, Kirby Germain. He might know something.
I'll check to see if she has any family in the area, he said.
Good idea. I'll head over to Majestic Cheese now, but I need to get home with all the items on the shopping list for a family dinner, or my mother will have my head.
With anyone else, I'd think that was a euphemism,
he teased. I bit my tongue. He had no idea how close he was to the truth, and I wasn't about to enlighten him.
I'll let you know what I find out.
He leaned over and kissed my cheek.
Be careful. If someone is walking off with pretty women, you're a prime candidate.
That is both sweet and terrifying. He squeezed my side.
You can handle yourself, Agent Fury. Just bust out that snake hair of yours and show them who's boss.
Who's the boss would have been a much better show if Tony Danza had had a head full of snakes. He looked at me with a bemused expression.
I'll take your word for it.
Chapter 8. Despite the ticking clock in my ear, I headed straight to my office with the jacket I'd taken from Nari's office. I figured if Neville and I performed a locator spell, there was every chance I could have this matter wrapped up before dinner. I knew I risked returning to the house later than my mother requested, but sometimes my overachiever tendencies were too strong to ignore, which sometimes resulted in those tendencies backfiring on me. I'd load up my plate with effort and expectations until the weight of it became too much and it all came crashing down. Neville, you beat me here, I said as I entered the small and dimly lit office. I immediately crossed the room and switched on the sad light to counteract the gloomy atmosphere, an early gift from Chief Fox. The wizard stood at the table in the back of the office, sweeping a group of items to the side.
I was already here. Now tell me more about this missing artist.
I reached the table and caught a glimpse of tiny figurines. Neville, were you playing Dungeons & Dragons here by yourself?
No, I was playing online with friends from my wizard chat group.
He motioned to the open laptop at the end of the table.
When we can't meet in person, we play via video.
I can't decide if that's awesome or pathetic. I shook the jacket at him. Here's Nari's personal item. Let's do a quick locator spell and see if we can find her.
There's nothing quick about perfection, Agent Fury.
That's your boss?
A male voice asked.
You didn't say she was hot.
Neville slammed down the lid of the laptop.
You'll have to forgive Off to See the Wizard 128. He has an unfortunate habit of objectifying women.
Does he have a girlfriend? Maybe he can give you a few tips. Neville gestured to the table where the game had been.
What do you think?
I placed the jacket on the table. This belongs to her.
By her, I assume you mean the missing artist?
Yes, Nari. Chop chop. Let's do this because Beatrice Fury will bury me in the back garden with garnish and an apple in my mouth if I'm late. Neville looked at me askance.
She's planning a pig roast?
No.
Then why bury you with accoutrements?
I looked at him in disbelief. Because she's extra. The duh was silent but implied. He retrieved a few candles from the shelf and then disappeared into the closet for other items. He returned to the table and plonked down a few jars of herbs and dried flowers.
If you'd like to do this quickly, you could offer to help.
I would, but I don't want to step on your assistant toes while you're assisting. He tried unsuccessfully to unscrew the lid of the first jar and handed it to me.
Perhaps you could help with the lid removal.
Wow, taking a page out of my mother's book? That's bordering on insubordination. I popped off the lid and a sweet scent filled my nostrils. Nice fragrance. We should leave this stuff lying around the office to mask the damp smell.
Oopsie, I got the wrong jar. I don't think we want melancholy spread around the office. The space is far too small.
I wrinkled my nose. That's the smell of melancholy? But it's so sweet. Neville replaced the lid.
With a hint of death mixed in, no?
He returned the jar to the closet and emerged with a different one.
Here's luck.
We need luck?
A dash of luck is always advisable, he said.
I removed the lid and the scent of roses emanated from the jar. Okay, that's also acceptable.
These are 5-petaled roses found in the wilds of western North America.
I don't need the information from their Wikipedia page. Thanks. I twisted off the next lid. This one smells nutty.
Prunus dulcis, Neville said. You smell almonds.
My stomach rumbled. Don't mention any food right now, okay? I don't have time for a snack. Lunch seemed like hours ago. Neville tapped the side of the jar.
Some believe that carrying these in your pocket will lead you to treasure.
And so you use them in a locator spell. I nodded approvingly. Makes sense. Neville set the candles in an oval shape around the table. We don't need to make a magic circle on the floor?
You requested an expedited version.
He continued setting up and folded the jacket neatly in the center of the oval before sprinkling some of the contents of both jars on top. Do you need to hold my hands or anything? I extended my arms in front of me and wiggled my fingers. I can do that.
Would it help you feel more involved?
I dropped my hands to my sides. You don't have to placate me. The wizard angled his head.
I'd rather not risk you siphoning my magic in the middle of a spell.
My mouth opened. What? I'm not going to steal your wizard magic.
You might. History has shown that you can't always control yourself.
I reached for his hands and he pulled away.
No means no, Agent Fury.
Sweet Nix, you act like I'm Elena. His brow furrowed.
Who's Helena?
Oh, my cousin. Aunt Thora's granddaughter. She's in town for a visit. Temporal demon. He grimaced.
Temporal demon?
Oh my, they can be challenging. Trust me, Elena's challenging days are behind her. She's like me now, a valuable member of society. Neville lit the candles. Ready when you are. I took a step backward and motioned for him to continue. He lowered his head and began to chant. The flames grew stronger and brighter, and his chanting intensified. The air began to move, scattering the dried petals across the table. Neville stared intently at the nearest flame as though waiting for an answer there. Anything? I whispered. He raised his hands and turned the palms downward, causing the flames to extinguish. She isn't here. Well, I know that's silly. The question is, where is she? He frowned. No, I mean, she isn't here. According to the spell, she isn't anywhere. How can she not be here? I can't answer that, Agent Fury. I can only tell you the results of the spell. I swallowed a lump in my throat. Does that mean she might be dead? He rested his hands on the table. I suppose that's one interpretation. I squeezed my eyes closed, unwilling to accept that answer. Are you sure? He hesitated. No, of course not. The spell isn't foolproof. No spell is. You know that. I did know that. It still didn't offer me any insight into Nari's whereabouts, though. Thanks, Neville. I appreciate the help. Would you mind cleaning up? I have a few stops I need to make before dinner. Let me know if there's anything else I can do. I rated your app, by the way. Did you see it? I did, thank you. Your feedback is appreciated. I headed for the door, taking Nari's jacket with me. If you don't hear from me tomorrow, come to my house with a shovel and a can-do attitude. He bowed his head. As you wish. I knew I was pushing limits by going to Majestic Cheese next, but I was sufficiently concerned about Nari to take the risk. Hello again. Colin greeted me as I entered the shop. The heavenly scent of stinky cheeses filled the air, and I took a moment to inhale deeply. This place is amazing. You'd never know these were made of cheese. Except for the smells, of course. There were multi-tiered wedding cakes adorned with flowers and cake toppers, graduation cakes, birthday cakes, and general occasion cakes. Each table was stacked with delicious samples that made my stomach rumble. Thank you, Colin said, pushing back his shoulders. I pride myself on my creations. What's your favorite cheese to work with? Colin sucked in an appalled breath. Bite your tongue, madam. That would be like choosing a favorite child. He released a soft laugh. Although, let's face it, every parent has one. I knew that well because it wasn't me. I tend to incorporate the sweeter cheeses into my creations. A nice Wensleydale, for instance, but triple cream bries work really well, too. You said you went to art school with Nari, right? What made you choose this route as a creative outlet? He stepped out from behind the counter to join me. Well, originally, I thought I'd end up a painter like Nari, but life took me in an unexpected direction. I've been there, my friend. Unexpected directions seem to be the only ones I follow. He chuckled. I didn't have the luxury of enduring the years of a starving artist. I had no safety net. My parents cut me off when I chose art school over an MBA. I don't regret it, though. Majestic Cheese is my labor of love, and I consider each cake a masterpiece. I can see why. What's your most popular request? Weddings are my specialty. I briefly wondered how Chief Fox would feel about a wedding cake made of cheese, but quickly brushed aside the thought. The relationship was new and shiny. It was ridiculous to fantasize about a wedding at this point. I'd never been a girl who dreamed about a white dress and a handsome groom. I grew up with dreams of leaving Chipping Cheddar and taking down criminal elements for a living. Achievement unlocked, and then locked again. Are you interested in a cake for a specific occasion? Colin asked. I am, actually, I said, surprising myself. Something small for a family gathering tonight. Everybody in my family loves cheese. This is Chipping Cheddar. We swear allegiance to cheese the way the English pledge allegiance to the monarch. He maneuvered around the shop to a small table and placed his hands along the rim of a cake base.
This is my impromptu event cake. You slice each wheel and serve on a cheese board. I'd recommend crackers and honey with this one.
Looks perfect. I couldn't let myself get distracted by thoughts of glorious cheese. I had to get back to the real reason for my visit. You supplied the cheese for Nari's event last night, didn't you?
That's right. I always supply the cheese for her exhibits.
What time did you leave last night?
Oh, I think I left around 11. It's always difficult to tear myself away from Nari's gatherings. But the shop must open.
He held up an index finger. Did she seem okay to you last night? Any unusual behavior?
He frowned. Nothing I can think of. Why do you ask?
I ignored his question. Did you speak to her today?
A text this morning to say thank you. I always send one the next day.
Did she reply? He pulled his phone from his pocket.
Now that you mention it, I don't believe she did.
Does she typically respond right away?
Yes.
He scanned his phone.
No reply.
His reaction struck me as genuine, so I decided to come clean and see if that produced any useful information. Nari appears to be missing. He gasped and splayed a hand against his chest.
Missing? What do you mean?
I mean, she's gone. I went by to pay her for the painting I bought last night, but she wasn't there. There was spilled paint and her phone was there. I know she was in the gallery this morning because I'd already seen her when I picked up the painting.
And you're sure she's actually missing?
Not 100%, but Chief Fox is looking into it. Colin visibly swallowed. My poor Nari.
This is most distressing.
Can you think of any reason someone would wish her harm? Colin blinked away tears.
I don't know. Everyone adores Nari. She's so gifted and eminently likable. Well, you met her.
Yes, she has a way about her, doesn't she? Is there anywhere she goes for inspiration, a favorite spot to walk?
He lit up. Yes, as a matter of fact, there is. The waterfall up past Davenport Park. She loves it there.
Would she go without her phone?
Definitely. She unplugs when she's tapping into her muse. No phone, no music. Just Nari and her creative juices.
He tapped the table.
Not me. I like music when I create. Every one of these cakes has its own soundtrack.
My brow lifted. Really? What soundtrack does this one have? I gestured to the impromptu event cake that I'd be bringing to dinner.
A song from Hamilton, The Room Where It Happens.
I broke into a smile.
Excellent choice. Actually, half the cakes in the room were created under the influence of Hamilton.
A founding father is better than drugs.
Colin smirked. Depends on the founding father.
If you happen to hear from Nari, will you call the chief and let him know?
Absolutely.
I paid for the cheesecake and carefully placed the box on the back seat of my car before driving to the waterfall. One quick peek, and then I'd zip through the shop to get my mother's requested items. There was still time. I jogged to the secluded area through the trees to where the waterfall was located. It wasn't the most impressive waterfall in the world. Nobody was going to bypass Hawaii's waterfalls for the one in Cheddar, Maryland, but it was a nice feature for locals. I surveyed the area for any sign of Nari. There were a few people milling around, but no Nari. "Excuse me," I said, approaching a young couple. "Have you seen this woman?" I typed in Nari's name and pulled up a photo of her from a gallery event. I showed the screen to the couple.
"No, sorry,"
the guy said.
"Me neither,"
the girl added. "Thanks." I walked up to a man doing overhead stretches and showed him Nari's photo.
"Haven't seen her, and I've been here for over an hour."
"Okay, thanks." The waterfall appeared to be a dead end. I tucked away the phone and turned back toward my car. The mound loomed in the distance, and I decided to take a look inside, just on the off chance that there'd been supernatural activity. I glanced around to make sure no one was watching and ducked inside. I placed my palms flat against the rough surface of the wall and closed my eyes. Everything felt normal. The dormant portal was still on lockdown, which meant no one had slipped Nari across the border. The thought of Nari being kidnapped and carried off to Otherworld conjured up images of Hades and Persephone. Once someone was carted off to the other dimension against their will, it was very difficult to get them back. The rules of the human world didn't apply there. "You're overreacting, Eden," I told myself. My phone began to screech, and I knew my impatient mother wanted to know my whereabouts. I raced from the mound and rushed to the store, where I may have called upon my supernatural speed to complete the shopping, but only in short bursts so that no one noticed. The psycho screech emanated from the phone as I pulled into the driveway. I balanced the box from Majestic Cheese on top of one of the bags and carried everything into the house, using my hip to open the front door. I felt disappointed that I'd been unable to find Nari, and if this dinner went the way I expected it to, there was every chance I'd end up missing too. Chapter 9. "Eden Joy Fury, where have you been?" my mother demanded. I set the shopping bags on the island. Sorry, there was an urgent matter I needed to attend to. My mother rolled her eyes. "Oh, please. The only urgent supernatural matters in this town involve us, and we're all right here." I gave her a pointed look. "Are you forgetting about all the demons I've dealt with since I've been home? The one that killed Chief O'Neill? Or the one that infected half the town?" At the dining table, Ryan burst into tears and chucked a yogurt-covered spoon onto the floor. "Look what you've done to your poor nephew," my mother said. "Are you happy now?" "It's nothing to do with Eden," Verity said. "He's teething."
"Again? That kid is going to have a driver's license and still be teething," Grandma muttered.
"Hurry up and help me put everything away. Company will be here any second." My mother began pulling items out of the bag as though it may catch fire at any moment. I moved the cake box to the counter for safekeeping. "I smell cheese," Anton said. He hovered behind me. "Back off. It's for dessert," I said. "I already have dessert planned," my mother interjected. "Okay, well, I brought another option." Anton cringed and shook his head at me, pretending to slice across his neck. My mother joined me at the counter and flipped open the box. "What is this?" "It's from Majestic Cheese. He makes cakes out of cheese wedges." "Why on earth would anyone want that when they could have a regular cake?" Olivia skipped over to investigate the alternate dessert option.
"I can't see."
She jumped up and down for a better view. "That's because you can barely see over the countertop." Anton scooped up his daughter and held her by the waist so she could glimpse the cake. Her eyes rounded at the sight.
"Oh, it's so pretty. I want that."
My mother glared at me. "Are you happy now? My perfectly good mousse will go to waste." Because a single child is opting for cheese? I groaned in exasperation. I should have known it would be a wasted effort. "I think it was a great idea," Anton whispered. "Very thoughtful." "What's with the whispering?" my mother asked. "Are the two of you conspiring against me?" Anton turned Olivia on her side and flew her out of the kitchen and out of my mother's warpath. My niece squealed with delight as he carried her to the safety of the family room. The doorbell rang, and Princess Buttercup bounded happily toward the door. "That must be Moyer and Thomas," my mother said, smiling. Helena set down her glass of wine. "Awesome! I haven't seen them in ages." "What time is Jacques coming?" I asked. Grandma inhaled sharply.
Uh-oh, you said the J word.
"What? You said." "I invited him, and he can't make it," my mother said airily. "But I thought you two already had plans." Anton made another slicing motion across his neck. Landmines were everywhere tonight. "He said he needs to pack for his trip," my mother said. "Greetings, family." Moyer waved to everyone before pulling Helena into a tight embrace. Tomas joined from the other side, creating a Helena sandwich.
I have white wine chilling for you, Tomas. Let me get it.
My mother opened the fridge.
What's this?
She pulled a green bowl from the top shelf.
Oh, that's the macaroni salad I brought,
Verity said. My mother stared at the bowl, and I felt the tension building.
I told you that I was making macaroni salad.
Anton swiftly removed the bowl from her hands and set it on the counter.
That's fine, Mom. You can never have too much macaroni salad. Everybody likes it.
Everybody likes my macaroni salad,
my mother said in a clipped tone.
Your wife adds too much onion.
Then you can eat yours, and anyone who likes onion can eat mine, Verity said. My mother huffed and returned her focus to the fridge.
Everyone clear out of the kitchen so I can finish preparing the meal. I don't need an audience.
Then how do you explain the wall of mirrors in your bedroom?
Grandma asked. We shuffled into the family room and made polite conversation until our presence was requested at the table. No one wanted to upset my mother, so we were the perfect dinner guests. For about 5 minutes.
Verity, I want to hear about your most disgusting cases,
Helena said with enthusiasm. Olivia brightened.
Yeah, me too. The grosser, the better.
Anton laughed.
There's no shortage of those stories.
Have you had to recover any items from places they didn't belong?
Helena asked.
I dated an ER surgeon a few months ago, and he had some incredible stories.
She shook her head in amusement.
The imagination knows no bounds.
Tomas leaned forward, intrigued.
Ooh, do tell. I'm not sure this is appropriate dinner conversation,
my mother said stiffly. That was all she needed to say to encourage Verity. My sister-in-law launched into a story about a vampire whose lust for blood took an odd and uncomfortable turn when a blood bag ended up where no blood bag should ever go. Moyer groaned and closed his eyes, as though willing the image from his mind. Olivia and Ryan laughed with delicious glee. They could tell their mother was treading dangerous ground, and they were here for it.
Helena, tell us about some of your adventures,
Anton urged, noticing my mother's tight expression. There was a storm brewing behind her eyes. I felt it in every fiber of my being.
Yes,
Tomas agreed.
We haven't had a good Helena story in ages. That's because I'm trying to keep them to a minimum, she said. I've gotten my life together. I've had a string of bad luck recently, which is why I decided to come back here and recharge.
Any humor in the bad luck?
Anton asked hopefully.
I have a roaring yeast infection,
my mother blurted. Everyone stopped talking and stared at her, prompting an innocent look.
What? Everyone else is sharing inappropriate stories. Am I precluded from joining in?
What's a yeast infection?
Olivia asked.
Is that when your bread won't rise?
No, sweetie, that's another problem entirely,
my mother said, patting her hand.
Only affects men, though.
Olivia frowned in consternation.
But women can be bakers, too.
I'll let your mother explain it to you later.
My mother flashed a sickly sweet smile at Verity. A crashing sound interrupted the conversation, which was both a blessing and a curse. A blessing for obvious reasons, but a curse because what happened next was much worse. Candy bolted through the room to hide behind the sofa, swiftly followed by Charlemagne. Helena leaped from the table, almost knocking her chair backward in the process.
Everybody stand back. I've got this.
The Burmese python slithered his way across the floor, and Olivia rushed from the table to protect the enormous snake.
Don't hurt him. Charlemagne's my friend, but I let him stay here. They like the extra company.
It's for the best, my mother said. Your mother isn't good with animals.
The muscle in Verity's cheek pulsed. It has nothing to do with not being good with animals. Anton and I have demanding schedules.
With 2 young kids, the last thing we need to worry about is a pet. I suppose women can't really have it all, can they? My mother mused. I wish they'd stop peddling that garbage to anyone with a vagina. As the snake slithered past the table, I noticed his skin was coated in a white substance. What on earth? Anton peered down at the python. Charlemagne, why do you have pieces of onion stuck to your skin? He sniffed the snake. How did you get macaroni salad all over you? Verity had already gone to inspect the source of the noise and returned with an empty green bowl. This was apparently in the trash can, which got knocked over by one of the animals you're so good with, Beatrice. Uh-oh. Anton's head swiveled to our mother. You threw away Verity's macaroni salad. My mother shifted uncomfortably. Did I? I hadn't realized. Verity slammed the bowl onto the island, her eyes blazing with silent fury. Beatrice, I work a full-time job and I look after a household that includes your son and your only 2 grandchildren. Do you think I have time to waste on a recipe that you're going to toss in the trash because... She jerked out her arms. Well, I don't know why. Because it bruised your ego somehow? Because you're so starved for love that you think a second macaroni salad is somehow going to rob you of your family's affection? My mother rose slowly and deliberately to her feet, her gaze not wavering from Verity's face. I gripped the edge of my seat. The pressure that had been building throughout dinner was about to combust. Anton, if you don't want to be a widower, I'd suggest getting involved, Grandma said, as the women moved clear of the table and into the family room with measured steps. What's a widower? Olivia asked. Beatrice, Verity. Tomas intervened. It was only a misunderstanding. These things happen. Why don't you both sit down and enjoy the rest of the meal with your family? Everyone seemed to be seated on eggshells, waiting for my mother to decide whether she was in the mood to be vengeful or merciful. Verity was a druid, a healer. She was no match for my mother when it came to power. She did, however, have a backbone made of iron, which was probably one of the reasons Anton had married her. You made that macaroni salad on purpose. My mother seethed. So what if she did? I yelled from the table. She's seriously going to pay the iron price for it? Macaroni, Ryan repeated, grinning from ear to ear. Anton positioned himself between Verity and my mother. You can't kill her, Mom. She's not like you. Well, that much is obvious, my mother said snidely. You know what I mean. Verity can't come back from your lightning strikes. My mother blew on her fingertips. Why don't we test your theory? She smiled at her grandchildren. You enjoy experiments, don't you? Mom, stop, I said. You're blowing this whole thing out of proportion. Yes, trust Eden to tell me when I'm doing something wrong. Are you sure you're not an agent for the Federal Bureau of Criticism? I learned from the best. My mother's focus remained on Verity, and I knew I had to take drastic action. If we're going to be angry, why not be angry about something important? I grasped at the first thought that came to mind. Like the fact that you hexed Tanner before the prom. The room fell silent, and I cursed in my head. Now wasn't the time for more drama. We hadn't served the cheese. My mother lowered her arm and turned her head toward me. I beg your pardon? Verity wisely took the opportunity to flee the room, scooping up Ryan along the way. Well, the vampire was out of the coffin now. You heard me! My chest tightened as I tried to remember the speech that I'd given in my head dozens of times since I'd discovered the awful truth. You didn't like that I was dating a measly human like Tanner, so you made sure that the relationship ended. My mother's gaze flicked to Grandma before returning to rest on me. That boy was weak-willed. He wasn't worthy of you, but you were too blind with puppy love to see it. What did you do?
Olivia asked.
I did your Aunt Eden a favor and showed her that she could do better than a boy like Tanner Hughes.
That wasn't your decision to make, I said through gritted teeth. Anton lifted Olivia into his arms and carried her out of the fallout zone.
It wasn't just me, my mother said. Your grandmother and Aunt Thora helped.
Oh, I know. I also have no doubt that it was your idea.
It was for your own good,
my mother snapped. Do you know what that moment did to me? I thought for years that he cheated because I wasn't good enough, that there was something wrong with me. My eyes throbbed from the pressure of unshed tears. I've been incapable of having a relationship since then, believing they'd treat me the way Tanner did, when the truth is that even Tanner himself wouldn't have treated me the way he did. Tomas whistled.
Beatrice, honey, that's bolder than asking for change from a stripper. Did you really do that?
My mother regarded me warily.
And what is it you want from me now? I was right about him not being good enough for you. Besides, it's all in the past. There's nothing we can do about it now.
An apology would be nice. My mother didn't do apologies, and I knew this would be no exception.
What we did was for your own good, Eden. I'm your mother, and I look out for you. I won't apologize for it.
She lifted her chin haughtily. My nostrils flared. I hadn't intended to raise the topic at a family dinner, but it was too late to turn back now. I had to stand my ground, or she'd know she could get away with it again. I had to lay the groundwork to protect my relationship with the chief. You had no right to interfere in my life, I said, struggling to maintain my composure.
You're overreacting, Eden, my mother said. He was a boy, a human. You had no future with him, so we saved you years of wasted time by cutting the relationship off at the knees.
How about I cut you off at the knees? My mother rubbed her hands together, her eyes glinting dangerously.
I'd like to see you try.
Eden, please don't, Aunt Thora said. She crossed the room to entreat me. If it's any consolation, I'm very sorry for my role in what happened. If I'd known the effect it would have had on you, I never would have agreed to it. Thank you for saying that, I said. I opened my arms to embrace her.
Aunt Thora, no,
my mother yelled. I wrapped my arms around her and triggered my siphoning power. I felt her dark magic penetrate my skin and seep into every fiber of my body. My great-aunt slipped to the floor. Tomas spread his white wings and swooped to catch her. He flew to the sofa and placed her on the cushions. I hurled a lightning bolt at my mother and she ducked in time. The streak of magic hit the grandfather clock, causing the bells to chime.
Somebody move my favorite pineapple lamp,
my mother shrieked. She pushed out a hand as lights sparked around it. Moyer raced to the end table next to me and rescued the lamp as my mother unleashed a bolt of lightning. I swiveled to the side and the bolt hit the drapes, setting them alight. Not the drapes, Aunt Thora moaned. I sewed them myself.
And it showed,
Grandma muttered.
Fire,
Ryan said, transfixed by the flames as they engulfed the heavy floral fabric.
Stop this nonsense before you burn the house down,
my mother said. I glared at her. Worth it. Moyer appeared with the fire extinguisher and set to work diminishing the flames.
How long do you intend to hold this silly grudge?
My mother asked. That depends. How long will you live?
Forgive me, Eden, we can't all have eternal flames in our eyes.
We're not talking about my immortality.
Well, maybe we should be.
My mother fixed a hand on her hip.
What kind of life do you think you would have had with Tanner? He wouldn't understand the supernatural world. The fact that you'd outlive him and look younger than him. Except for those bags under your eyes, of course. A little night cream goes a long way, Eden.
A siren sounded in the distance.
"Hell's bells! You triggered the fire alarm," my mother said. "Are you happy now? The alert goes directly to the station."
Moyer and Tomas exchanged glances. Firemen?
"How do we stop them from coming?"
Anton asked.
"Stop them?" Tomas blurted. "Why would you do that?"
"Oh, it's too late for that," my mother said, not at all unhappy with this outcome.
"They're well on their way."
The angel hybrid fell back against the sofa, relieved.
"What are you so pleased about? It's not like they'll be dressed for one of their calendars,"
Grandma said. "That's called undressed," Tomas said, smiling. Aunt Thora emerged from her stupor.
Is everyone alive?
"Everyone's alive," Tomas confirmed, and gave her thigh a gentle pat.
I feel dehydrated,
she said. "That's from my siphoning magic," I said. "Have a glass of water. It'll pass." The frantic hooting of the horn indicated that the fire truck had arrived. We fled the house and gathered on the front porch to enjoy the show.
"My, such a long hose,"
my mother said, fanning herself.
"This is ridiculous,"
Anton grumbled.
"We can't waste their time like this. The fire is out."
He marched forward to intercept them as they spilled out of the truck in their gear.
"Thank you so much for coming so quickly."
"That's not a sentence you'll ever hear from me," my mother said. Anton held up his hands.
"It's all taken care of, gentlemen. The fire isn't a threat."
One of the firemen stepped forward.
"I'm afraid we still need to go inside and inspect the premises. Standard procedure."
My mother's hand fluttered to her chest.
Oh, they need to inspect my premises.
She held her arms wide.
Go ahead and frisk me, gentlemen. I won't resist.
She batted her eyelashes.
Unless you want me to.
Anton rolled his eyes.
"They mean the house, Mom."
Tomas offered his arm. "Allow me to escort you inside. I can show you the area in question." Olivia and Ryan ran across the lawn for a closer look at the bright red truck. I darted after them, and Helena fell in step beside me.
Just like old times, right?
I shrugged helplessly. If nothing changes, nothing changes. Chapter 10. That night, I dreamed of the chief. He was an old, white-haired man in a wheelchair with an oxygen tank, and I still looked like me. We played cards, and he kept forgetting the rules of the game. Then he referred to me as his granddaughter, and my heart split in two. I awoke the next morning drenched in sweat and trembling. My mother had done it again. She didn't even know about the chief, didn't use her magic to protect me from another human. And yet somehow she'd wormed her way into my thoughts, entangled her fears with my own. Great daughter of Nyx, I muttered, and flipped back the covers. A message popped up on my phone, and I relaxed despite myself. "Good morning, beautiful," it read. Even after a tumultuous night of family drama and bad dreams, the chief had a way of calming me. I smiled as I typed a response. "You have another lady in your life?" He sent the eye roll emoji, which made me laugh. Then the phone rang and his picture lit up my screen.
"Thought it would be easier to update you on the case this way,"
his deep voice said. My spirits lifted. "You found something?"
"Unfortunately not. Deputy Guthrie stood sentry outside the gallery, but she never came back. He managed to find a spare key, so we locked up for her."
That was disappointing news. "I'm going to see Kirby Germain today."
"That's the mage? Want me to come with you?"
"I think I should interview him on my own. He might be more willing to talk without a human present."
"Fair enough. I have other avenues to pursue."
He hesitated.
"So how lazy were you when you went to bed last night?"
My cheeks warmed. Is this the polite Midwestern way of asking me what I'm wearing? He chuckled.
"Guess I need to work on my game."
I glanced down at my FBI t-shirt and drawstring shorts. "There's strategically placed black lace."
"Sounds nice." And heels.
Now I know you're yanking my chain.
That can be arranged. An image from my dream flashed in my mind of an elderly and infirm Chief Fox, and my mood instantly soured.
Will you let me know what Kirby has to say?
I was relieved with the shift in topics. Of course. Want to meet at the coffee shop later?
Is that wise?
No, you're right. How about I swing by the coffee shop for both of us and meet you at my office?
Now that's a plan.
Another pause.
You okay, Eden? You sound a little off.
How could he tell over the phone? There was an incident at dinner last night. An argument. It's nothing.
Doesn't sound like nothing. You know you can always talk to me.
I closed my eyes and sighed. No, not about this. I know, I said. It was no big deal, just my mother wearing her usual drama queen crown.
Maybe you need to relocate that barn.
I'll get right on that and summon a tornado.
Can you really do that?
He asked. I laughed. Not on any grand scale. Unless I siphoned magic from an elemental supernatural, but I decided not to go there. There was probably only so much truth the chief could handle.
Hey, when you get to the office later, maybe you could change into something with strategically placed black lace.
I'd have to buy it first, I said, feeling flushed.
No need to go out of your way. You'd make a paper bag look good.
Well, I could swing by the grocery store, too. He chuckled, and all the tension from my bad dream melted away. Sweet Hecate. A good laugh could cure any ailment. We said our goodbyes, and I set the phone on the bedside table. Alice drifted into the room with her hand clamped over her eyes. Are you decent? I peered at her. Since when has that stopped you? I suppose I meant to inquire whether you're alone. I am. She removed her hand and smiled. I hear dinner was quite the affair last evening. I'm sorry I missed it. Who's talking about it? Everyone in the main house. It was the sole topic over breakfast. Want to know what they said about you? Not particularly. I continued into the bathroom and turned on the shower. Helena defended you. I said I don't want to know. I called over the din of the rushing water. Aunt Thora did as well. Although she went quiet after your grandmother called her a lemon-loving pinko commie. What does that even mean? No idea, but it seemed to have the desired effect. Verity is in the proverbial doghouse, it seems. My mother was being ridiculous. She says Verity provoked her and that you were being unreasonable and childish. I snorted. I was being childish? Okay. Where are you headed? I have to interview a mage about a missing artist, the one who painted my new picture. Oh my, that sounds worrisome. Yeah, the chief and I are dividing and conquering. On that note, I need to hop in the shower so I can get moving. Anything I can do? Alice asked. If you hear anything about a kitsune named Nari during your eavesdropping endeavors, let me know. I shall go forth and listen immediately. The ghost disappeared right through the wall and out of the bathroom. Kirby Germain's house was far nicer than what I expected after seeing Nari's artist's loft above the gallery. It was located on an old stretch of road that, like our house, had once been part of Puritan farmland, except his parcel hadn't been absorbed by a neighborhood. The house itself was a red-bricked colonial with black shutters and a shiny black door. I parked behind a Porsche in the semicircular driveway and walked up to the front door to knock. No one answered, but I heard the faint sound of music. This time I rang the bell. When no one answered, I decided to check out the backyard and see if that was where the music was coming from. The volume of the music increased as I headed toward the back of the house. I rounded the corner and halted in my tracks. The expansive lawn was green and flat and riddled with life-size statues. A man stood in front of one of the statues, applying a coat of translucent white paint and shimmying his hips to the Bee Gees' "You Should Be Dancing."
It was only as I moved closer that I realized his backside was bare. Well, this was going to be interesting. "Excuse me, are you Kirby Germain?" He continued popping and locking his hips, oblivious to my arrival. I cupped my hands around my mouth and yelled, "Hello?" He spun around to face me, and I was relieved to see that he wore a black leather apron that reached his knees. "Hello there." His gaze traveled from my head to my feet. He snapped his fingers twice, and the music quieted. "Are you Kirby Germain?" "That's right. And with whom am I having the pleasure?" He was an attractive man. I'd guess early 30s. With brown hair and eyes and thick lashes that my mother would pay good money for. "Agent Eden Fury." I flashed my badge, the one that appeared to be an FBI badge to human eyes, but supernaturals could see that I worked for the Federal Bureau of Magic. The mage's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. "And how can I be of service, Agent Fury? I promise my taxes are entirely up to date." "I'm not in the tax division. I'd rather gouge my eyes out with celery sticks than work in the tax division of any organization." "Then I suppose we can be friends." His smile was dazzling. "I understand you make your own paint." "I certainly do." He gestured to a small table set up on the other side of the statue. There were rows of colors in different sizes and textures. "Are you in the market? I'd be happy to demonstrate what makes Kirby's Creations the one-stop destination for any artist." "Is that what you're doing out here with these?" I gestured to the statues. "Testing your wares?" "Absolutely. This is a new line that I haven't started selling yet. I'm in the experimental phase." He winked. "Which happens to be my favorite. It's when I really feel that creative flow. You know what I mean?" He closed his eyes and rocked his head from side to side. "What exactly are you testing?" I asked, stepping closer to the table to examine the paints. "As you can see, some of these paint colors are mixed with crushed gems and other stones." "And the gems and stones are enchanted?" He seemed surprised. "That's right. How did you know?" "You're a mage." It seemed like a logical conclusion. Plus, Nari had mentioned it. His expression brightened. "Care to see a demonstration?" "I haven't shown anyone yet, so you can say you were my first." He wiggled his thick eyebrows suggestively. "I'd love to see what you can do." Crap. That came out wrong. I tried again. "I'd like to see what your paints can do." There. That was more appropriate. He twirled his paintbrush in the air. "If you look closely, you'll see that this white paint is mixed in with a few enchanted crystals." I squinted and saw the sparkle of pale pink and blue. Yes, I see the different colors and textures. He raised the paintbrush but then seemed to think better of it. "You might want to stand back for this." I hopped back about 2 feet and watched closely. My curiosity piqued. Kirby spread a layer of paint over one arm of the statue, and then the other. My eyes rounded as the arms sprouted white feathers. He continued painting until the entire statue had morphed into an angel. The wings fanned out and the angel lifted several feet in the air before returning to its place on the lawn. It took me a minute to find words. "Great balls of fury," I breathed. "That's amazing, incredible, inspiring." He flicked the tip of his brush in the air. "Go on, hit me with your favorite adjectives." "I'm impressed. You're like a modern-day Pygmalion." He lit up. "And that, my lovely agent, is what I'm planning to call this line of paints. The Pygmalion Paint Collection." I caught a glance at the angel. "You choose a design to paint, and then the enchantment brings the statue to life?" "Something like that," he said. "I need to work on the longevity. Right now, the dynamic aspect only happens when the paint is still wet. Once it dries, the statue returns to its solid, immobile state." Wow, that is really something. "Thank you kindly. I aspire to greatness." He bowed, and I was happy to be standing in front of him rather than behind. Do you always paint half naked? He gave me a cheeky smile. I wasn't expecting company. He spread his arms wide. As you can see, there's no one around for miles. I do my best work out here under the big blue canopy. He looked skyward. And your mood music, I said. Well, naturally. Music inspires me. Moves me, too. He snapped his fingers twice again, and the volume increased. He bopped his head to Madonna. Disco to Madonna. You have quite an eclectic playlist. He set the brush on the table. Would you like to see another one? Yes, definitely. I pictured something like this in my father's yard and stifled a laugh. It would drive Stanley Fury out of his mind if a statue occasionally sprang to life and then reverted back to its static form again. Father's Day gift, perhaps? Kirby contemplated the options on the table and ultimately chose a brown mixture with flecks of gold. This one will make an excellent security system once it's been refined. He proceeded to paint a second statue, and I watched in awe as the nondescript figure turned into a frightening griffin that roared in protest before reverting to its original state. I was so amazed by his creations that I almost forgot the reason for my visit. I can see why you like this part of the process. It's pretty cool. I wake up every morning and congratulate myself on being such a lucky mage. I own a picture that was created using your paints, but I don't think it'll do anything like this. I gestured to the would-be griffin. He perked up. Oh, is it one of Nari's? Yes, as a matter of fact, it is. She does fabulous work. I happily sell paints to someone of her caliber. You don't sell to everyone? He sucked in his cheeks. Heavens, no. I'm very particular about my clientele. They must be artists capable of doing my paints justice. How long have you been selling to Nari? I'm not sure exactly. She's been a loyal customer for years now. Her work is exquisite. I love perusing her gallery. Do you attend her monthly exhibits? Sometimes. I couldn't go to the last one. I had a hot date. When's the last time you had any contact with her? He stroked his chiseled chin thoughtfully. The day of her most recent exhibit. We discussed an order of new paints for an upcoming project, and she took a sample of one of my new lines. How frequently would you say you communicate with her? He looked at me askance. Is Nari in some kind of trouble? Is she the reason you're here? I adopted a flirtatious tone. Answer the question first, and maybe I'll tell you. We talk once or twice a week. Sometimes she'll come by here to see what I'm working on, or vice versa. She loves the process as much as I do. Are you aware of any issues? Was she having trouble with anyone? An ex-boyfriend or girlfriend, maybe? He set down the paintbrush and folded his arms. Now you're scaring me. What's going on? Nari is missing. That's what's going on. His thick eyebrows drew together. What do you mean by missing? I mean, her gallery and apartment were found empty. There's evidence of a possible struggle, some spilled paint. Kirby frowned. Paint? In the gallery? I laughed. Is that so strange? It's an art gallery. Yes, but not a studio. Why was she working in the gallery? She has a separate studio? I asked. Of course, she doesn't work in a fishbowl. Anybody can walk in off the street and interrupt her in the gallery. That would drive her mad. She was painting in the gallery that morning when I went in. She was starting a new project, in fact. Kirby pulled a face. That's odd. She doesn't normally work there. He reached into the pocket of his apron for his phone. I can give you the address of the studio. It's secluded so that she isn't disturbed. He read the address aloud, and I made a note of it. What about problems? Anything you're aware of? A relationship gone sour? A difficult family member? Kirby shook his head. We didn't tend to talk about personal matters. We mostly discussed our respective crafts. What was the project you discussed the other day? Did she offer any details? Kirby paused thoughtfully. She asked if I had any paints that could evoke the desired mood of the viewer. And do you? That's why I gave her the sample. It was close to her request. Did she say what she was trying to achieve? No, and I didn't ask. My brain was off and running at that point on ways to improve the line. Once inspiration strikes, I have to follow the thread or I risk losing it. If you hear from Nari or think of anything that might help, will you call me? He bumped me with his hip. Might call you anyway if you like. I'm not available. I couldn't actually say I was in a relationship without revealing too much. Oh, lady agent, I didn't mean it that way. I don't swim in your pond. I just meant for fun. You seem like good company. My cheeks burned from embarrassment. Sorry, I shouldn't have assumed. He flicked a dismissive hand. It's the eyelashes, they flirt all by themselves. Thanks for the studio address. As Kirby turned back to his creations, he snapped his fingers twice again. Madonna's Into the Groove kicked in, and I found myself walking back to the driveway, in step with the beat. Chapter 11. I drove back into town, thinking about types of statues I might purchase from Kirby Germain for my father's lawn, once the magic paint was perfected. Of course, most of my ideas were geared toward tormenting my dad, rather than delighting him. A family trait rather than a fury trait. I laughed to myself, picturing a statue that morphed into a male stripper, complete with gyrations and a G-string. My dad would be outraged, especially when my mother started lurking in his yard for the free show. I arrived downtown and parked as close as I could to Magic Beans so that I could run in and grab drinks for Chief Fox and me before heading to the office. As I exited the car, I noticed a familiar figure on the sidewalk. Sassafras Sassy Persimmons paced back and forth, her blonde ponytail swinging angrily with each step. Sassy? Is everything okay? Her red-rimmed eyes met mine.
Of course. Why wouldn't everything be okay? What do you know?
I recoiled slightly. Well, you're pacing the sidewalk angrily and muttering to yourself. Since you're not my grandma, I assume there's a problem. She buried her face in her hands.
Nothing will ever be okay again. My life is over.
I gave her back an awkward pat, unsure how to handle a distressed Sassy. What happened? Did you lose your job? Sassy sold advertising for the Buttermilk Bugle, so it wasn't out of the realm of possibility, given the state of the newspaper business. She removed her hands from her face.
Tanner's cheating on me.
Oh, wow. All my potential responses dissipated, and karma's a bitch didn't seem to be the appropriate reply. My gaze flicked to the coffee shop and back to Sassy. I couldn't leave her out here like this. Gossip would spread faster than an STI in a nursing home, and I knew how horrible it felt to be the subject of discussion. I took her by the shoulders and steered her toward the diner. Come on, let's get a snack at Good Enough, and you can tell me what happened.
Tanner's an idiot. That's what happened.
As we settled into the booth, I sent a quick text to Clara, and then another to Chief Fox to tell him where I was, and then I'd be delayed. Sassy wiped her nose with a stack of napkins that the waitress kindly provided after one look at the former cheerleader's blotchy and mascara-streaked face. I felt strange to be alone with her in a time of crisis. I had no experience in this area. Clara was the empathetic one. I usually nodded sagely and tried to keep my mind from wandering. Not because I was heartless, but because I was raised to believe that emotions were uncomfortable and best ignored, unless you were hexing someone or seeking revenge. Are you sure he's cheating? I asked. Sassy nodded emphatically.
Definitely. I think he's with her now.
My stomach clenched as unpleasant memories resurfaced of my own discovery, involving Tanner and Sassy. Is the woman local? She blew her nose into another napkin and shook her head.
He's been traveling a lot. I think she's in Atlanta.
Have you confronted him?
Not yet. First, I need to decide what I want.
She tucked loose strands of hair behind her ear.
Maybe this is a blessing in disguise.
She peered at me across the table.
Is that how you ended up feeling? That it was a blessing in disguise?
I didn't know how to respond. Yes and no, I finally said. It's complicated.
I'm sorry that I did this to you. It's awful.
The waitress delivered a plate of cheese fries to the table.
On the house. Oh, thank you so much.
Sassy took the fry drenched in the most cheese and shoved it into her mouth.
Now I'm going to get fat on top of everything else.
I'm sorry, Sassy. You don't deserve this. She crumpled a napkin into a tight ball.
You really believe that? You, of all people?
I exhaled softly. I don't wish you any ill will. You must know that by now. And I don't wish Tanner any either.
I do,
she said.
I wish him ill will out his ears and nose and right down the front of his pants. Right now, I want to set fire to his baseball card collection and force him to watch it burn to ash.
She crumpled more napkins in an angry fist. I know the feeling. Trust me. Sassy sank against the booth.
You don't think it makes me a horrible person to have violent, vengeful thoughts?
If you didn't, I'd think you were a robot. Her teary eyes met mine.
Is this how you felt when you found out?
This isn't about me, Sassy. Besides, that was years ago. We were young and stupid. And one of us was hexed.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you.
She took another fry.
Well, I guess I didn't care at the time because I didn't like you very much. But now that I do like you, I feel awful about it.
It's okay, Sassy. Tanner and I didn't have a future together. It was only high school. There was no point in making her feel worse by telling her about the years of insecurity that followed. She stared blankly at the plate of fries.
What if he has no intention of breaking up with either one of us? If I don't confront him, how long will he be willing to live a double life?
Tanner still has a lot of maturing to do.
You think?
She scoffed.
His favorite pastime still involves video games. What does that mean for children? He won't play with them until they're old enough to join them?
She shook her head, her jaw tightening.
Maybe I should tell him to pack his bags and move to Atlanta to be with her.
What if she moves here instead? I couldn't imagine Tanner living away from his mother. Gail Hughes wouldn't allow it. Tanner was her entire world, and it showed. Sassy recoiled.
Do you think he would?
I don't know. I think, as you said, you need to decide what's best for you, what you want, and go from there. I know the future seems bleak, but as Neville's Nana Pearl liked to say, this too shall pass. She managed a small smile.
I totally get why you and Clara are such good friends. I feel like she would have given the exact same speech.
Although I was doubtful, I forced a smile. Great minds think alike. Sassy leaned forward and lowered her voice.
Did Clara tell you that someone sent her a check for $5,000?
I had an idea who that someone was, and that he'd summoned a demon in the basement of the bookstore recently. Lucky girl. She deserves it, though. Clara worked hard, and the newspaper business was a dying industry with anemic wages. Sassy scrunched her nose.
I guess I have a lot of thinking to do before he comes home.
Clara and I will help you through it. I promise. As if on cue, Clara flew through the diner door and made a beeline for the booth.
Sassy, I am so sorry.
She jumped into the booth and nearly crushed Sassy with a sympathetic hug. Clara flinched as she released her hold on Sassy. I knew it was hard for her to touch someone when their emotions were firing on all cylinders.
Where were you? I called you 3 times,
Sassy said. I was in a meeting with Cal and my phone was off. Did you tell him a version of what happened at the bookstore? I asked, keeping my question deliberately vague for Sassy's sake. As the owner of the Buttermilk Bugle, and a descendant of a founding family, I was curious what Callie Butte Danforth had to say about the actions of the Puritan Club. The waitress returned with 3 glasses of iced tea and set them on the table.
"Saw you heading in,"
she said to Clara. "Can we also get pretzel bites with cheese dip?" Clara asked, swiping a fry from the plate. "This situation warrants more carbs."
"Coming right up."
The waitress departed as quickly as she'd appeared.
"You girls are the best,"
Sassy said, sniffing.
"What was your meeting with Cal about?"
"Oh, an article I was supposed to write." Her gaze darted to me. "I can't write it, so I was asking for another assignment."
"That's too bad,"
Sassy said.
"Was that the one about the Puritan Club?"
"Yeah, it turned out to be a dead end," she said. "Nothing to report."
"Can't say I'm surprised. Just the name of the group is snooze-worthy. Who cares about Puritans? They're so 3 centuries ago."
Sassy squeezed the slice of lemon into her iced tea. "We should do a girls' night," Clara said. "That will cheer you up." "I can't tonight," I said. "But how about tomorrow night?" Sassy nibbled on a fry.
"Sounds good to me. Dancing always makes me feel better."
"Is that Chief Fox outside?" Clara asked, kicking me under the table. Sure enough, he hovered in front of the window with Achilles in his arm. The pug's tongue was long enough to be mistaken for a leash. "I hate to do this to you, but I'm supposed to have a meeting with him now. I've been helping him search for a missing artist." Sassy blinked.
"Is she into cybercrimes or something?"
"We don't know," I said truthfully. I tossed money onto the table. "I'm so sorry about everything, Sassy. See you tomorrow night." I hurried from the diner and caught up with the chief. "Hey, Achilles." I stroked the small dog's head, and his tongue licked my hand as I withdrew it. "Why are you carrying him?"
He was tired.
I smiled. "You spoil him rotten."
He deserves it, don't you, boy?
Achilles licked the chief's nose. I told him about my conversation with Kirby Germain and the art studio.
Seriously? He wasn't wearing pants?
I laughed. "That's the part you focus on?"
Well, you have to admit that it's not the typical way to dress for work.
"I don't know. A nice pair of chaps to match your uniform? Super sexy." He inched closer to me.
I like where this is going.
Neville wasn't wrong about calling me an infernal goddess. I was about to combust right here on the sidewalk thanks to the heat between us. I edged away before someone noticed us. "I'm going to check out the art studio," I said.
I have her brother and a cousin to visit. Should we divide and conquer?
I nodded. "Meet you at Chop House at 7? I couldn't mention the supernatural council meeting on a public sidewalk. He set Achilles on the pavement.
Looking forward to it.
The art studio was a converted windmill located on a lonely stretch of Danforth Drive between 2 open fields. I parked behind a black Honda SUV and went to peer in the window for any clue to its owner's identity. An Orioles baseball hat sat on the front seat, but no other personal effects were visible. I continued to the entrance and noticed the door was ajar, so I poked my head inside. A bald, portly man sat cross-legged on a yoga mat with his eyes closed. He seemed to be in a meditative state. As I inched closer, I noticed that he wore earbuds. "Hello?" I said loudly. His eyes popped open and he blinked in confusion.
What? Who? Can I help you?
He tugged the wire and relieved his ears of the earbuds. "I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm looking for Nari. I thought this was her art studio."
It is, sort of. We share it.
He climbed to his feet and extended a hand.
Kirk Hastings.
"Nice to meet you, Kirk. You share it? Is Nari your girlfriend?" Kirk rubbed his bald head.
I think my wife might object. No, this is a co-op space. Nari and I split the cost and we have a schedule with our allotted times.
I looked around the interior of the old windmill. It was pretty bare bones with a few chairs, a small table, a mini fridge, and canvases stacked against the far wall. "Are you an artist too?" He laughed. Me? No, I don't have an artistic bone in my body.
But you rent an art studio.
It's only an art studio when Nari's using it.
Then what is it for you?
Whatever I'm in the mood for. Lately, I've been learning yoga. I can't practice at home. My wife and kids won't leave me alone long enough.
No room for a man cave? He offered a rueful smile.
Not really.
Do you know Nari?
I don't. We use the space at different times, so we're never here together.
He smiled.
If this were a rom-com, it would be an awesome meet-cute. Except for the wife part.
Does your wife know about this place? I asked. My guess was no. She might be annoyed to learn that Kirk was living his best life, while she had to hold down the fort by herself.
No, she thinks I'm at work.
Sassy's desire for vengeance flashed in my mind. Is there any chance your wife might have found out about this place and thinks you're having an affair with Nari? Kirk clutched his belly and laughed like an amused Santa.
Shauna would have to stop focusing on the house and the kids for 5 minutes, and I don't see that happening for another 15 years or so.
Your kids are young, huh? I thought of Anton and Verity and their struggles to balance date nights with their full-time careers. It wasn't easy.
Young and active. I think they even run amok in their sleep.
Hence the yoga? I asked, gesturing to the mat on the floor.
I thought maybe I'd get a good routine going and then convince the family to join me. It'd be something we could enjoy together.
Plus, it would take the energy level down a few notches.
He grinned. That's the hope. I can't hear myself think at home. It's chaos all day, every day.
Have you considered sticking around and trying to help?
Kirk winced. I work a lot of hours. The last thing I want to do in my downtime is chase after the kids. I get exhausted just watching Shauna with them.
I tried not to pass judgment, but I had to imagine that Shauna didn't appreciate Kirk's disappearing act. She was probably at the end of her rope most days. Are those Nari's paintings over there?
He glanced over his shoulder. Yeah, I've never looked through them. We respect each other's privacy. That's part of the agreement.
Do you mind if I look through them?
He shrugged. As long as you don't run off with any, sure.
I crossed the room and flicked through the first pile of paintings. They weren't as vivid as the ones in the gallery. Maybe that was the reason they remained here. Nari had decided they weren't her best work. I noticed similar themes: the ocean, mythological creatures, and active rather than passive imagery. The second pile was remarkably different. The paintings seemed to reflect childhood images. A well-loved teddy bear with a bow tie, a small chair painted cherry red, a red wagon filled with children's books. I sensed nostalgia, but also contentment. This stash seemed more for personal satisfaction than for sale. It made me think about my own childhood attachments, as limited as they were. My mother and Grandma constantly tried to entice me with their version of the right toys and books. They replaced my regular doll with a voodoo doll, and my books about curious puppies with books about taming demons. They were the same way with Olivia, constantly trying to influence her to their dark, supernatural side. Part of the reason I made peace with being home again was the opportunity to have a positive influence on Olivia and Ryan. I had to make sure I was actually doing it and not just thinking about it.
Find anything useful?
Kirk asked, interrupting my thoughts. I let go of the paintings and turned to face him. Nothing obvious. You haven't noticed anything unusual recently, have you?
It's been business as usual as far as I can tell. We're 2 ships passing in the night, though, so I can't say for sure.
I drew a deep breath, knowing that my next statement was going to upend Kirk's routine. Kirk, I hate to break this to you, but I need to speak to your wife.
He balked. Why? Why would you need to do that?
Because I have to be sure that she doesn't know anything about Nari. If there's the slightest chance that she mistook Nari for your mistress.
And did what? Kidnapped her?
He scratched the top of his head.
That's nuts.
Shauna can barely shower in the morning, let alone carry out some crazy plan to kidnap someone.
I'm not asking for permission, I said gently. Nari is missing, and I'm afraid that trumps your secret man cave. I just thought you should have a heads up for when you go home later. He arched his back and stretched.
What if she wants me to give this place up?
Who knows? Maybe she won't.
Shauna didn't have anything to do with Nari's disappearance. I can promise you that much.
You think you know her well?
He straightened his shoulders. Of course. She's my wife.
And would she ever guess that you were secretly practicing yoga in an old windmill?
His expression soured. Point taken. Do me a favor, though. Say a couple of nice things about me. That way maybe she won't kill me when I get home.
From what you've said, she's far too preoccupied to kill you. Reluctantly, he gave me the address, and I patted his shoulder. Take a deep breath, Kirk. Find your bliss. He folded his hands together and bowed.
Namaste.
Shauna Hastings answered the door with one child on her hip and a little boy wrapped around her leg. Her light brown hair was falling out of its ponytail, and her top was stained with toothpaste and spit up. Dark circles shadowed her eyes. I showed her my badge. Hi, Mrs. Hastings. My name is Agent Eden Fury. Do you have a minute? She inclined her head toward the kids. Does it look like I have a minute? Well, either way, I would appreciate a few minutes of your time. I promise not to take too long. A few questions and I'll be on my way. Is this about that parking ticket? Because I swear I didn't stay past the 4 hours. There must have been a glitch with the machine. I'm not a local cop, Mrs. Hastings. I don't deal with parking tickets. Can I see your badge? The little boy asked, practically standing on his toes for a glimpse. I handed it to him for inspection, and his face glowed in response. Just don't try to eat it, I advised. It's pretty dirty. Cool. He clutched the badge and disappeared into the house with it. Shauna set the younger child on the floor and ushered me inside. I'd offer you a drink, but then I'd have to find a clean glass. It's no problem. I only want to ask you a few questions. Now that the older child was out of earshot, I felt more comfortable interviewing her. Yeah, you mentioned that. Is this about the lawn? Because I told Mrs. Charnock that we'd have it mowed this weekend. I don't know anything about a lawn. Good, because that woman is off her meds if she thinks I give a hoot whether my grass is half an inch too long. She can take the HOA rules and shove them. I held up a hand. Mrs. Hastings, I'm not here on behalf of Mrs. Charnock or the HOA. Does the name Nari mean anything to you? She frowned. Nari? Is that the Indian restaurant downtown? No. I pulled out my phone and tapped to open a photo of the artist. Do you recognize this woman? She peered at my screen and shook her head. Should I? Her breathing hitched, and her tired eyes suddenly flared with life. Are you a private investigator? No, Mrs. Hastings. As I said, I'm a federal agent. Shauna seemed oblivious to my response. Is that woman my husband's mistress? Did her husband hire you? What makes you think your husband is having an affair? She glanced over her shoulder in the direction of the little boy and lowered her voice. He's been telling me he's at work, but I know he isn't. I tried to follow him one day, but Lucas gets car sick and he threw up all over the seat, so I had to turn around and come home. You haven't asked him? She barked a laugh. Do you think he'd just admit it? Sometimes they do, I said. He's been sneaking around, lying about where he's going. There's a monthly fee coming out of the bank account that I can't account for. And in the bedroom, he seems more limber. My mother sent me an article that says men get better in the bedroom at home when they're having an affair. It's one of the signs. Mrs. Hastings, you should talk to your husband. I don't think he's having an affair with Nari or anyone else. Her eyes narrowed. Then how do you explain what's been going on? Is he growing pot in a field? It's pot, isn't it? He's been renting a co-op space and learning yoga, which apparently has yielded benefits for both of you.
How do you know that?
I'm investigating the disappearance of this woman. I wiggled my phone. And it just so happens that your husband shares a workspace with her, but not at the same time. She uses it as an art studio during her allotted hours, and your husband has been using it as a yoga studio during his. She puffed out a disbelieving breath.
A yoga studio? Kirk? That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. He can't get past that stomach of his to touch his toes.
He's been working on it. You said yourself he's been more limber. Shauna glanced away, wearing a thoughtful expression.
Why didn't he tell me?
That's a conversation you'll need to have with your husband when he comes home. He knows I'm speaking with you now, so it should be easy to break the ice. She licked her lips.
I guess the good news is that my mother was wrong.
She smiled. I love it when she's wrong. I'll need my badge.
Lucas, the federal agent needs her badge.
The little boy darted toward me with his arm outstretched. I reclaimed my badge and immediately felt a sticky substance on the metal.
I cleaned it for you,
Lucas said. His mother's lip curled.
With what? Your tongue? I can see the crumbs from here.
She gave me an apologetic smile.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I have a niece and nephew, and they're just the same. Almost. I returned to my car holding the badge like I had pinchers instead of fingers. Despite the new leads, Nari's disappearance remained a mystery. Good thing the Supernatural Council meeting was tonight, because it was time to release the hounds. Chapter 12. Chief Fox and I met in the parking lot of Chop House promptly at 7, exchanging updates. According to the chief, Nari's brother and cousin had yielded no information. Just more positive comments about how much they love Nari and how wonderful she is. We entered the restaurant and cut through the main dining area to the private room. We're the first ones here, I said, closing the door behind us.
Is that unusual?
He asked. Yes, actually. I tend to be the last one to arrive. He pulled out a chair and I made a noise at the back of my throat.
What?
He asked. That's where Adele sits. You don't want to insult a witch by stealing her seat.
Okay, then.
He pushed back the chair and reached for another one. Aggie Grace sits there. You can't displace an old woman. He wore an amused expression.
Why don't you tell me where I should sit so that I don't risk insulting or displacing anyone?
The door swung open and Raphael entered with a folded tablecloth. The warlock stopped short when he noticed us.
You're early.
It's 7.
They delayed the meeting half an hour for Hugh,
he said, unfolding the tablecloth and covering the table with it.
Didn't you get the group text?
No. I pulled out my phone and checked. No text. Raphael shrugged.
You'll have to check with them when they get here.
Can we get drinks while we wait, or is that a pain? I asked.
Of course. I wouldn't dream of depriving my dear cousin. What would you like?
Gin and tonic, and can we get a plate of appetizers, too?
A hazy IPA for me,
the chief said. Raphael nodded before ducking out of the room.
He waits on everyone?
Chief Fox queried.
I would have thought he was too busy.
He is, but he also doesn't trust anyone else, I said. Most of his servers are human. We can't risk them overhearing something they shouldn't. Besides, he likes the prestige of hosting the meetings and feeling like he's a part of the council. We reached for the same chair at the same time, and our hands touched. We stood in silence for a moment, just looking at each other with half-dazed expressions.
Now probably isn't a good time to be ogling, Agent Fury,
he said in a low voice.
Someone might walk through the door any second.
I'm not ogling, I said, while still ogling him. He broke into a grin.
I'm not saying I don't enjoy it. I'm just saying if you intend to keep us a secret, you'd better do something about those hungry eyes of yours.
Right back at you, Johnny Castle.
Who's Johnny Castle?
My brow lifted.
You've never seen Dirty Dancing? Sounds like an adult film. Is that one of your mother's? I laughed. It's a classic movie. Even Alice loves it. It has Patrick Swayze and Jennifer Grey. I waited for a reaction. Never mind. The door opened, and Adele LaRue sauntered in, followed by Husborn Crawley, Aggie Grace, and Hugh Phelps. "What miracle prompted this?" Hugh asked, his gaze alighting on me. "The miracle called someone forgot to include Eden on the group text," I replied. "Husborn," Adele said, her tone cross. "You were in charge of communication." The wizard gave me a sheepish look. "Apologies, my girl. I'm still getting accustomed to this newfangled technology." Everyone took their seats, and the chief settled across from me, which was probably for the best. Our chemistry was too palpable. If he sat next to me, I had a feeling our arms would be constantly brushing against each other. Raphael entered the room with a large tray. He set down our requested drinks as well as the customary glasses of a gold liquid called fairy dust. "Oh, that appetizer smells delicious," Aggie said, sniffing the air. "Sorry, I ordered one because we got here early," I said. "Don't be sorry, as long as you're willing to share." I pushed the plate toward her. "Help yourself." "Any specials tonight?" Hugh asked. "I'm in the mood for a nice hunk of meat." "What else is new?" I murmured. Raphael reeled off the list of specials and took orders. Once he exited the room, Aggie initiated the meeting. There was a discussion about a denied construction permit. Melinda Flagg was a local harpy who wanted to add a widow's walk on the roof of her new house to make night flights easier. But the town council objected to the change, not knowing the real reason for the request. Husborn had intervened on her behalf and managed to obtain the permit. "That's wonderful news, Husborn," Adele said. "Melinda and her sisters are pretty pleased with the outcome," Husborn said. "They even offered to pay for our dinners tonight, but I told her we have a budget for that." "Maybe you'll run into her on a night flight of your own," Hugh said, nudging me. I wanted to give him a sharp elbow to the groin. "I don't do night flights," I said. "I don't make a habit of using my wings." Hugh snatched a morsel from the appetizer plate and popped it into his mouth. "Immortality is wasted on you." "Any new business?" Aggie prompted. I exchanged glances with Chief Fox. As a matter of fact, there is. Chief Fox and I are investigating a missing artist, a kitsune named Nari. "See?" Husborn said. "This is exactly the kind of situation where it makes sense to have Chief Fox in the know. Y'all can work together and compare notes." "And how do your notes compare thus far?" Adele asked. I set down my gin and tonic. "Not good, which is why I'm raising the matter now. I'd like to enlist your help, Hugh." He nodded. "I can have the wolves check the parks and the woods surrounding the town. See if they can pick up her scent." I shot him a grateful smile. "Thanks. I can get you her jacket. It's in my car." "What about the kitsune community leader?" Aggie asked. "Have you contacted him?" "I don't know who it is," I said. Husborn pulled the plate of appetizers closer to him. "That would be Mr. Taquito." "The dry cleaner?" Chief Fox asked. Husborn nodded. "Nice fella. Knows every kitsune in town, of course, which likely involves their personal lives to some extent." "Thank you. That's helpful." The chief looked at me. "I've met him a few times, so I'm happy to talk to him unless you'd rather do it." "We can go together in the morning," I suggested. "I'll assemble the wolves and let you know if we find anything," Hugh said. "Do you have any theories as to what happened?" Aggie asked. "Nothing but dead ends so far," I said. She cocked her head. "You should come by the house tomorrow and talk to my sisters. I'm sure one of them knows Nari. I've heard her name mentioned on occasion, but can't remember which sister." "That's a good idea. Thanks." Of course, the Grace sisters would have knowledge of a local artist.
especially one like Nari with such a close connection to her muse. The door opened, and Raphael swept in with our meals. I'd forgotten how hungry I was until he set the dinner plate in front of me.
Any other new business? Aggie asked.
Not necessarily new business, Husborn drawled. But I understand your cousin Helena is in town, Eden.
I shifted uncomfortably. Yes, she is. Helena is in town? Adele asked. I hadn't heard.
I'm surprised Corinne didn't mention it to you, Aggie said. I saw Helena and Magic Beans yesterday.
I perked up. Really? Who was she with? No one else in my family would dare set foot in Corinne LaRue's coffee shop.
She was by herself, Aggie said. She seemed to be waiting for someone. She looked around and then left before I had a chance to say hello.
I don't suppose you've had any run-ins with her, Chief?
Hugh asked. Chief Fox shot me a quizzical look.
No. Can't say that I have.
Helena is older and wiser now, I said, struggling not to become defensive. She has a much better handle on her abilities.
I should hope so, Aggie said. She was quite the mess, as I recall.
She wasn't that bad, I said. Helena wasn't a supernatural that deliberately made bad choices like other members of my family. It had taken her time to grow into her powers. That's all.
She once caused Erwin Folke to have a seizure, Adele said.
Do you remember that, Aggie? The older Grace nodded.
Very well. He even frothed at the mouth.
I don't remember that, I said, bristling. It bothered me that everyone wanted to keep Elena trapped in the past, like a dragonfly in amber. She wasn't the same demon anymore. She'd long since mastered her abilities.
Oh, it was terrible, Adele said. He only asked her for directions. His bouts of senility had just started and he forgot the way to the pharmacy.
I'm sure it was an accident, I said, wishing they would let go of the past. Helena has a good heart. She never would have hurt a helpless old man on purpose.
She's a danger to society, that one,
Husborn said. She isn't, I insisted, my temper flaring. And I'd appreciate it if we could stop dragging her reputation through the mud when she isn't here to defend herself. Relax, Eden, Hugh said. This is the whole point of the Supernatural Council, to be aware of any potential situation that involves our kind. There's no situation, so everyone can drop it, I said.
There is another item on the agenda,
Adele said, fingering the pearls around her neck. The witch seemed to sense that my tolerance had hit its limit.
Eden has proposed that we include Mayor Whitehead in future meetings. Shall we put it to a vote?
I think we should discuss the pros and cons first,
Husborn said. Aggie raised a hand.
I'll start. As you know, I've been around a long time, and I don't think it's necessary to open the mayor's eyes. In fact, I think it will be a distraction from her regular duties.
I looked at the chief. Do you think it's been a distraction from your normal duties? He considered the question.
Well, I guess that's somewhat true, but only because I'm still getting used to the whole idea.
He laughed.
Everywhere I look, I wonder if I'm dealing with a human or a supernatural. I check for horns and fangs even though I know I won't be able to see them.
But you're still performing your job and performing it well, Adele said smoothly.
Why not trust that the mayor can do the same? I asked. She's proven herself capable and trustworthy. The council seemed to weigh the options.
I'd like to hold off, Aggie said. Law enforcement makes sense to me, but the mayor is different.
Don't you think the mayor should represent all the residents' interests equally, though? I asked. How can she do that effectively if she doesn't know?
Mayors have managed for many years while living in ignorance, Aggie said. I don't see a pressing need to change now.
I serve on both councils,
Husborn reminded me.
It's my job to make sure our interests are being considered. If they're not, then we maneuver to make adjustments.
He made a good point. Fine, I withdraw the suggestion. For now. Chief Fox splayed his hands on the table.
Well, I appreciate you letting me in the loop. I think I'll perform my duties more effectively knowing what I do, and it helps to be able to consult with Agent Fury.
A smirk flashed across Hugh's face. At least I thought it was. It seemed to dissolve as quickly as it had appeared. I'd like to raise a glass to Chief Fox's inclusion, Adele said. I feel as though we haven't properly welcomed him to the fold. Husborn raised his glass.
Better late than never, I say.
Salute, Hugh said. Aggie held up her glass. May your heart and mind be as open as your eyes. I lifted my glass and smiled. Welcome to our world, Chief Fox. Chapter 13. I woke up at 7 the next morning and made a point of eating a healthy breakfast of granola and fruit. I opened the door to let Princess Buttercup out for a run, and then set my laptop on the coffee table. I'd been feeling stressed lately and decided to take a page out of Kirk Hastings' book and make another effort to integrate yoga into my routine. I'd tried and failed before, but maybe this time would be different. Clara insisted I needed to practice self-care in order to reduce my parade of negative thoughts and emotions. Although I wasn't interested in returning to the yoga studio with Clara and Sassy, I'd discovered the wonderful world of YouTube, filled with plenty of options for beginners like me. I pushed back the sofa to make space for my yoga mat, hit play, and then dropped my hands to the mat for downward-facing dog. What are you doing? Alice whooshed into the living area as my butt went in the air.
Shh, I'm supposed to stay present.
You are present. You're right here. I turned my head toward the screen so that I could continue to follow along with the instructor. I felt like I was in the middle of a game of Twister, which wasn't remotely fun by yourself.
No, I mean mentally present.
Be in the moment. Become a ghost, dear. Your only option is to be in the moment. I'm immortal, remember? I don't think becoming a ghost is a realistic option for me. I held my hands in prayer position and closed my eyes to focus on my breathing. I thought you disliked yoga. I popped open one eye to look at her. I'm giving it another try. I thought practicing by myself might work better. Princess Buttercup whined at the door. Can you let her in? Alice drifted over to push open the door, and the hellhound came bounding inside, eager to see what I was doing. When I moved into downward-facing dog again, she copied me. I tried not to let it bother me that she was much better at it. Alice floated in front of the laptop screen. Your instructor is very fit. And flexible. She continued to stare at the screen. Not as flexible as I am. I rolled my eyes. That's because you don't have bones, Alice. I rolled my shoulders and immediately winced as the tight muscles resisted the movement. I would have thought you'd be less tense now that you're living in the barn away from your family. Me too, but apparently not. As I shifted to Cobra, Princess Buttercup sprawled across the floor. Alice wagged a finger. It's that secret you're carrying on. Best take care, Eden. Secrets are more of a burden than you realize. It's not a total secret. I mean, I'm in a relationship with him, so obviously he knows how I feel. But it's still a secret relationship. You live in constant fear that your family will discover the truth. You can't speak freely around them, worried that you'll say the wrong thing and expose yourself. I have experience living a double life, remember? All supernaturals in the human world learn to live with secrets. Yes, but you worry about your family more than most do. Can you blame me? Who knows what they'll do if they find out? I positioned myself on all fours for cat-cow. It must take a toll on you. Alice floated over to hover beside the fireplace.
All these years later, and I still remember poor Eliza Bradstreet.
Who's Eliza Bradstreet?
A friend of mine back when I was flesh and bone and far less flexible. She was hopelessly in love with Alexander Howe, and he with her.
I shifted to a plank position. And what happened?
Well, her family didn't approve.
Why not? Did his family sit in the wrong section on the Mayflower? I dropped to my stomach and copied the yogi's baby cobra pose. I was in favor of any pose with the words baby or corpse. Alice adjusted her ruffled sleeves.
The Bradstreets and the Howes were friends on neighboring farms, until Mr. Bradstreet accused Mr. Howe of poaching some of his livestock.
Oh, the old "you stole my cow" dispute? I clucked my tongue. What farm family hasn't endured a disagreement like that?
It was a sad and stressful time.
Eliza and Alexander weren't able to get married? I returned to downward-facing dog, now engrossed in Alice's story. So much for clearing my head and being present.
They met in secret for 2 years, until her parents arranged for her to marry someone else. She was devastated, and the stress of their secret relationship became too much for them.
I rose to a standing position and swept my hands up and over my head. Too much for them? This isn't a depressing story, is it? I'm doing yoga to try to reduce negative emotions, and you're going to single-handedly unravel all my efforts this morning.
She started complaining of headaches and stomach aches. The doctor couldn't find anything wrong, and told her it was all in her head.
She was a woman. Of course that's what he told her. Princess Buttercup rolled onto her side, as though she expected a belly rub. She seemed to think that the yoga was for her benefit.
In this case, it was true, Alice said. It was the stress of being in love with Alexander and having to suppress her feelings. It exacted a physical toll.
I thought of the tightness in my neck and shoulders and knew there was a grain of truth to it. Did she die?
Eventually.
I cringed as I rolled onto my back and tucked my knees to my chest. She didn't throw herself off the top of the lighthouse, did she?
No. She died of influenza about 20 years later.
I froze in position and blinked at her. Wait, what?
She married the man chosen by her parents and lived an unhappy life. So I suppose part of her died long before the influenza took her.
Did she and Alexander continue to meet? Alice shook her head.
No, but she continued to suffer from physical ailments for the rest of her life, and I'm certain it was from the stress of those unresolved emotions.
I sat up and glared at her. That was a terrible story, Alice.
It was for Eliza, but that doesn't mean it has to be for you.
She gave me a pointed look.
I appreciate that you're taking pains to improve your mental health, but yoga might not be enough.
I reached for the keyboard and stopped the video before it continued to the next one. I have to weigh the risks, Alice, and right now the risk of revealing my secret is far greater than suffering in silence.
Alice shrugged. If you say so.
I rolled up the mat. I do, but thank you for sharing that experience.
It's partially self-serving. I don't want to listen to you complain about headaches and stomach aches for the rest of eternity.
I smiled. Fair enough. As I jogged upstairs to shower, Alice drifted in front of me.
What's the rush? Shouldn't you be taking your time?
I would, but I need to meet the chief at the dry cleaner. Apparently, Mr. Taquito opens early, and we thought it would be best to speak to him when no one's around.
This is about the missing artist?
Nari. I went into the bathroom and turned on the water to warm it.
I've been listening, but I haven't heard anything.
Thanks. Let me know if you do. I shooed her out of the bathroom and stripped off my workout clothes before stepping into the shower. I let the next 5 minutes serve as my quiet time, where I kept my mind blank and enjoyed the sensation of the water rushing over my skin. I had to admit, I felt a lot better afterward, clear-headed and ready to face the day. Maybe today would yield the break in Nari's case that we desperately needed. I met Chief Fox in front of the dry cleaners. As I fought my instinct to greet him with a kiss, I was reminded of Alice's story about Eliza Bradstreet. I didn't want to suppress feelings to the point where I made myself physically sick. That seemed like a bad trade-off.
"Everything okay?"
he asked, cocking his head to scrutinize me.
"You look a little green around the gills."
"I tried yoga this morning," I blurted.
"And what happened? You got motion sickness from all those fluid movements?"
"Something like that."
"This isn't anything to do with your cousin from out of town, is it?"
"Helena?" The question took me by surprise. "No. Why would you ask that?"
"'Cause of the meeting last night. Your feathers seemed pretty ruffled."
I relaxed slightly. "No, I'm fine. I'm used to defending her."
"What's the deal with Elena, anyway?"
the chief asked.
"Everyone talked about her like she was a monster."
"I know. She had growing pains. That much is true, but she wasn't malicious. Unlike other members of my family. Just messy."
"They sure seem to be holding a grudge."
"And I wish they'd stop. She doesn't deserve it."
He nodded. "I trust your judgment, Eden. If you say she's on the level, then I believe it."
I smiled at him. She's on the level. He inclined his head toward the dry cleaners.
"Now let's see if this guy is on the level."
I peered into the window to see Mr. Taquito behind the counter. He was hunched over what appeared to be a ledger. "I'll let you take the lead on this one." Chief Fox pushed open the door, triggering the dainty sound of a bell.
"Good morning."
"Good morning, Chief Fox." The kitsune's gaze flicked from the chief to me, and his smile evaporated. "I take it you're not here for dry cleaning."
"Not today," the chief said. "This is a consultant of mine."
"Agent Fury." He nodded to me.
"You two know each other?"
the chief asked.
"I am aware that Paul Pidcock required a replacement around the same time that Chief O'Neill left us."
He lowered his head.
"A tragic time for the town. Agent Fury and I are investigating the case of a missing woman named Nari. Know anything about that?"
The color drained from his face.
"Nari is missing?"
"You didn't know?" I asked.
"I was aware that she hadn't shown up to the last gathering, but I assumed she was off on one of her artistic adventures. Filling the well, as she sometimes referred to it."
"She traveled?" I asked.
"A few times a year,"
Mr. Taquito said. "She sought inspiration in many places."
"You mentioned a gathering,"
the chief said.
"Was it a party or some kind of meeting?"
Mr. Taquito hesitated, and I understood his concern. "It's okay," I said softly. "He knows."
"You're a kitsune, right?"
the chief asked.
"That's a fox shifter?"
"I am a kitsune," he said firmly. I'd have to teach Chief Fox the finer points of dealing with supernaturals. Like, you didn't call a werewolf a dog unless you intended it as an insult.
"Apologies, I'm still learning."
The chief's easygoing grin seemed to do the trick. Mr. Taquito smiled in response.
"I am glad to have a police chief who understands. I liked Mick O'Neill very much, but I think he would have been more effective if he'd known the truth."
He directed his attention to me.
"Was this your doing?"
"Sort of. Although if it hadn't been for the chief witnessing my death, I don't know that I would have told him the truth."
"The gathering is our monthly meeting of kitsunes," Mr. Taquito said. "We shift in the woods together and explore. Nari missed the last one, but as I said, that isn't unusual."
"Are you aware of any issues between Nari and another kitsune?" I asked. "Personal or professional?" He looked affronted.
"No, never. Nari is loved by everyone. She is what you call a free spirit. The pups in particular are drawn to her openness."
"I could see that. When's the last time you had contact with Nari?"
I called her the other day to let her know her dress was ready for pickup, but I only left a message. He smiled. She spilled yellow paint on a black dress, and I was able to remove the stain. Kudos, I said. That paint is extra potent. Tell me about it. There were tiny crystals. I had to remove them without damaging the fabric. It was like performing brain surgery. He wiggled his fingers. Very delicate procedure. She never got your message, the chief said. I have her phone. Mr. Takeda frowned. That is distressing news. She's not very active on it, Chief Fox said. There were a few texts and voicemails, but not many. No, Nari isn't big on technology, he said. She only upgraded her payment system at the gallery recently. I only know because I helped her with it. He tapped his computer. I have the same one. Thank you for your time, Mr. Takedo. We appreciate it, I said. If you think of anything, will you let us know? Both of you? Together? He asked. No, we're not together, I said quickly before I realized his actual question. Either one of us is fine, Chief Fox said, suppressing a smile. Thanks. As we exited the building, he gave me an amused look. If this FBM gig doesn't pan out for you, don't even consider acting. Hey, I've pretended to be human for 28 years and I fooled you. Fair enough. Where are you off to now? I'm going to pay a visit to Aggie's sisters, like she suggested. He stopped at his car. Any plans for tonight? Cheese wheel, I said. Sassy wants help drowning her sorrows over a cheating boyfriend. I smiled. Maybe you could happen to be there too. He grinned as he opened his car door. Maybe I could. He closed the door and started the engine. Wear something slutty, I called as he drove away. Chapter 14. After swinging by the barn to check on Princess Buttercup, I walked along the cul-de-sac to the home of the Three Graces. Aggie's sisters were immersed in the creative community. If there was drama or conflict involving Nari, there was a good chance either Charity or Talia would know about it. As I passed Mrs. Paulson's house next door, I noticed the old woman on all fours in her front garden. She had a spade clenched between her teeth and was wrestling with an unseen object. Can I help you with something, Mrs. Paulson? I called. She was the epitome of the nosy neighbor and frequently butted heads with my family, but I still would have felt uneasy walking straight past an elderly woman in need of assistance. She spit the spade from her mouth and craned her neck to look at me. It's this weed. I swear it has roots all the way to China. No matter how hard I pull or how much weed killer I use, it won't budge. Uh-oh. Sounded like my family's handiwork. I walked up the driveway and along the path to investigate, careful not to step a toe on her lawn. Mrs. Paulson was fastidious about her grass, and one squashed blade of grass could send her into a pearl-clutching tizzy. What kind of weed is it? I leaned over for a glimpse. I don't know. As she shifted to her bottom, I heard the faint creak of bones. I don't recognize it. I've checked all my gardening books and asked the members of my gardening club, but no one has any idea. It looks a bit like pitcher's thistle, but that's not what it is. I peered between the bushes to see a large, spiky weed in the shape of an acorn. The closer I got, the more I felt the supernatural energy emanating from it. Do you know when it sprouted? I'd say 2 days ago. I was out here 3 days ago sweeping the walk and would have noticed it. My eyesight isn't that far gone. The plot thickened. You had an argument with my grandmother recently, didn't you? I'd heard shouting from the barn but hadn't bothered to follow up. Maybe I should have. She glowered at me. Is the Pope Catholic? What does that have to do with anything? Oh, nothing, I lied. It's just that she and Aunt Thora are very knowledgeable about weeds, and I was thinking it's a shame you can't ask them if you're not on good terms. We're never on good terms. Esther was making too much noise the other night, and I told her so. It was a full moon when all the crazies are out, so I made a point of going to bed with a book and avoiding the nonsense.
What kind of noise? I'd somehow missed it. Then again, I was pretty adept at tuning out my family when necessary, especially now that I was living in my own space. It was amazing what headphones could achieve. There was singing and bells. It was a genuine ruckus. What kind of bells? Are we talking Tinker, or the Carol of the Bells, or the poem by Edgar Allan Poe? She shot me an annoyed look. What does it matter? There were bells. It was noisy. I couldn't escape into my book, and I need to read or I can't fall asleep. Maybe you should have tried a different book. There's nothing wrong with the book, she said heatedly. I've read it multiple times. It sounded like a 5-star read. Which book is it? A Jodi Picoult novel. Something in her eyes told me she was lying. She pointed at the offensive weed. Can you help me or not? I'm pretty sure I can, but now I really wanted to know what book Mrs. Paulson was reading. I'd offer my gardening gloves, but I think your hands are too big for them. I ignored the remark. Would you mind fetching me an empty container? I'd like to take this home to show my family in case any pop up in our yard, or so I could beat them with it. Mrs. Paulson struggled to her feet. I'll be back in a minute. She ambled toward the house, and I could tell from her gait that her hips were bothering her. Gardening had to be tough at her age. I leaned forward and wrenched the magical weed from the earth with one hand. Supernatural strength came in handy sometimes. By the time Mrs. Paulson returned with the container, I'd shifted the dirt to cover the hole left behind. You did it, she said, her shock evident. I dropped the weed into the container and sealed it. You're lucky it didn't smell bad. I'd once had the misfortune of discovering one of Grandma's revenge plants after it had a week to grow and thrive. The noxious odor had been enough to gag even the most congested person. Thanks, Eden. I don't know how you managed to not be as terrible as the rest of them, but you have. Thanks? Must be because you lived away for a few years. It got rid of some of the venom from your veins. I forced a smile. Something like that. Enjoy your day, Mrs. Paulson. I tucked the container under my arm and continued to the home of the Grace sisters. I always noticed a slight spring to my step as I approached their house. It was as though the heavy veil of negativity lifted the moment I arrived on their doorstep. I clanked the intricately designed door knocker and waited. Eden, you beautiful creature, come in here. Talia enveloped me in a tight hug, and I caught the fragrant scent of lilacs. New door knocker? I asked. She peeled away from me and smiled. Yes, Charity made it. What do you think? Pretty. Lots of detail. No kidding. You should have heard the swear words she used that week. You would have thought she was breaking in Moby Dick. Sounds like a regular Monday at my mother's house. Talia leaned back for a better view of me. It's so lovely to see you, Eden. How's the barn? The noise has died down, so I assume the work is finished. The barn is perfect. Thanks for asking. I've got furniture now, and I'm learning to use my kitchen, like the cousin of a pro that I am. Talia noticed the container under my arm. What's that? You don't want to know. I take it that's not the reason you're here? Definitely not. Just another mess I happened to clean up on the way over here. She crooked a finger and started walking. Come into the courtyard. Charity and I have dueling projects going on. Nothing new there. I followed her through the house to the inviting courtyard where I'd spent many happy hours as a girl. Throughout my childhood, their house had been an oasis from my own. With a water feature, an ever-changing background of plants and flowers, and an endless parade of artistic projects, the courtyard was a welcome space guaranteed to lift my mood. Eden, what a wonderful surprise! Charity crossed the courtyard to kiss my cheek. Where's Aggie? I asked, settling onto a white wrought iron stool. Volunteering, Talia said, moving to stand behind a work table. It's my turn tomorrow, so I'm working on a project for the senior citizens. She picked up a sprig of lilacs and rooted for space in a glass vase. Floral arrangements? I queried. Talia shrugged. I gave them options. Arrangements won by a landslide. Gunther Upsall voted for homemade porn. She rolled her eyes. Charity motioned to a canvas with splashes of pale colors that reminded me of the clouds at sunset. I'm prepping for a project with the local brownies. The girls adore watercolor paints. Aggie mentioned that Helena's in town, Talia said. How is she? She seems good. She's staying in the guest room in the main house. Talia arched an eyebrow. The guest room? Didn't you have to sleep in the attic? I waved a hand. It's fine. Alice kept me company there, and now I'm in the barn. Can't complain about that. Charity lit up. You should have a housewarming party. Show off the new digs. I bit my lip. I don't know. Then I'd have to invite my family. Talia raised her brow. Would you, though? Of course she would, Charity said. She can hardly exclude them. The barn is on their property. And they were generous enough to give it to me in the first place, I said. Talia blew a raspberry. Generous? Don't be fooled. They did it for their own selfish purposes. The closer you are, the more they can keep you under their thumbs. Because they've managed it so well thus far? I asked. You're back in shipping Cheddar, aren't you? Talia asked pointedly. Yes, but they didn't make me bite Fergus and have the FBI ship me home. No, but they've made it harder for you to leave again. Charity glanced at her sister. Cut her some slack, Talia. I'm sure she's not here for a lecture on staying wary of her family. No, I definitely don't need that, I agreed. I'm here about a missing artist, a kitsune named Nari. Oh, right. Aggie told us. Charity frowned. It's terrible. Do you have any idea what happened to her? Nothing yet. Chief Fox and I have been investigating, but we keep hitting dead ends. Nari seems to get along with everyone and have no problems worth mentioning. I envied her that. Chief Fox, huh? Charity gave her sister a sly look. How is that handsome man in uniform? He's good. Charity leaned forward and fluttered her eyelashes. How good? Inquiring minds want to know. Aggie told us he's allowed to attend supernatural council meetings now, Talia said. That's a monumental step. It is, I said. It's great that everyone trusts him. No offense to Mick O'Neill, but I don't think he could have handled the news about us, Talia said. I agree, I said. I think it's one of the reasons my dad never told him. My father and the former chief had been golf buddies, but the human cop had been oblivious to the fact that he was exchanging good-natured insults with a vengeance demon. I saw Chief Fox the other day with that adorable dog of his, and I nearly melted into a puddle right there on the sidewalk. Charity sighed deeply and fanned herself. To be young and agile again. I wanted to steer the conversation away from Chief Fox before I gave myself away. Is there any chance Helena had something to do with Nari's disappearance? Charity asked. I flinched. No. Why would you say that? Well, you said everyone loves Nari and she had no issues. So maybe it was someone new in town, Charity said. Or an accident that's been covered up, Talia added. I really don't think Helena had anything to do with it, and I'm not just saying that because she's my cousin. You know I'm willing to admit when my family members are out of line. Charity resumed painting. You've always had good instincts, Eden. If you don't think Helena is involved, then I'm sure she isn't. I'm tired of defending her, I admitted. I feel like she's been frozen in time because she moved away, so everyone remembers her exactly as they last saw her, as though she couldn't possibly have changed. Do you think your mother can change? Talia asked pointedly. Or your grandmother? That's different. They're older and set in their evil ways. Elena was never inherently evil. She just struggled with her abilities. That doesn't make her bad. That just makes her almost human, Charity said, suppressing a smile. I'm the same, I said. I try to limit the use of my powers, and that means sometimes I make mistakes. In fact, Elena probably has a better handle on her abilities than I do. Talia shoved a few stems into the vase and shifted them around. She seemed unhappy with the result and repositioned them. To be fair to you, Eden, Elena hasn't acquired her traits over time the way you have. She's had her whole life to learn to control her powers. And you seem to have mastered yours fine, Charity added. Not wanting to use them and not knowing how are two different things. She dipped her brush in the paint and swiped a few strokes of blue across the canvas. I'm sorry, Eden. I wish we had more to offer. So do I said. You should see the painting I bought from Nari. I think you'd really like it. I've seen loads of her work, Charity said. If you describe it, I might know which one it is. I told her the main elements. The detail in the waves is incredible. The different shades of blue. I glanced at her set of paints. Where do you buy your paints? It depends on the style of artwork, Charity said. These are from Smart Art. Have you bought any from Kirby Germain? I asked. His stuff is like nothing I've ever seen. Nari used his paints to create my piece. He's the mage, isn't he? Talia asked. We met him at a fundraiser that Charity organized. I went to his house and he happened to be experimenting on a new type of paint. You should definitely check it out. Those statues were right up your alley. Charity and Talia exchanged intrigued glances. That sounds very tempting. Thank you for the suggestion. Be careful, though, I said. He tends to work in a black leather smock and nothing else, so you might get an eyeful if you show up unannounced. Talia gave the flowers in the vase a final fluff and smiled. Thanks for the tip. Now I know not to call ahead. Chapter 15. We were in luck for our girls' night out. The cheese wheel was packed, probably due to the entertainment. An 80s band complete with leg warmers, big hair, and power ballads. It seemed like the perfect musical soundtrack to accompany Sassy's breakup. You should have seen his face. It felt so good to tell him to get out. Some random stranger thrust another drink in Sassy's hand, and she sucked it down without a backward glance. Everyone in the bar seemed to know about Sassy's misfortune. Did he admit it? I asked. Eventually. Not that he needed to. The truth was written all over his guilty face. He looked like a walking corpse by the time I finished skewering him. At least with Sassy, I knew that she didn't mean actual skewering. With my family, I could never be too sure. Her name is Jade. Can you believe it? Jade makes her sound like a cheap piece of jewelry. Have you ever heard such a ridiculous name? I refrained from rolling my eyes. No, sassafras, I haven't. I mean, it's a stripper's name. Is she a stripper? Clara asked. No, she's an undertaker, Sassy said. Clara and I exchanged surprised glances. That's an interesting choice, I said. Family business, Sassy said. How old is she? Clara asked. 25. She's practically a child, she said, waving an angry arm. He says they're in love, that they want to have kids right away. Clara gripped her glass. Do you think she's pregnant? Who knows? Who cares? Let them have a freaking basketball team for all I care. She waved her arm in the manner of every drunk person ever. She won't get any help raising them from him. Tanner is way too selfish. If I wanted to order out for dinner, he'd complain about not having a home-cooked meal. Newsflash, Tanner, it's the 21st century. His mother spoiled him rotten, I said. Maybe so. But at a certain point, Tanner is responsible for his own behavior. Sassy's arm swung wide and nearly knocked the drink from my hand.
Hey, there's the chief. He's single and incredibly hot.
Clara shot me an anxious look.
I don't think that's such a good idea, Sassy. You don't want to rebound with the chief of police.
Why not? I mean, I know he and Eden have a little flirtation going, but if they're not going to act on it because of stupid FBI regulations, then why shouldn't I throw my pom-pom on the field?
I hesitated. On the one hand, I didn't want to risk word getting out that he and I were dating. On the other hand, the thought of Sassy putting the moves on him was nauseating. Not that I thought the chief would reciprocate. He wasn't Tanner. Far from it.
You've been drinking and ranting about Tanner,
Clara said.
This is supposed to be a girls' night. Let's stick with that.
But check out his butt in those jeans.
She licked her plump lips.
I bet he has a spare set of handcuffs at home, too.
She started to slide off the stool and nearly plummeted to the floor. My quick reflexes managed to catch her by the elbow and hold her steady. Easy does it, I said.
Wow, Eden, I never noticed how fast you could move. You're like the road runner.
Sassy laughed like it was the funniest thing ever.
Meep, meep.
Good evening, Eden. I swiveled to see Hugh behind me.
May I have a word?
Hope flared that Hugh had good news about Nari. Of course.
Oh, Eden, you get all the guys,
Sassy complained loudly.
Except Tanner. But you can have him back now. He's the worst.
She started yelling.
Extra, extra, read all about it. Tanner Hughes is the worst, and he likes to use women's deodorant.
I steered Hugh out of earshot, which wasn't easy. Anything? No, the woods and the parks were clear of her scent. Thanks. I was both relieved and disappointed that the wolves hadn't discovered any trace of Nari.
From your expression, I'm guessing there hasn't been a break in the case,
he said. Not yet. We checked with Mr. Takado, and I spoke with the Graces, but nothing. The werewolf inclined his head toward my friends.
I suppose this is how you regroup?
This is how Sassy regroups after a breakup. I'm here for moral support.
That's an interesting turn of events.
I ignored the remark. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be getting cozy with your imported bride?
I made plans to meet some friends here. A break from domestic life. You know how it is.
He smirked.
Speaking of cozy, I see Chief Fox is here as well. How's it going with you two?
Warmth flooded my body. Fine.
I think it's nice that you two are intent on helping each other.
My icy glare prompted an eruption of laughter.
Oh, I can't even pretend. I smelled those pheromones a mile away. In the wolf world, you'd be sniffing each other's bottoms and preparing for the rut. You two are hot for each other. Admit it.
I admit nothing. He's an excellent chief.
Yes, but is he excellent at anything else?
He gave me a pointed look. I pushed past the werewolf. Thanks for the update. Now go find your friends if you really have any. He grabbed my hand and tried to pull me closer.
How about a dance first? I might not marry outside the pack, but that doesn't preclude other things. I told you I'm open to other arrangements.
I yanked my hand away. No, thank you. Sheesh, how drunk are you?
Come on, Eden. One dance won't hurt you.
No, but it might hurt you, I said. Hugh laughed again.
The potential for fun with you is infinite.
He turned and walked toward a group of men near the jukebox. As I stomped back to Sassy and Clara, my phone vibrated in my purse. I'd switched the settings earlier, knowing I wouldn't hear a ringtone with the band in the background. I fished the phone out of the purse to see a text from Chief Fox. I'm here. Where are you? Before I could respond, Clara and Sassy swept me toward the dance floor as the band attempted a Cyndi Lauper cover song. Time to shake it, girls. Clara's eyes were bright, and her cheeks were flushed from alcohol. 2 songs later, Clara leaned her head against my shoulder. I must be super drunk because that guy looks exactly like Quinn. What were the odds of a random guy looking like Quinn Redmond? I turned with a smile plastered across my face, ready to laugh at the patron who allegedly resembled the FBM agent. My smile faded when I caught sight of the lookalike who was now striding toward us. Holy Mordor! Legolas? It's good to see you, Agent Fury. He embraced me warmly.
Quinn?
Clara's whisper was barely audible. He released me and turned to face her. Clara, I'm so pleased to see you. Clara gaped at him, seemingly at a loss for words. I intended to call you and let you know, he began, but Clara didn't wait for the end of the sentence. She bolted from the bar without another word. Sassy wound her fingers around my arm. Holy smokes, Eden. This is the guy who broke Clara's heart. I know, Sassy. As much as I wanted to speak to Agent Redmond and find out the reason for his visit, my best friend instinct kicked in. I detached from Sassy and ran after Clara. I found her leaning against the car in the dimly lit parking lot, a stupefied expression on her sweet face.
It's him, right? It isn't an illusion?
It's him, I said. She rubbed her cheek.
Do you know why he's here?
I shook my head. Not yet. Why don't you speak to him?
Because he isn't here for me.
Tears glistened in her blue eyes. Clara, I promise you, even if he's here on FBM business, he's desperate to see you. He loves you.
Then why didn't he tell me he was coming?
I'm sure if you give him a chance to explain, he'll tell you. Quinn's a reasonable guy. You know that.
I do.
Suddenly her eyes rounded and her hands flew to her hair.
Oh no, I must look like a hot mess. I can't let him see me like this.
You look great, Clara. Just talk to him. I paused. And don't drink anything else. You're cut off. She raised a finger and burped. A wise plan. The door opened and the sound of Come On Eileen mingled with the quiet night air. Agent Redmond's silhouette moved across the parking lot. I'm sorry I upset you, he said softly. I need a few minutes with Agent Fury. Will you wait for me? I'd really like to speak to you. Clara seemed uncertain. Okay. I'll go sit with Sassy. No more drinks, I reminded her firmly. As soon as she was back inside the bar, I rounded on Agent Redmond. Why would you turn up out of the blue like this? Do you know how hard it's going to be for her? He sighed. I know. It wasn't ideal, but the agency needed someone to follow up on an issue. When I heard the name Chipping Cheddar, I volunteered. I eyed him closely. You seem more tightly wound than usual. I'm worried you're going to start dropping diamonds right here in the parking lot. He didn't crack a smile. I'm afraid I need your assistance with a rather delicate matter. Anxiety uncoiled in my stomach. Does this delicate matter rhyme with Weevil Ditch? It isn't a coven matter. I crossed my arms. Did my father do something, or was it Anton? He's been traveling, and I know... I stopped myself before I said too much. It's your cousin, he interrupted. I'm here about Helena. My hands dropped to my sides. Helena? Why? What happened? He pressed a narrow hip against the car. There have been a string of related incidents recently. The first one in Denver, then Minneapolis, followed by Dayton. Define incidents. A puff of air escaped his lips. You won't like it. I'm sure I won't, but it sounds like I need to know. That's why you volunteered, isn't it? He scratched the back of his neck. I hope to spare you a visit by someone else from the agency. Someone who might not handle the situation with the same flexibility. I appreciate that, Quinn, I really do. Now tell me what happened. Just so you know, no one was seriously injured. Not physically, anyway. The emotional damage will take years to unravel. You're describing my childhood. Continue.
The victims suffered hallucinations so severe that they each fell into a coma. Helena was a known associate of the first victim, and she conveniently left town soon thereafter.
My head was spinning, and not just from the alcohol. Is there a connection between the victims?
None that we could find, but we were able to track Helena here. She could have easily wreaked havoc along the way. The route fits.
And she could have just as easily not, I said. She lost her job. She came back to Maryland to regroup.
Or perhaps she came here to hide.
What reason would she have for doing that? I asked.
Does she need a reason? Maybe they were accidents. That's what her file says about priors, right? Accidental interference with human minds.
I closed my eyes and tried to force myself to relax. Are you sure all three were affected by a temporal demon and not something else?
He nodded. Have there been any similar incidents here since her arrival?
No. But there is a missing artist, I said. No, there was no way Helena had anything to do with Nari's disappearance.
Does Helena know the artist?
Not at all. I halted mid-sentence. Well, she came with me to an event at the art gallery the night before Nari disappeared. What if there'd been an accident and Helena had hidden Nari's body until she could revive her? But then, why wouldn't the locator spell have worked? Ugh, I hated thinking that my cousin was to blame. I didn't want to be like everyone else.
Do you know where she is now?
He asked. No. I'd invited her to come out with us, but she said she had something to do first, and that she might come later. Agent Redmond regarded me.
How would you like to handle this? It's your call.
Let me speak to Helena first. If I think for 1 second she had something to do with it, I'll do my job, Quinn. I swear it. Just give me a little time before you swoop in.
I know you'll do the right thing, Eden.
I paused. If Helena is responsible, what will happen? His expression turned grim.
With her spotty history, 3 incidents in quick succession makes her look like a threat.
They wouldn't send her to Otherworld, would they? She's from this realm. She doesn't belong there.
Then you'd better hope she had nothing to do with their hallucinations.
I felt sick to my stomach. Helena was a seasoned temporal demon now. There wouldn't be any reason for her to go off the rails. Thank you for coming to me first, I said. He glanced back at the bar.
We prioritize those we care about, right?
I do. Can you say the same? He winced.
Would you ask her to come out now? Though I wouldn't blame her if she'd rather not see me.
She wants to, I said. Very much. I hurried back into the bar to tell Clara. Although I wanted to witness their reunion, I forced myself to babysit Sassy. I downed another drink and hoped that the Fae didn't break her heart all over again. You mischief fox! Sassy swayed on the stool. Apparently there was a minor fender bender, and Sean needed his help. Her mouth formed an exaggerated pout. Stupid Sean Guthrie. Stupid Sean Guthrie indeed. The red-headed deputy and I weren't exactly close. He'd been Tanner's best friend in high school, and didn't seem to mind at all when our relationship went belly up. I'd even go so far as to say he took pleasure in it. Ginger jerk. My stomach lurched when Helena arrived unannounced. Here's where the action is, she said, smiling broadly. Sassy, do you remember my cousin Helena? Sassy waved from her slumped position over the bar. We're drinking because my boyfriend cheated on me. I'd say that's a perfectly legitimate reason to get drunk, Helena said. It was hard to be in close proximity to my cousin without asking her about the incidents. What took you so long to get here? I had errands, she said vaguely. At night? Helena frowned. What's the problem? I caught a quick glance at Sassy. Her head rested on the counter and her eyes were closed. I leaned closer and heard the soft sounds of snoring. Okay, we can talk here.
I need to ask you something, and I don't want you to be mad, I said. Helena narrowed her eyes. What? I sucked in a brave breath. Did you have anything to do with Nari's disappearance? Pain flashed in her eyes. Great Nicks on a stick, Eden. Why would you ask me that? Because it's my job. Helena's jaw tightened. And if I say no, then what? Then I believe you. Really? Just like that? I snapped my fingers and missed. Too many drinks could mess with a Fury's coordination. Okay, not quite like that, but you get the idea. Helena still seemed uneasy. Why did you ask me about Nari? Why did you leave Denver? Right. I see where this is going. You've heard about the comas. I released a breath. Are you serious, Helena? That was you? Here I've been defending you to anyone and everyone. She silenced me with a look. It wasn't me, okay? But I know who it was. Were you there? She rubbed her hands over her face. Yes and no. Yes and no? Is this because you're a temporal demon or just evasive? About 6 months ago, I met another temporal demon named Marcy. I watched her closely. Go on. Marcy's only 21. She left home at 16. And let me guess, she struggles with her abilities? She means well, just like I did, Helena said. But she has trouble controlling her emotions, which leads to problems. And there are 3 problems on the FBM's radar, all attributable to her. She called me the first time when we were still in Denver. I tried to help, to coax him out of the hallucination, but Marcy had done a number on him. She was so frightened that she left in a hurry. I only heard from her again when she landed in Minneapolis and had a similar problem. And then Dayton. Helena nodded. She didn't deal with her emotions, and so they kept building. Each time something set her off, it was like an explosion instead of a blip. And she called you for help each time. I basically ended up following her to try and clean up her mess, which is how I ended up here. Why didn't you tell me? Because I didn't want to involve you. Besides, it's outside your jurisdiction. Helena, that's crap and you know it. I could have helped. She lowered her gaze. I also didn't want everyone shaking their heads and saying, there goes trouble again. I didn't bother to tell her they were saying that anyway. It's not your fault, though. You didn't do anything to those people. You only tried to help. I know that, but do you think anyone will believe me with my history? Do you really think the FBM will believe me? They'll give me a one-way ticket to Otherworld. She hugged herself. I don't want to live there, Eden. This is my home. Where's Marcy now? You said you ended up here because you followed her? She'd heard about chipping Cheddar from me, how it attracts supernaturals because of the vortex. She kept heading further east, and eventually I realized where she was going. What did she think would happen when she got here? She'd magically learn how to be a proper temporal demon? Helena shrugged. I think she thought she'd hook up with some kind of Supernaturals for Dummies group and learn the ropes. I squinted at her. So where is she? You haven't mentioned her since you arrived. Helena exhaled. That's the thing. I don't know. I saw her once and then she disappeared. Saw her when? She averted her gaze. At the art gallery? My eyes bulged. The night of the exhibit? Helena nodded. I ran into her at the bar. What did she say? That she was sorry for running away and not taking responsibility and that she wanted to get help. I told her about you and offered to introduce her, but she looked so terrified that I backed off. So you just let her walk away? Elena's expression softened. What was I supposed to do? Handcuff her myself? I couldn't turn her in. I saw the look on her face and I knew exactly what she was feeling. I'd been in her position and it took years for me to get a handle on things. She squared her shoulders. But I did, and so can Marcy.
but you haven't seen her since." Her shoulders sagged.
No. I thought our conversation went well overall, but I think she might have run off again. I've been looking around town whenever I can sneak away without being questioned. Our family is very nosy.
You're just remembering that part?
I feel like I need a hall pass every time I leave the house.
The barn is a paradise compared with the attic.
I bet. The steps squeak. It's a dead giveaway.
I think they left them that way on purpose. I cocked my head. We need to find Marcy. Maybe Neville can do a locator spell.
You're not doing anything tonight. Your eyes are glazed over. How much have you had to drink?
I glanced at Sassy. Not as much as her.
Try to take off your agent badge and live in the moment for a change, Helena said. I feel like you're on duty 24 hours a day.
Because I kind of am. Supernatural problems don't limit themselves to office hours, you know.
Fine, but this is a girls' night out. We should be having fun, not interrogating close relations.
She tapped my arm.
Hey, I have an idea. I have your mother's car. Let's drop Sassy home and then sneak into Mrs. Paulson's house to rearrange her pantry. It'll be like old times.
What?
Are you nuts?
The woman was old. If she woke up while we were in her house, she'd have a stroke. Helena tugged my arm.
Come on, it'll be a riot. Remember when we snuck into Tyson Dudley's house to free the ants in his ant farm?
That was different.
That was in the name of liberation. Those ants were prisoners.
I couldn't imagine the reaction the next morning when the Dudley family discovered ants roaming freely through the house.
Come on, Eden. We need to find joy wherever we can.
Maybe it was because I was a little tipsy, but I heard myself say, "Forget the pantry, I want to see which book she's reading." Elena frowned.
Okay, that's less of a prank, but I'm game for whatever.
She's reading something naughty, I know it. Jody Bacolt my ass.
You can fly us up to her window, Helena said. I bet it's unlocked.
I'm sure it is. She sure spends enough time opening it to yell at my family.
Helena giggled. Perfect. Let's go.
Chapter 16. Stand back so you don't get feathers in your mouth. Helena and I stood in the darkness of my backyard, where I uncloaked my wings and spread them wide. Normally, I'd object to using a fury trait for a task like this, but alcohol had a way of weakening my resolve. Helena paused to give them an admiring glance.
Have I mentioned how envious I am?
Once or twice. I held out my arms. Come on, I'll hook my arms under your armpits. Helena settled into the crooks of my elbows, and I sailed into the air and over the fence to Mrs. Paulson's bedroom window. Helena reached forward and pushed up the window without resistance. She latched on and climbed over the windowsill. I waited a moment to make sure the coast was clear before folding my wings and climbing in behind her. The room was dark, and it took a second for my eyesight to adjust. The only light came from a nightlight in the shape of... I blinked twice. Helena, is that a butt crack? Mrs. Paulson seemed like the last person on earth who would have an inappropriate nightlight. My cousin moved closer to scrutinize the nightlight.
I think it's supposed to be a ladybug. You're right, though. Without the red and black, it totally looks like a butt crack.
Mrs. Paulson remained perfectly still beneath the covers. With her head flat against the pillow and her eyes closed, she reminded me of a corpse in a casket. Helena tripped on her way to the nightstand, and a laugh escaped her. I crept over with one eye trained on Mrs. Paulson. The old woman's breath was steady, and there was no other sign of movement. My gaze turned to the bedside table where I saw a gardening book with a ladybug bookmark poking out from the pages. In all these years, I had no idea she had a thing for ladybugs.
A gardening book?
Helena asked, visibly disappointed.
Now can we go rearrange the pantry?
There's another book underneath. I half expected another gardening book, but was delighted to see a bare-chested man on the cover of a paperback.
Fabio?
Helena's hand clamped over her mouth. The model was indeed Fabio. "He has a sword, but I think he's supposed to be in space," I whispered. Elena's glee was palpable. "This is amazing!" We whirled around to investigate the rest of the room and made a beeline for the bookcase. "Jackpot," I said. There were at least 100 paperbacks featuring Fabio on the cover. Fabio in a kilt, Fabio in front of an erupting volcano, Fabio in a haystack. I was so engrossed in the Fabio treasure trove that I failed to see Helena disappear into the closet. She emerged with a life-size cardboard cutout of the hair-blessed model with his signature bare chest. He wore tight pants with fringe down the sides and clutched a chain. "I can't decide if he's going to whip me or lock up my bike," I whispered. "Why not both?" Helena asked. She jumped up and gave him a kiss on the lips. "We should go," I urged. We'd already pushed our luck. At that moment, Mrs. Paulson stirred and turned her head in our direction. Helena ducked behind the cardboard cutout, and I turned myself invisible. "Hello?" she said softly. "Is someone there?" Helena covered her mouth and tried not to laugh as she hid behind Fabio. "Fabio?" Mrs. Paulson pulled the covers higher to cover her neck. "How did you get out of the closet?"
"I like to gaze upon your beauty while you slumber,"
I said in my deepest voice.
"It fills my heart with unspoken joy."
She peered into the darkness, seemingly uncertain what was happening. "I must be dreaming," she murmured. "The sweat on your chest looks so real. It's glistening in the moonlight."
"As does yours,"
I said, and cringed at my response. "Oh, Fabio," she giggled, and lowered the covers a bit to reveal a high-neck lace nightgown.
"Close your eyes and dream of me as I dream of you,"
I said, maintaining my masculine timbre. She closed her eyes and smiled. I practically shoved the cutout back into the closet and whisked Elena out the window. We landed on the ground on our knees in my backyard, where we dissolved into fits of laughter. "Don't let anyone ever cast you in Cyrano de Bergerac. Your Fabio sounded like he didn't make it past puberty." "Don't worry, there won't be a repeat performance." I glanced up at the bedroom window. Great goddess. I hope she doesn't remember any of that in the morning. Elena smiled broadly and extended a hand to help me to my feet. "Worth it," she said. The next morning, I nursed a hangover that would have made the AbFab ladies proud. It was only when I went to find painkillers in the bathroom cabinet that I realized I hadn't fully stocked my supplies yet. I threw my head back and groaned. The last thing I needed early in the morning with a pounding headache was interaction with my family, especially when we hadn't fully resolved our fight over Tanner. On the other hand, I needed those painkillers, or I'd end up with a paralyzing migraine by noon. I roused Princess Buttercup from her spot on the dog bed, and together we crossed the yard to the back door. I was hoping to slip in and out unnoticed, but everyone was already assembled in the kitchen. With dark shadows under her eyes and unkempt hair, Elena looked equally miserable. "Well, well," Grandma said. "Look what the cat refused to drag in." I hurried to the pantry and claimed the bottle of ibuprofen. "I'll be out of your way in a second." "Helena says you two had a good time last night," my mother said. "If I had realized it was a girls' night out, I would have joined you." "There was an age limit," I said. Aunt Thora patted the lid of the teapot. "Sit down and have a cup with your pills. I can make you toast, too." "Thanks. You don't have to do that. I'll make my own toast." "Nonsense. I made Helena's. I can make yours." "Yes," my mother said. "We wouldn't want to trigger Eden's persecution complex so early in the morning." "At least wait until noon," I said. I popped a slice of bread into the toaster. "Why not sleep in if you're feeling so terrible?" my mother asked. "Are you such a martyr that you're going to force yourself to walk around on two legs?"
We can't all spend the day on our backs, I said. Grandma perked up. Zing!
Is there going to be another standoff, or can I leave the drapes where they are? Aunt Thora asked.
I don't have time to kill and bury Mom. I need to work today. There's a missing artist and I need to find her.
Have you done a locator spell?
Aunt Thora asked. Yes. Neville and I did one at the office the other day. I joined them at the table with my toast, and Aunt Thora slid a cup of hot tea toward me. My mother frowned. Why would you perform a locator spell in that cramped office of yours? You can barely swing a cat in there. From her sun-drenched spot on the windowsill, Candy hissed at my mother. What does the size of the office matter? I had one of her personal items and the spell showed us nothing. Aunt Thora squeezed a slice of lemon into her tea.
You have access to her gallery, don't you? I'd do another spell there. I think you'd increase your chances.
I agree, Helena said. The artists I know have a deep connection to their work. That gallery is her heart and soul. You should surround yourself with as many of her pieces as possible. I shrugged and sipped the tea. I'm willing to try anything at this point. So far, everyone loves her and no one knows any reason why she might have gone missing. My mother laughed. Oh, sweetheart, that's a lovely sentiment, but there's no conceivable way that everyone loves her. Don't measure Nari against yourself, I warned. Trust me, it isn't a level playing field. My mother set down her cup and it clanked against the saucer. Oh, Eden, really? How long are you going to hold the Tanner thing against me? You act like it was some harmless prank. It wasn't. It was for your own good, Grandma said. And I'd do it again. My blood ran cold at the thought of a repeat performance. This was precisely why I opted to keep Chief Fox a secret. I knew they wouldn't change their tune. Dating humans hasn't worked out well for me, Helena said. Inevitably, my powers get in the way. Aunt Thora was noticeably silent, and I knew she was thinking about her own relationship with local lighthouse keeper Ted O'Neill, Chief O'Neill's brother. They'd been separated in their youth because of his human status, and it was only recently that she'd found the courage to rekindle their relationship. I hoped that she'd be my ally should my secret get out, but she had a history of being overpowered by my mouthier mother and grandmother. I should get moving, I said. Now that I had a new plan of action, I was eager to get underway. If you're going to do a locator spell, maybe you could also do the one we talked about last night, Helena said. Do you have a personal item I could use? I asked. Who else is missing? Grandma asked. Not a who. A what? Helena lied. I lost something when I was in town the other day and asked Eden to help me find it. We'll deal with your thing later, I said, eager to escape the main house. As I left the house, I called Neville and instructed him to meet me at the gallery with his wizard toys. They're not toys, Agent Fury. They look like toys, and you like to play with them. How do they not qualify as wizard toys? I could practically hear his eyes roll on the other end of the phone. I will gather the necessary tools to complete the aforementioned task, O wondrous one, and meet you at the gallery in 15 minutes. I prayed to the gods that this locator spell worked better than the last one. At this rate, I was beginning to lose hope that we'd ever find Nari. Neville waited outside the gallery, and we used a simple unlocking spell to override the basic mechanism. One of the perks of being raised by ethically challenged witches was knowing how to break and enter. You seem a bit rough around the edges this morning, Agent Fury. It was a late night. That reminds me, Agent Redmond's in town. The wizard perked up. Really? Should we invite him here? It's not a performance review, Neville. He's here on another case. His expression crumpled. I knew how the wizard felt. His people-pleasing reflexes were stronger than mine. We performed the same spell we'd done in the office, only this time we were surrounded by Nari's artwork instead of Dungeons & Dragons figurines. Helena was right. I could feel the difference in energy. Even without the jacket,
A connection to Nari would be more powerful here. Neville's eyes opened, and he looked at me.
She isn't on this plane.
I blew out the nearest candle. What does that mean? Do you think she's in Otherworld?
No. The call is coming from inside the house,
he said in his best horror movie voice. What are you talking about? He crossed the room to flip on the light switch and nearly blinded me in the process. A little warning next time, I complained. He blew out the remaining candles.
I mean that she's both here and not here.
My chest tightened. She's a ghost like Alice?
Not a ghost.
He walked along the perimeter of the gallery, appearing to size up each painting as he went. Neville, now really isn't the time for art appreciation.
I'm not appreciating it. I'm trying to determine.
He swiveled to look at me.
You have a keen sense of magical energy, Agent Fury.
Yes, I said slowly.
Take a tour of the room. Where do you feel the most magic?
Nari works with magic-infused paint, I said. They're all going to feel that way. I stopped talking as the realization landed. Great balls of fury! You think she's inside one of her paintings? He clasped his hands behind his back and scrutinized another painting.
I do believe she is.
How? I sputtered. Why? He craned his neck to regard me.
Those are questions that hopefully she'll be able to answer once you find her.
I walked to each painting and stood in front of it, closing my eyes to try and focus on the energy level. It was like trying to pinpoint a ley line. I had to block out everything else, including the dozens of questions racing inside my head, and let myself simply feel. I completed a tour of the room, with Neville pacing impatiently behind me.
Well?
He prompted. They all feel the same to me. Are you sure your spell worked? Let's face it, getting sucked into a painting Jumanji style is a little weird.
As opposed to all the other supernatural activity that's happened in this town?
Good point. I turned toward the office, thinking I would check there for energy, when it occurred to me that a painting was missing. Hang on. Where's the painting she was working on when she disappeared? I'd completely forgotten about it because it was no longer in its original place.
Do you mean this one?
Neville pointed to the counter. Sure enough, the unfinished painting was on the floor, leaning against the wall, partially obscured by the counter. Sean must have moved it when he was here, I said. I didn't even need to reach the canvas before I felt an intense thrum of magic. Of course, I whispered.
It's that one?
Yes. I stared at the painting, what there was of it. I had no clue what it was meant to be. Nari had said she had an idea but didn't want to share in case she changed direction.
Not much of a painting. Are you certain?
I pressed my hands against the sides of my head as the pieces of the puzzle clicked into place. Nari mentioned she was using a new set of paints for this, and Kirby Germain said she sometimes takes samples before he's finished his testing phase. I bet the paint went haywire and sucked her in. The wizard came to stand beside me.
Ah, it seems patience would have been a virtue for both of them.
I shrugged. She's a creative who follows her muse. Straight into an incomplete painting, apparently. Neville folded his arms as he contemplated the mostly blank canvas.
If she's trapped in an unfinished piece, it's impossible to know what kind of plane it is, what kind of danger she might encounter.
Doesn't matter. Either way, I need to get her out. I clapped my hands together, ready to go.
So how do we do that? I'm afraid this is above my level,
Neville said.
I can consult the wizard forum and see what other options exist.
That'll take too long. Those wizards spend days just deciding on new usernames.
Then what do you suggest?
His sun-deprived skin grew paler.
Not your family.
I blew out a breath. I hate to involve them, but it's the kind of thing they can do. I pulled out my phone and reluctantly called my mother.
"What is it, Eden?"
My mother asked in a clipped tone.
"Are you locked out of the barn already? If you're going to insist on locking it, you should leave us a spare key."
"I'm at Nari's art gallery and I have a situation. Put me on speaker."
"Are you sure?"
My mother asked.
"The last time I put you on speaker, you acted like the world was collapsing in on itself like a dying star."
Inwardly, I sighed. Gee, maybe that's because you were at Chop House on a date and I was telling you about my horrible menstrual cramps. Switching me to speakerphone seemed a tad inappropriate. I could practically hear my mother bristling.
"You could be so difficult, Eden. Forever moving the goalposts like that cartoon girl Lacey."
"Lucy."
"See, you have to be right about everything, too."
I pushed aside my annoyance and pressed on, explaining that I believed Nari was trapped inside her own painting. "I can't do it alone."
"You're a fury, for crying out loud. What are you afraid of?"
"No, I mean I can't do it alone. It's not possible." My mother hesitated.
"I don't even know this, Nari, and I have plans later. What if I get stuck in there, too?"
"And I'm old," Grandma shouted in the background.
I'll do it,
Helena piped up.
"Do you hear that, Eden?"
My mother said.
"Your cousin has agreed to help. I guess your family is useful on occasion."
You should remember that the next time you're busy shunning us. No offense to Helena, but she's a temporal demon, not a witch. She can only make me think I'm in the painting, not actually obtain an all-access pass.
"Well, I'm sorry, Eden, but you'll have to figure this out on your own. My magic is a burden, remember? It ruins your life. So I don't see how it can possibly be of use to you now."
She hung up before I could object. If my mother could stop being petty for 5 seconds and see that using her magic to help those in need was actually a good thing, a step toward redemption, it didn't matter. She clearly had no interest in being better than she was.
"What now?"
Neville pressed. Thankfully, they're not the only coven in town. I tapped the screen and waited for a witch to answer. "Good morning, Adele. I have a situation." Once I explained, she agreed to help without hesitation. "Adele wants to know if we have any Lawsonia inermis. She needs it for the spell, and she's out." Neville nodded.
"In the supply closet at the office."
"We're good to go, Adele. See you here soon." I clicked off and scrolled to another number.
"Now who are you calling?"
Neville asked. "Chief Fox. I promised to keep him updated." The wizard gathered up the remnants of the locator spell.
"I'll fetch the Lawsonia inermis and be back in a jiffy."
"Do me a favor and have a latte waiting for me when I reappear." I paused.
"On second thought,
make it a full bottle of tequila."
"As you wish, O brave one."
He stopped at the door and observed me expectantly. "What?"
"You know what,"
he said. I heaved a weary sigh. "It's fury time."
"A bit louder for the people in the back."
I shot him an exasperated look. "There are no people in the back. Not yet, anyway."
"Then once more with feeling."
I straightened my shoulders and mustered my best superhero voice. "It's fury time!" Chapter 17. Chief Fox arrived at the gallery not long after Neville's departure. He rubbed his jawline, drawing my attention to the dimple in his chin. Why on earth was a dent in the skin so incredibly sexy? It made no sense.
"When you say Jumanji,"
the chief began.
"Do you mean the new version or the original?"
"Both. They get sucked into the board game in the original and the computer game in the new version."
"Right."
He studied the canvas.
"I don't like this, Eden. The painting is pretty bleak. Maybe I should go with you."
"I appreciate your concern, but you're human, Sawyer. You're equipped for many things." My cheeks grew hot. Many impressive feats, in fact, but portal magic isn't one of them. He exhaled.
"I'm waiting right here until you come back. I don't care how long it takes.
Time won't work the same way in the painting, I explained. It might seem like 5 minutes out here and be 5 hours in there. I paused. Or vice versa. His whole body tensed.
I don't care if it's 5 years. I'm not going anywhere, Eden.
My hand cupped his cheek. You might need the bathroom once or twice. He brought my palm to his lips and kissed it.
Seriously, if you don't come out in a reasonable time, I'm sending every member of your family in after you.
I didn't bother to tell him that they'd likely refuse. I pushed onto my toes and brushed my lips against his. I'll be thinking about you the whole time.
Don't think about me, think about yourself. I want you to taste my puppy chow.
I burst into laughter. If you feel that strongly about it. He chuckled nervously.
I've been thinking about it ever since it came up. I have my mom's recipe. I could make it for you. For us.
Tears pricked my eyes. Sawyer Fox wanted to make dessert for me. I would love that. I didn't care if it tasted like actual dog food. I would eat every bite and smile after swallowing. He pulled me closer and kissed me with such intensity that my knees buckled. It was the kind of kiss future me would savor in the moments before I would fall asleep. Or when I wanted to escape unpleasant thoughts. The kind I'd remember for the rest of my eternal life.
Come back to me, Eden, he whispered.
Helena burst into the gallery. I'm here! Don't start without me. I would have been here sooner, but I got waylaid by your mom. She wanted me to tell her which dress looked better and yada yada. She paused for breath, doubled over from the physical exertion. She ended up trying on 3 dresses before I was allowed to leave. If she'd seen me kiss the chief, she gave no indication. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but there's nothing you can do. The LaRue witches are on the way. Helena grimaced. You're involving the LaRue witches? Can't you just siphon their magic to get inside instead of actually involving them? It's better this way, I said. I didn't feel like explaining the repercussions. The possibility of being too weak once I was inside the painting, and a potential new fury trait later. Helena didn't truly understand my resistance to my nature. Let me come with you, she said. I have experience with altered perceptions, which is basically what this will be like for you. I'll be an asset.
She makes a good point,
the chief said. It was clear he'd be happier if I didn't go alone. Okay, I relented. Helena fist-bumped me. It'll be like old times. She cast a sidelong glance at the chief. You're the sentry, huh?
I'll protect this painting like it contains the keys to heaven, he said.
I felt his fingers lightly brush against mine, and my body relaxed in response. The door swung open again, and the LaRue witches marched into the gallery, followed by Neville. Look who it is, Rosalie said, her eyes on Helena. I heard you were in town, but I didn't believe it. Not enough reports of trouble. Helena ignored her. I'm going to enter the magical plane with Eden. Adele shot me a quizzical look. Is that necessary? I knew what she was really asking. Did I trust my cousin? Yes, I said firmly. Helena can help me navigate a plane like this. It's likely to be creative chaos. As close to a hallucination as you can get, Helena added. Adele set her tote bag on the floor. Very well then, my dears. Let's begin. Rosalie, Corinne, you know what to do. Neville thrust a jar at the lead witch.
I brought the missing ingredient.
Thank you, Neville. Adele took the jar and added it to their collection of materials.
Can I be of assistance? The wizard asked. I'd love to participate and soak up a bit of coven knowledge.
It isn't like you'll earn a portal badge, Magical Boy Scout, Rosalie said. I think it's a wonderful idea, Adele said. She turned to address Chief Fox. And I suppose this will be a new experience for you as well. The chief held up his hands.
I'm only here as an observer and to make sure everyone returns safely.
Corinne smiled as she placed tall white candles in a large circle around the canvas, which had been moved to the middle of the floor.
You might want to stand back, Chief. Wouldn't want to set fire to your uniform.
Yes, polyester is highly flammable, Rosalie added. The chief observed in silence as the witches created their magic circle with a combination of candles, chalk, and salt. Helena and I moved to the center of the circle, and the other supernaturals joined hands around us. You two should hold hands too, until it's time to jump, Adele instructed. You'll hear us say, for us, aprir, which means to open the doors. When you hear forus intrar, that's your cue. Helena clasped my hands, and nerves collected in the pit of my stomach. You ready, cousin? She asked with a smile. Helena had always been, fearless. I wasn't, but I knew it was now or never. Nari's life depended on it.
You remember the magic words to use when you're ready to exit?
Corinne asked. Helena and I nodded, and the others began to chant. The air shifted with such force that the flames were nearly extinguished.
Fores intrar,
they said in unison. The sound of my heart thundered in my ears. I turned and launched myself head first into the painting. The world was dark and silent for about 5 seconds, and I felt like I was submerged in the deepest, darkest part of the ocean, where I could neither see nor hear. Finally, my senses cleared, and I saw that a gray mist surrounded me, like a rain cloud or a dust storm. I reached out to touch it and see whether it was real or a figment of my imagination.
It's as real as you are.
Helena's voice took me by surprise, and I released the breath I'd been holding. I surveyed our surroundings. Like the painting, they were unformed, amorphous. Mostly streaks of black, gray, dark blue, and a ribbon of red, which made me think of the red paint that had spilled on the floor. I feel like we're standing in the middle of twilight itself, I said.
I know what you mean. The silence and stillness of this place. It's eerie.
How do we find her in all this nothingness? Helena wiggled her eyebrows.
This is where I earn my paycheck.
I gave her a pointed look. You know the FBM isn't actually paying you for this, right? This was strictly a volunteer situation.
Not even a stipend? I'm pretty skint.
Have you seen my office? The FBM is like the supernatural version of Scrooge.
I'm kidding, it's fine. The FBM won't want to put me on their payroll anyway.
Not with my history. Agent Redmond won't pursue you. He trusts me. Helena glanced around us. We should walk. Walk where? We're nowhere.
Movement might trigger more imagery.
She took my hand and we walked forward at the same pace. Just as she predicted, the colors swirled and changed around us. Is this the inside of Nari's head? I asked.
Not quite. It's the plane of her imagination as it exists within this painting.
Oh, well, that's as clear as mud. Helena laughed.
Aren't you glad you let me tag along?
As we pushed our way through the gloaming, I felt a prickling sensation along the back of my neck. Someone's here. A silhouette cut through the mist. She was too tall to be Nari. I tensed in anticipation as the unfamiliar figure came closer. She was a slender young woman with dark hair cut bluntly, just above her shoulders. Helena gasped.
Marcy?
The young woman burst into tears at the sight of us. Helena rushed forward and engulfed the demon in her arms.
Merciful gods,
Marcy said.
I was worried I'd be stuck here forever.
Are you here alone? I asked. She shook her head, sniffling.
Nari is with me.
Relief flooded my system at the mention of the artist.
Marcy, this is my cousin Eden. She's a fury.
Marcy's eyes widened and she peeked at me over Helena's shoulder.
A real fury?
That's right, Helena said. But she's self-loathing, so don't expect her to get excited about it.
Eden's the one I told you about that can help you.
Marcy recoiled.
You're the FBM agent.
That's right, I said. Marcy pushed her way behind Helena.
Please don't send me to Otherworld. I swear I'm working on my skills. I didn't mean to hurt anyone.
I wanted to believe her, but I needed more information first. What happened with Nari? How did you both end up in here? Marcy drew a shaky breath.
Nari seemed so nice and inspiring last night at the exhibit, and I was feeling better after talking to you, Elena.
Elena placed a comforting arm on her back. Marcy, I hate to tell you this, but the exhibit was days ago, not last night. She blinked in disbelief.
Really? It feels like I've been here a long time, but I thought that was just because this place is so miserable. Anyway, I went back to the gallery earlier, or I guess it was the day after the exhibit, to see if Nari would give me a job. I didn't want to keep turning up at events for free food.
Marcy met my gaze.
I'm not a freeloader.
Elena patted her shoulder.
It's okay, Marcy. Eden's not judging you. She's a freeloader, too.
Hey, I objected.
When I got to the gallery, Nari was painting. She said the muse struck and she couldn't ignore it.
Marcy pressed her lips together as she tried to keep her emotions in check.
I moved closer to talk to her about working at the gallery, and I accidentally knocked into the tray of paints. Some of it splashed on her.
Helena gave Marcy's arm a reassuring squeeze.
It's okay, Marcy. Whatever happened, it was an accident.
You should have seen her. Her whole body seized. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head and everything. It was freaky. She dropped the paintbrush and I tried to catch it before it hit the floor, but I missed. Some of the paint splattered on me, and the next thing I know, we're both in here.
She spread her arms wide. How long did it take you to figure out where you were? I asked.
Not long. When you inspire hallucinations as part of your nature, you figure this kind of thing out pretty quickly. Nari was in bad shape, though. Her mind couldn't seem to comprehend what had happened to us.
Marcy started to cry again.
She curled up in the fetal position and just moaned. It was terrible.
Helena wiped away a stray tear.
Then what happened?
Marcy sniffled.
I knew I had to help her somehow, ease her suffering until I could figure out a way out of here.
Helena flinched. Help her how? What did you do?
I thought she was going to lose her mind, like truly lose it.
Marcy swallowed a gulp of air.
So I used my powers to make her hallucinate.
Hallucinate what? I surveyed the surreal scene around us, which was already in altered state.
I had her hallucinate that she was in her art studio, and altered her perception of time so that she wouldn't be too scarred by the experience.
Marcy's eyes glowed with hope.
I figured that it would help her cope while we were stuck here, so she didn't have a complete breakdown.
Helena threw her arms around the young woman and pulled her close.
Marcy, that was genius.
It was?
Marcy closed her eyes and tears streamed down her cheeks. That was good thinking, I agreed. I knew in my heart that Helena had nothing to do with any of the comas or Nari's disappearance. And I was so relieved that Marcy's presence confirmed her story. It would be much easier to convince the agency now.
I've been trying to find an exit, but there doesn't seem to be one,
Marcy said. Where's Nari now? I asked.
I'll show you.
Marcy rubbed the moisture from her eyes.
I kept her somewhere safe in case...
Something in her expression gave me pause. In case what?
Before I used my powers on her, I told her where I thought we were. That's when she dropped into the fetal position. She told me that this painting was inspired by her negative emotions,
Marcy said.
A place where she intended to pour all her bad thoughts and feelings. And that's what this place is like. A living embodiment of a bad mood. Everything will be calm for a bit, and then a black cloud descends.
She shuddered.
And I'll just feel this overwhelming sense of despair. It's made it harder to find a way out because I end up getting influenced by the environment and want to give up until the mood passes.
I guess her muse was grumpy,
Helena said. Or hungover, I added. Listen, Marcy, we need you to bring us to Nari so we can all get out of here. Marcy's eyes sparkled with excitement.
You know how to leave?
That's why we're here,
Helena said.
We came to rescue you.
We have an exit strategy, I confirmed. A team of witches are in the gallery waiting to pull us through.
How will they know when to pull us out?
Marcy asked. We use the magic words, I said. Peanut butter and pickles.
Those are your magic words?
Marcy asked. Sounds more like a craving.
And now I'm hungry.
She hugged Helena again.
I can't thank you enough.
Thank us when we're back safe, Helena said.
Let me take you to Nari before the really bad mood hits.
Marcy looped her arm through Helena's and guided us through the mist. We found Nari curled into a ball on a patch of ground that appeared to be made of black sand.
Should I carry her?
Marcy asked. You should wake her, I said. I think we all need to say the magic words together. I don't want to risk the three of us getting out and leaving Nari behind.
Gods, no,
Marcy breathed. She crouched down and placed both hands on Nari's head, closing her eyes as she focused. Nari's eyes fluttered open.
Where am I?
I extended a hand. We'll explain in a few minutes. Can you stand? Nari took my hand and I helped her to her feet. I feel so disoriented. Hopefully you'll feel better in a few minutes. Just follow my lead. Everybody join hands, I said. We stood in a small circle holding hands. On the count of 3, I need everyone to say, peanut butter and pickles. Ready? Their heads bobbed in unison. 1, 2, 3. Peanut butter and pickles, we said as one. I waited expectantly, but nothing happened. Marcy frowned.
I thought those were the magic words.
They are, I said. Let's try again. Maybe we weren't as in sync as I thought. We reformed the circle and tried again. Nothing happened.
This is a nightmare,
Marcy said.
It's like I'm being punished for all the accidental hallucinations I've caused.
Nari glanced at her. Excuse me? Don't worry, Nari, I interjected. Marcy isn't talking about this. The mist grew denser and darker, and I felt a strong sense of foreboding. The foul mood was coming. I knew it the way farm animals sensed impending rain. We're never getting out of here, Nari said, her face drained of color. I don't even know where I am. I thought I was in my gallery. Helena seemed baffled. What's plan B, Eden? I hadn't bothered to make one. I figured the LaRue witches would be able to handle the exit. Lesson learned. A dark cloud formed above our heads and slowly began to lower. I felt the weight of it pushing on my mood, trying to make me submit to its misery. We're not giving up, I said firmly. Did Dorothy give up when the hot air balloon left without her? No, she found another way. She sang songs, clicked those heels, and made it happen.
I don't think the singing had anything to do with it,
Helena whispered. Whatever, she harnessed the power of a pretty pair of shoes. I glanced down at my casual sneakers. We make do with what we have. Thick black mist engulfed us, and my heart strained against it. If I had to live the rest of my life in this painting, I'd never see Sawyer again. I'd never taste puppy chow. What would happen to the others? Would they eventually die on this plane and leave me alone for eternity? The thought was so overwhelming that I found I could scarcely breathe.
I'm sorry,
Nari whimpered.
This is all my fault. It's my mood. I can feel it.
What do you normally do when a mood like this hits? I asked.
What I was doing. I paint to get rid of it,
Nari said. The darkness was so pervasive now that I could no longer see the others. It was only the feeling of our joined hands that reassured me of their continued presence.
I feel like I'm being sucked into the ground,
Helena complained.
It's like being trapped in a pit of despair.
Her words triggered an idea, the memory of Grandma's spell at Davenport Park. You're right.
It is like a pit of despair, I said cheerfully.
I don't think you're supposed to sound so happy about it, Helena said.
I have an idea. We need to overpower the mood. Replace it with our most powerful positive feelings. Declare those positive feelings to the universe.
I understand, Helena said.
It's sort of like how our emotions influence mine and Marcy's powers. The stronger the emotion, the more likely to have an effect.
I've been working on that while I've been stuck here, Marcy said.
Now's a good time to work on it again, I said.
Everyone,
focus on your most positive feeling. Ignore the darkness. Pull that good energy to our circle and hold it here.
Feel your bliss,
Nari added.
Exactly. You go first, Marcy,
Helena said.
Share it with us.
I love when I'm hiking in the mountains and there's no one around, Marcy said. I'm only surrounded by nature and my thoughts.
Is she still here? I asked, unable to see her.
Try again,
Helena said in an encouraging tone.
Come on, Marcy. You can do it,
Nari urged.
I'm proud of myself,
Marcy said.
Instead of falling apart and letting my abilities rule me because it's easier, I've taken deliberate steps to master them. I feel better about myself than I have in a very long time.
Nari gasped. She's gone.
I exhaled with relief.
Your turn, Nari.
I don't know. This is my bad mood, remember?
I kept pushing, unwilling for us to lose momentum against the darkness. You said you paint. What do you paint when you want to lift your spirits?
Whatever comes to mind. I let my muse...
Forget your muse, I interrupted. I'm not talking to Nari the artist or Nari the kitsune. I'm just talking to Nari.
Okay. I love feeling that my paintbrush is an extension of me. That feeling of peace when I complete a painting.
I still felt her hand in mine. It wasn't strong enough. You were in a bleak mood when you started this painting, weren't you?
Yes. I didn't sell as many paintings during the exhibit as I'd hoped. I was feeling despondent the next day. It happens sometimes. That feeling that nothing will ever be good again. I felt compelled to paint, thinking that would pull me out of my funk.
And you used the new paints from Kirby, I said.
I thought it might cheer me up. I love experimenting with new paints.
Obviously, it didn't work this time or we wouldn't be shrouded in miserable darkness. I had to try a different tack. Your teddy bear, I said. What was his name? The one with the bow tie.
Mr. Miyagi?
Yes. You used to sit with him on your little red chair, right? And you'd pull him around in your wagon.
How do you know that?
I saw your paintings at the art studio, the ones you don't display at the gallery. It's because they're for you, right? They reflect that happy place inside you.
Yes. It's where I go when I want to be my most authentic self. I like to think about that place when I paint, especially when I'm trying to pull myself out of a bleak mood.
Think about that place now, Nari, I prodded. Tell the universe how you feel when you're creating those images.
I feel blissful, Nari said. Like I'm capable of anything. God's above. There's no better feeling in the world.
I felt the energy shift, and her hand disappeared from mine. I said a silent thank you. Your turn, Eden. No, you should go first, I said. Let me be an anchor.
You won't be the anchor. You'll just be alone in this awful place. I can handle it. I can alter my perception, but you can't.
I hesitated, knowing there was only one positive feeling powerful enough to get me out of here. But it meant sharing that declaration with Helena, with a member of my family. Although I knew Helena had dated humans, she had never been held to the same standard as I'd been, as I still was. By declaring the truth, I risked discovery and repercussions in the real world. Still, I knew what I had to do. If I wanted to leave, there was no choice. I steeled myself for the moment of truth. I pulled the tangle of feelings and emotions into a tight ball in my chest
and let it rest there for a moment, enjoying the overwhelming sense of peace that washed over me. I remembered the sensation of kissing him just before Helena arrived at the gallery, a kiss I knew I would savor for eternity. "I'm in love with Sawyer Fox," I said, and melted away. Chapter 18. After my safe return to the art gallery, Neville and I accompanied Marcy to the FBM office, where Agent Redmond awaited us. I'd encouraged Marcy to meet him to discuss her options, and thankfully, she'd agreed. We worked out a deal where Marcy would remain under FBM-approved supervision for the next 18 months, while she committed to mastering her abilities. The young demon left the office with effusive gratitude and a relieved smile. "Can I get you a coffee, Quinn? And by me, I mean Neville." Neville bowed his head. "I would be honored to procure you any caffeinated beverage of your choosing, sir." Agent Redmond's gaze flitted from me to Neville. "Now that you mention it, I think a hibiscus tea would be wonderful." "Oh, that does sound lovely," Neville agreed. "I'll get one of those as well. Agent Fury?" "I'd rather shove flower petals down my throat. I'll have a cinnamon latte, thanks. I need the jolt." Neville hustled from the office and closed the door behind him. I folded my arms and leaned my bottom against the desk. "Okay, spill it. What is it that you don't want him to hear?" He wore a bemused smile. "Can't get much past you, can I? I just want to share with you what Clara and I have decided. I assume she'll tell you anyway." "Wait, you decided something? Together?" My spirits soared. "I've been miserable without her. I'm putting in for a transfer to reduce my travel so that I can incorporate regular visits to Chipping Cheddar. It's not a perfect solution, but it's better than the one we had. I'm so thrilled for you both." I couldn't wait to talk to Clara. She had to be over the moon. "Thank you. I've decided that it's time to make certain parts of my life a priority. To make Clara a priority. She deserves that." "Yes, she does. I'm so happy right now, you have no idea." He smiled. "You don't mind having another agent in your orbit?" "I can suck up anything if it means Clara gets what she wants." Once Neville returned with our drinks, Agent Redmond used my computer to complete the paperwork for Marcy's case, while Neville and I reviewed the daily transmissions from Otherworld. Thankfully, there was nothing pressing, because I was desperate to go home and regroup. By the time I arrived at the barn, exhaustion threatened to overwhelm me. Being trapped in a magical plane was more tiring than I realized. I'd barely made it through the door when Helena appeared in the doorway. Unfortunately, my mother was with her. "You forgot to lock it behind you," my mother said, stepping inside. "Too tired," I said. "Nonsense," my mother scoffed. "Furies don't get tired." "We can be mentally and emotionally drained," I said. "The only defense against that is to become a sociopath. Or an evil witch. Same thing." "I thought I'd take the opportunity to see your place, since I've yet to be invited." Her critical gaze swept the interior, and I could practically hear her list of grievances as they developed. "No photos of your family on display? A Pegasus is good enough for your wall, but not your mother?" I groaned. "Can we do this another time? I'm still decompressing after the whole Nari situation." My mother faced me. "Oh, did you find that missing artist?" Helena suppressed a smile. "I told you that when I got home. She was found trapped in one of her own paintings." My mother waved a breezy hand. "I wasn't listening. I was focused on painting my nails." She held out her hand to admire the crimson paint. "Don't they look stunning? So how did Nari get stuck there? A jealous ex? A random act of violence?" "No. It was an accident." My mother lowered her hand and stared at me. "I don't understand." "It was an accident," I repeated. I didn't want to get into the details. Frankly, it was none of her business. She continued to stare at me. "So no one kidnapped her?" No one kidnapped her.
And no one tried to kill her?
No one tried to kill her. Like I said before, everyone loves Nari. No one had any desire to hurt her.
How strange.
My mother frowned, apparently trying to process this unprecedented information. Why don't I give you a tour tomorrow evening after dinner? I asked. I sensed it was the only way to get rid of her now. Bring Grandma and Aunt Thora with you. And I'd have to make sure to invite my dad and Sally immediately afterward, or there'd be hell to pay. I had a family full of scorekeepers.
Fine,
my mother sniffed.
We'll be here at 7. Make sure to have the liquor cabinet fully stocked.
Don't you worry about that, I said. My mother started for the door and glanced at Helena over her shoulder.
Aren't you coming?
In a minute. I want to talk to Eden about something first.
Well, don't be long. You wouldn't want to be accused of exhausting her any further.
I watched with relief as my mother sailed out the door with her raised chin and swinging hips. Helena perched on the arm of the sofa. What did your agent friend say? You don't have to worry, I said. Quinn's a good guy. You're off the hook and Marcy will be fine. She stood to hug me.
Thanks, Eden. I don't care what the rest of the family says about you. You're the best.
I cringed. Do I want to know what they say about me? Truth be told, I already had a pretty good guess. She leaned back and smiled.
So, Chief Fox, huh? You have excellent taste, I'll say that much.
A knot formed in my stomach.
Helena, another human, she continued. No wonder you flipped out about the hex on Tanner.
It wasn't just the past you were upset about. You were worried about the present. And the future, I added.
Does he know?
We're dating, I said with a shrug. She gave me an admiring look.
Look at you, Miss Secret Romance.
It's pretty stressful, to be honest. I don't recommend it.
I'm not a prized fury like you, Eden. Nobody cares who I date.
I felt a pang of sympathy for my cousin. I couldn't decide which was worse, to be constantly criticized or completely dismissed. What positive feeling did you invoke to escape the magical plane? I asked. I'm guessing it wasn't the unconditional love and support of your family. Helena offered a small smile. Not exactly. Mine was gratitude. I'm grateful for having others in my life who love me and believe in me, because that helped me learn to believe in myself. She reached for my hand.
And because of that, I was able to help Marcy.
Sometimes we matter more than we realize. My gaze flicked to the rescue on the wall. Upon closer inspection, it was hard to know which one was actually the rescuer. Initially, I'd assumed the Pegasus had swooped down and saved the nymph. But maybe there was more to the story. Maybe the wings had been too wet to fly and the nymph supported the Pegasus to keep it above the surface of the water until the wings had dried and they could fly away from the brewing tempest below. Maybe they had saved each other.
Now is probably a good time to tell you that I'll be leaving in the morning,
Helena said. My face fell. No. Why?
I never intended to stay, Eden. I only came to find Marcy. And I found her.
You don't need to leave, I said. Stay longer. Get a job here until you're back on your feet.
I can't stay here long term, Helena said. To everyone in Chipping Cheddar, I'll always be the difficult demon that almost put Erwin Fulke in a coma.
She shrugged helplessly.
I can't change their attitude toward me,
and I don't want to waste energy trying. I'm sorry. I wish it wasn't like that. Thank you for believing in me, cousin, Helena said. It means more than you'll ever know. I threw my arms around her and squeezed. I do know, Helena. And your secret romance is safe with me, she whispered. I swear. I'll take it to the grave. I closed my eyes and thanked the gods that Helena was someone I could trust. Thank you.
Let's do a better job of keeping in touch this time since we both suck at it,
Helena said.
If you want to vent, I'll be a willing ear.
Ditto. The jarring sound of the fox, what does the fox say, emanated from my phone, and I recognized the ringtone I'd assigned to the chief. I quickly read the text. I'm outside. Excitement shot through me. I hadn't had a chance to properly reunite with him after escaping the painting. There'd been too many witnesses in the art gallery. Must be a message from your boyfriend, Helena said in a sing-song voice. My head snapped to attention. How can you tell? Your non-existent poker face, Eden. You're gonna need to learn how to subdue that glow, or everyone in town is gonna know. He's outside. Then let me get out of your way. I'll go back to the main house and distract the family for you. She kissed my cheek and breezed through the living area to the door, leaving it slightly open. Once she was safely across the yard, the chief slipped inside. Why do I feel so much better the second I see you? I strode toward him and practically jumped into his arms. His lips fastened to mine, and all my stress and exhaustion melted away. A sense of calm spread through me as I breathed in his scent of pine and sea salt. I'm so glad you're okay, he said, stroking the back of my head. I know you can handle yourself, but it was still nerve-wracking on my end. There was a moment of panic when the magic words didn't work, but we found another way. Yeah, Nari mentioned that. What was your positive feeling? I took his hands in mine. What do you think it was? Cocktails at the beach at sunset? That sounds nice. Maybe later. He chuckled. Don't evade the question. It was about you. He pressed his forehead against mine. Good, because you certainly would have been my answer. I pushed back slightly to look at him. Really? I felt an instant connection with you, Eden. He tapped his chest. Like there's a spot in my heart that's been waiting just for you, and refused to accept any other occupants. Tears threatened to spill from my eyes. I feel exactly the same way. I love you, Eden, and I'm so glad I met you, that you trusted me enough to share your secret with me. I stiffened at the mention of a secret. It wasn't fair to only share part of the story. If I wanted an authentic relationship with him, a connection that grew and deepened over time, then I had to tell him the rest. Sawyer, there are things you need to know. Uh-oh. Is this where you tell me you actually hate peanut butter and have no interest in tasting my puppy chow? I squeezed his hands. I love peanut butter, and more importantly, I love you too. Very much. I hesitated. More than I wish I did. His brow creased. I was on board with your answer up until that last part. Yes, you know the truth about me, but there's more. More than fury powers? I nodded. Hard to imagine there could be more, I know. But there is. He inhaled deeply. Okay, I'm bracing myself. I realized that telling him the truth would protect him, too. Then he'd be prepared for whatever might happen down the road. If my family tried to interfere with us, he'd be aware of them and know what they were capable of. It's about my family. I leaned against the edge of the sofa for support. They're evil. He laughed. I know they can be difficult, but evil is probably overstating it. When I didn't smile, his expression shifted to one of concern. How evil are we talking? My mother, Grandma, and Aunt Thora, they're not like the LaRue witches. They use dark magic, energy that I try to avoid as much as possible. And my father and Anton are vengeance demons. Active vengeance demons. He gazed at me a moment, appearing uncertain how to respond. Are they going to be a problem for me? I held his hands in mine. Not if I can help it. It's the main reason I don't want anyone to know about us. They don't want me involved with a human, and I worry how they'll react if they find out. I'm a grown man, Eden, and the police chief in their town. What's the worst they can do? My silence seemed to be enough of an answer. Slowly he nodded. I see. Thank you for telling me. I would have told you sooner, but I was afraid. Afraid of what?
That I'd walk away from you because of your family?
He clucked his tongue.
Eden Fury, you should know me better than that by now. I may be a mere mortal, but I'll walk through the fires of hell for you.
Are you sure about that? Because someday you just might have to. He leaned forward and kissed me.
I'll order my flame-retardant suit today. I've been told that polyester is flammable.
I laughed, feeling lighter than I had in months. He slotted his fingers between mine.
We're a team, you and me. I won't let your family come between us. I promise.
Nobody puts baby in a corner, I murmured.
I've heard that line before. What's it from?
Dirty Dancing. Feel like watching it? The idea of snuggling with the chief and watching a movie was immensely appealing right now. His mouth twitched.
I've got an even better idea.
He pulled me into his arms.
Why don't we go upstairs and make our own version?
And so we did. The end. This has been Every Picture Tells a Fury, Federal Bureau of Magic Cozy Mystery, Book 8, written by Annabelle Chase, narrated by Jessica Hazard.